Welcome, crafters. We're so happy to have you join Scrapbook.com for our March 2025 SBC Fest.
Yes, we are so thrilled to bring you a fantastic lineup of both new and familiar faces, all ready to inspire your creativity. And the best part is, SBC Fest is still free.
It's free. Can you believe it's already our 6th SBC Fest?
No.
I cannot believe how fast time has flown. Watching Jill's vision of free crafting education grow into this incredible, vibrant community has been such a joy.
And speaking of the community, let's talk about how Scrapbook.com is here to make your crafting experience amazing with our happiness guarantee.
Absolutely. From packing your orders with care to shipping them lightning fast, we're dedicated to ensuring your crafting journey is as smooth as possible.
And if you need any help, our friendly team of happiness specialists who love crafting just as much as you do are always here to help.
That's right. They are amazing. All right, Cody, let's talk about how SBC Fest works.
Yes. So each day we'll feature pre-recorded classes from your incredible instructors. And if you're watching this live, you'll be able to chat with them in real time.
Can't watch it all live? Don't worry. The replay will be available right after the stream, complete with timestamps so that you can easily find your favorite classes.
And we want to see what you create. So share your projects on social media using the hashtag SBCFest or upload them to the gallery and use the category tag hashtag SBCFest.
That's right. And for you live viewers, snap a pic of your crafty setup and tag Scrapbook.com in your stories. We love seeing where the crafting magic happens.
Oh, that's always so fun.
It is.
Do you want to show off your SBC Fest spirit? You can download,
us.
You can download the SBC Fest SVG file and create your own merch.
That's right. T-shirts.
You can make a sticker.
Stickers for your cups, whatever you want to do, the SVG file is there for you to play with.
Yes.
And remember, our golden rule is to keep it positive. This community thrives on encouragement and support, so let's keep lifting each other up.
Oh yeah, because our past SBC Fests have been filled with overwhelming positivity,
Yes.
and we know that you'll want to keep that same energy for this SBC Fest too.
Yeah, keep it alive. It's amazing.
Yes.
If you have questions, visit the FAQ section on our SBC Fest page. And if you're loving the products used in the classes, we've got them all listed for you by instructor.
Yes, and now the part that you've been waiting for, giveaways.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so stick around. After each class, you'll have the chance to win some amazing goodies.
Speaking of giveaways, let's kick things off with our first one. Up for grabs is...
This.
Ta-da!
So this is the Black Scout. This is the Simon Hurley and Spellbinders Scout with the Slim Magic Mat.
Ooh, you get both,
Yes.
which is nice. Very nice. Okay, so how are they winning?
So to enter this giveaway, let us know in the live chat, did you pick up your SBC Fest kits ahead of time or are you waiting and getting them today?
And while you're commenting, don't forget about today's special freebie, the Nested Ticket Shaker Die. This is amazing. There are so many pieces in this freebie die. We went overboard.
We did.
We couldn't stop, don't stop, won't stop. We could not stop. So you are getting a jam-packed full freebie die. So make sure you add that to your cart. It is free, absolutely free.
Yeah, so let's check it out.
Yes, look how
Look
cute
how
that is.
fun that is.
We put our little SBC Fest sticker inside just to show you how cute and made a little ticket for SBC Fest. It's got so much detail. I don't know if we can show that
I know.
side camera. Look at the detail in the stitching on the side of that. Look at how cute that is. So fun. And you get all the pieces. We didn't even use all the pieces on this.
I know.
There's a thank you, there's a butterfly, a backer of a butterfly, and a heart, and all the little pieces that you need to create this whole tag, shaker tag.
Yeah, because this is fun to use. Even if you just use the backer piece as a tag, that would be so fun. All right.
Grab that.
Yes, grab that. And then if you're doing any shopping today, be sure to use the coupon code SBCFest6 at checkout for some exclusive savings and to find all of the amazing deals that we have going on right now. You can visit scrapbook.com/coupons to find our current deals.
Such a good deal too. Are you excited for SBC Fest? We are, so give this video a like. We're announcing our giveaway winner in the live chat now, so make sure you're looking in the chat for the winner. And what else? Here we go.
Yeah, we're ready for our first class of the day. Are you ready for the first class?
I am. I'm a little nervous, but I know I'm amongst friends, so I'm
Yes.
excited. But yes.
Because our first instructor is Laura. So,
Surprise!
yeah, so we've got to get
Okay.
this cleared off, and then Laura's gonna bring
Grab
in
my
all of our
stuff.
goodies.
Okay, I will do that really quick.
Yeah, while Laura's doing that, I'm gonna clear off the giveaway. Congrats to the winner of the new Black Scout machine. You're gonna have a lot of fun with this.
It's an awesome machine.
Yes.
Really good giveaway. Oh, and we talked about the sticker, that they need to grab
Oh,
the sticker. Make sure you grab the
yes.
sticker too. We had one on our cup here. So you can add it to your cups, to your notebooks, if you're taking notes, whatever. All right, thank you, Cody. All right, friends. Thank you for joining me and Scrapbook.com and all of us here today to teach our first class. Now, we're gonna open up our kit together. I have the kit right up here. So what you should have if you got Laura Graff's kit, you should get a free pouch, which is awesome to keep everything organized. You should have the bouquet A2 paper pad, beautiful florals, lots of vibrant and pastel colors, which I love. You get a little bit of both. The blooming sentiment stamp with the coordinating die, the Build a Bouquet die set, and the Grow with the Flow. Okay, those are all the products you should have in your kit. Now I'm gonna sit down as I start to show you everything that we're gonna need for this class. Okay, you should have some adhesive, some, let's see, let me grab the cards here. Some adhesive, some black VersaFine ink. I'm going to be using a few different adhesives, probably the roller adhesive, the dotted roller adhesive, and some Artiste glue. I am going to be using my Pick Pro tool. These are just the tools that I need that you may need on the side if you have these. And tweezers, of course. I love my tweezers. And I think that's it. Some acrylic blocks, of course, and paper trimmer. Okay, let's start by showing you the cards that we're gonna make together today. So we are gonna make 3 different cards using this collection. I love putting a collection together, and when we were designing this, we were thinking of the time of year, right, for spring and all the things, and I just thought it would be so fun to center this around a bouquet. So we have this die set that you're getting that has all of this bouquet stuff in it, and there are so many ways that you can use this. And I did something different. I included picks. So I don't think anyone's ever done this, and so I'm excited about showing this to you all. But there's some little picks in here, like what you get in a real bouquet, but with little words. So we've got hello, thanks, and a heart, which is so fun. Now there is a separate set that you can buy that's all just picks, and they have holiday picks in them, and I think they'll be down in the description down below. Or in the chat, we can add it, but there is a separate one that you can get that's just picks if you want more options for picks. Okay, and then this fabulous sentiment, Grow with the Flow, and the stamp and coordinating die. Okay, so let's look at our cards that we're gonna make. So we're gonna make, today, we're gonna make this cute card with the bouquet on it, and we're gonna use those wavy frames as a focal point for our bouquet. Lots of texture, there's lots of dimension on this card as well. And then we're gonna make a fun interactive card that has a back fold with a frame. So we're gonna make this card together. This is such a great card to make with lots of different pattern paper. So that's why I chose this type of card, because you can add any patterns that we have in this paper pad to make this card look so different. I chose this cute purple and pink, but you can choose any of the pattern papers in here to create this same look and mix up the pattern papers. We're gonna make that interactive card, and then we're gonna make this last card with this beautiful stamp sentiment that comes in the stamp set. Bloom bravely, grow graciously, and flourish fiercely, with some collaging of florals. Okay, so let's get started with card number 1, which is gonna be this card. So I've got my cards already, my homework is done. You should have checked out the homework. If you haven't, that's okay. But a lot of you have done your homework, so you should have stuff already cut. So for our first card, it should be card number 1 homework, which is this. And it's telling you to cut out all the different pieces to make this bouquet. And then on page 2, it tells you how to put it all together. Okay, I'm gonna put my card homework away over there and just have it right here. So you should have, of the white cardstock, if you go back to that last one, Cody, the last graphic, the card 1, you should have 3 things cut out of white cardstock, 1, 2, 3, 4 stems cut and leaves cut out of the green that comes in the paper pad. It's that polka dot beautiful green color. And then you should have pink cardstock from the bouquet paper, the solid pink, the 2 flowers, and then orange, golden yellow orange, the 2 flowers there. And then if you have craft paper, you can use craft paper, you can use white cardstock and then ink blend it brown if you want, but we're gonna use craft paper today. And have your bow and your bouquet paper cut, and then one of the blue little florals there at the bottom out of the blue paper from the paper pad. And then you should have put it all together. I'm not even sure I put all mine together. I've got all mine cut for this class, so I'm gonna put them together right now with all of you. So let's pull out the tray. I have my stack and sort tray with everything that I'm gonna need. So this is VersaFine Grass Green. You do not have to use this particular ink, right? You do not have to use this particular ink, but if you want to, this is the one I used. If you have a similar color, you can absolutely use any green that's similar to this, okay? So what I did with this green is I ink blended this floral, which it tells you on page 2 of your homework, and this little floral as well. Well, do I need that one? I don't think I need that one. Nope. Okay, so we're gonna pull out all of our stuff here. I have already cut, you know what? I need to grab something over here on the table really quick. Let me grab these pieces. I just wanna grab all the extra pieces that I used as well. Some other things that I'm gonna use in this class is the Gina K sequins and embellishments. This is the disco ball sequins. Love these. I'll be using those. And then I did use some of the Concord and Ninth gold enamel dots. There's gold and silver. And then I did use the nested stitch scallop frames from Scrapbook.com, one of those, and then 2 from the nested wavy rectangles. So if you picked this up in one of our past live streams, you got a deal on it. Otherwise, this is a great staple to have, the rectangle wavy dies nested. So what we're gonna do is I've already cut white cardstock out of one of these, and I need to pull out this one, I believe, is the one that I used. Yep, and then the next one down, which is this one, I believe. We're gonna create a frame. So I'm gonna need to grab some pink solid from this paper pad, and I'm going to create my frame here. To save paper, I'm gonna go over, turn the paper this way and turn it that way, and put this down here. I'm gonna use some mint tape because I don't want these frames to move. So let's just line them up, line that other one up inside. There's really no wrong way to do this because it fits right inside of there. Just kind of make sure there's the same amount of space between all sides, and that looks good. So let's cut this really quick just so I can show you. Grab my magic mat, magnetic magic mat. Put this here. Oh, that magnet grabbed it tight, which is nice. Okay, we're gonna put this through our die cutting machine, and I will just run that through. Okay, now I'm gonna take this off. And look at that. I've got a centerpiece that I could use for something else later, so I'm gonna save that. And then I've got my frame here that I'll wanna put over my white piece that I've already cut. Let's put our nested wavy dies aside, our mint tape, and then we have some extra pink here. Okay, so now I'm just gonna wanna adhere this down really quick, and then we're gonna go into making our flowers. So I'm gonna take some Artis liquid glue, and I'm just going to lightly, this glue, it flows really nice, so I don't want a ton, I just want to go a thin line along the whole frame. You could even dot it if you wanted to, if you didn't want to. It's too much. And then I'm going to put this right on top of this white cardstock solid piece. That's what's great about these wavy frames is you get the solid piece, and then you can also make frames out of everything. And I like the liquid glue because it gives me time to maneuver and get my pieces where I want them before they stick down, which is nice. Make sure it's fitting right where you want it to create that cute frame. Look how fun that is. Okay, now let's go back to all of our flowers. I'm gonna let this dry over here. Do we have an acrylic block up here? I might need to grab an acrylic block just to help that dry. Put that over that so it'll dry. Okay, I love acrylic blocks to put on my stuff to dry. I think a lot of you do that as well. It's such a great way to quickly have it dry. Okay, let's grab all of our pieces for our flower. So you should have cut out your bouquet, and it's so cool because it has the score line here on it already. Can you see that? There it is. That score line, and so you're just gonna fold it in to create this cute bouquet. Look. Now I'm gonna take some glue and glue that bouquet down like that. I need to put something hard on here to keep it down. So we're going to share this acrylic block for both pieces and hold that down. Okay, now let's put these together. I've got this green piece, I've got this little piece that I'll be using. I've got my bow cut out of craft. And then I've got all my little florals here. This white one, we've got a green one, and then I'm going to put these flowers on top of them. So to start, let's take these little flowers that look like hearts, and I think if you did the homework you already have this put together, but if not, that's okay, I'm going to do it right now. And I'm going to take this one. This is such a fun little stem because you just put the glue on the back of the top of it, little dot, watch this, little dot and a little dot, and then I'm just gonna stick it to my little heart. So that one's gonna go on there, and that one's gonna go on there. Look at that, I just stuck it, and it's on there. So cute, I could show that close up. Yep. And then I'll just make sure it's on there, and we'll let that dry for a minute. Then we're going to take our little floral here. You know what? I know the homework says to use, I think I cut the wrong one for this one. Let me see if I have it really quick over here. I do in green right here. Okay, so this one should be cut in green. I think it's a different one, but that's okay. I obviously cut the wrong one, didn't follow my own homework. So if you have the bigger stem like this that shows on the homework to cut it, use that. I'm just going to use this one, and it's okay. And my blue is going to go right on top of that. I need my pokey tool. I'm going to pick this up and put this right on the glue. That's going to be my little blue one. I don't think that I cut the right stem for that. So we're going to make do best with what we have right up here. Time is of the essence, so we're going to make it work. That's part of scrapping, right? We got it. All right, then I'm going to take this cute little pink flower and put a little drop of glue in the center and create that little white center from that little white star die. Looks like a star. Just goes right in the center of it. And then this I don't think we needed. So I think I lost some, here it is, some other pieces. All right, we're gonna put on top of this one, we're gonna put a little drop of glue underneath. And we're gonna do the same thing like we did earlier with the heart-shaped ones, and we're just gonna stick it right on one of the orange pieces to create that little flower. And then this one is going to be the opposite. We're going to put glue on the little circle, that white stem, and put that pink flower right on top. Okay. Sometimes creating your own bouquet can be really rewarding because you're creating your own floral look, as if we have a real set of flowers here and we're just using little fake paper flowers, which is so fun. Okay, I think I've got all my flowers that I'm supposed to have here. Yes. Okay, so remember our little bouquet here? We glued him down, and he's held together with glue there, and he is just a cute craft paper. So what we're going to do is we're going to start creating this bouquet, and this one is going to be our biggest one. Now I've cut the stems off, so you can do that as well because I don't want too much coming up. But I want enough, so I'm going to do about that much. So one thing that I do, this is what Laura does, but you can put liquid glue if you want. I'm going to use my roller adhesive on the back of this bouquet because I may want to move my flowers around. So I'm just going to put a bunch here on the back of this bouquet so so that I can move them around if I do not like where they're going. So just a little tip. Liquid glue, once it's dry, it's permanent, but this one you have some time to work with. So this one I want sticking out a little bit like that. But he's going to be in the back, so actually I need to put in my front flowers first. Let's do this little pink flower first because he's peeking up right there. Then we're going to do this one right here next to him. Maybe even poking out a little bit. Make sure I'm showing you. Sorry, I was looking at myself there. You can go down a little bit lower. And honestly, if you need to cut him off or pull him off, I can pull off this piece because I only want a little bit of him showing. Then I think I want my orange one to come over here in this corner, like that. And you can move these stems so that they come out through the bottom, like that. And we'll cut them in a minute. Then this next one is the heart one, and it's kind of sticking up. You're just going to kind of layer like a real bouquet. Like where would you want the flowers showing and popping up like that? And then I think I want this. Oops. I think we need to start adding a little bit more glue on top of these ones so that these will stick to them. It's really nice to use this roller glue so you can move things around and change it if you want, especially creating something like this. Okay, let's put that right there. Bring that stem over. And then I want this green one popping up in the back. He's going to go up. Make sure these are coming over here. And let's pop this green up. Okay, and then this one will be popping over to the side here, but I may want to put my bouquet down before I do that. So let's wait to do that. Now I'm going to trim this down at the bottom. Get my scissors. Let's trim it just a little bit. Actually, I'm going to trim it all. I don't want any stems showing, but look how cute if the stems were showing. It just looks like a real bouquet popping out of the paper. So for this card, we're going to trim them off. Okay. That. Okay, and then this one will be popping out over here, but I'm going to wait until I put him down. So let's get our cute bow. Now these bows are so cute in the kit. This is looking like it's coming off the side of the paper wrap of your bouquet. Reminds me of like New York or Paris where they wrap your florals in, on the street in paper bags. So we're going to just put this kind of over here to the side, like it's on the side of that paper. How cute. And tone on tone looks good, the color on color. All right, so let's put these aside. We're going to put our little bouquet aside. Cute little bouquet. And our little extra one we're going to put in. And let's make the center of our card. So I'm going to start with white cardstock. That's going to be our base. So A2, I'm just using the Scrapbook.com mixed media paper pad. If you have white cardstock, just cut it down to A2 size. That's going to be our base. And then I'm going to want to take a pink solid from the paper pad, which is back here. And I'm going to cut this down 1/2 centimeter on 2 sides. So I need my paper trimmer. Grab that. And I am just going to do 1/2 centimeter on each side. So we'll start here. Oops, piece of hair in there. And then on this side, 1/2 centimeter. Just a little bit off of each side. And that will be our first mat on our paper here. I feel like that one, hold on, let me make sure that cut right. Did it cut right? No, let me do this again.
I feel like it shifted a little.
Did it shift?
Yeah.
I think because I'm not on a flat surface here. Let's move my die cutting machine out of the way, and that way we can do this again. I'm going to get don't do what I did. But I have an extra piece of paper here. We're going to do this again just for the sake of teaching, but I will use that scrap for something else. but I'm going to do it the way I'm used to. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you're watching from the front? Okay. 1/2 centimeter, keep it straight, and then one side, and then the next side. So only 2 sides, and that usually creates a nice, yes, there we go, much better. Okay, that's gonna be our first mat. So let's get some of this, just in case I don't get it down right. Let's do our dotted roller adhesive. So if we need to move it, we can. And let's put this down on our white cardstock. I'm going to eyeball it, make sure it's straight. And there it is, nice. And then we already have this one cut, which is just a full centimeter on 2 sides so that it will mat. Let's put that one down. And that's that pretty floral, all over floral with the pink. The back side is purple, so you know which one it is. Okay, and let's get this down, matted. That would be full centimeter on each side. Then remember our fabulous little frame here, our wavy frame. I need to get some foam adhesive really quick over here in the bin. You can't see me, but I'm over on the side grabbing some foam adhesive. And I'm going to put 2 millimeter thick foam adhesive just right in the center of this. And then use my titanium scissors to cut it so that they don't stick to the adhesive. I love these scissors. These are really good scissors. Scrapbook.com, they're titanium, they're very strong. And so if you have adhesive, it will not stick to your adhesive, which is always nice. Okay, then we're going to put this just right in the center of this mat. And look at how beautiful these colors complement each other. Really pretty. That bright pink, pop of white with all of this floral. So pretty. Okay, put that down right in the center. Then look at, this is where our bouquet will go, kind of to the side here. I'm going to stamp something right here. We're going to just stamp with the stamp set. There's some darling sentiments in this stamp set. Let's talk about that for a minute because there are so many choices in the stamp set for different occasions. And we've got Happy Wedding Day, Happy Anniversary, You Make Life Lovely, Congrats, Just for You, Sending You Strength. I love this Birthday Blooms, Sending You Birthday Blooms. Things bloom wherever you are. And then of course this one that I said earlier. And then you've also got the florals in here that have coordinating dies that you can stamp in beautiful colors, little sparkles and stuff, the stem, really cute stamp set, a lot in it. Now I'm gonna just put my card right inside of my MISTI and we're gonna just stamp the sentiment down at the bottom here exactly where I want it. I should have done that before I put it on the card, but you know what? We're gonna go with it. Sometimes when you're filming live, you get a little crazy, huh, Cody?
Yeah. We discover new techniques, maybe.
New techniques. Okay, let's do Happy Anniversary, but there are some good ones in here. I'm gonna do Happy Anniversary. I'm gonna put this down right in the center. Make sure my card stays still. Right in the center down here. Just eyeball it. That looks good. Okay, and then I'm just going to use some black VersaFine. Black is going to make this little tiny sentiment pop. Right there, and let's do it one more time. I'm going to use the Stamp Pendable just to make sure it gets it down. All right, Happy Anniversary, cute. I think I have a stamp chamois up here, I do. This is the fabulous Scrapbook.com stamp chamois. It cleans these stamps so nice. Gets all that ink off. Look, it just got all that black off. Like a brand new stamp again. Okay. Perfecto. Okay. Love it. How's everybody doing? You feeling good? We'll be in the chat to answer questions too if you have questions. So make sure you're putting them there. Sometimes it's best to bold your questions so we can see them quicker. All right, so now we have our cute bouquet here. I'm going to spread my flowers out where I want them. And then we have this little blue one that we have to add on. So what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to use 1 millimeter thick foam adhesive just to pop up the bouquet a little bit. So this is just a slight lift off the paper. I love 1 millimeter thick foam adhesive because it's not going to give too much height, but a little bit of height. And if you're sending these in the mail, you do not have to use foam adhesive at all. You can use regular adhesive so they're not popping up too much. Look, it will go like this, and then I know that I probably want this one coming out here, so I'll glue this on after. So I'm going to stand up again.
And speaking of mailing, though, if you remember last SBC Fest, Erin Thompson said that you can do like the, what was it, like non-machinable or machinable, however you send it, but it's cheaper, remember?
Yeah. It was way cheaper,
yeah.
She told us. Wonder if she's watching.
I always see her on Facebook commenting along,
Yeah.
you know, on our posts, so I'm sure she is.
Okay, we're going to just turn the bouquet a little bit, get our flowers where we want them. And I'm going to just put a little bit of liquid adhesive on this blue floral and tuck him into the side here. Just so he's popping out just a little bit like that. Cute. Just finishes it off so it feels even. There we go. Then we are going to do some sequins. Can never have a complete card without a little bit of bling, right? A little bit. So we're just going to take a few of these sequins from Gina K. I'll use the smaller ones. I probably want these 3. All right, now I'm going to need my poker tool and some liquid glue. And I probably will just put a few, one up here, probably do the smallest one up here, and then 2 right here. And when you do this, you're just adding a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of shine to your, over. It's stuck on my hand. And there. One more right there. Just a little bit of sparkle to add to your card. And that one is complete, friends, using that bouquet. Isn't that cute? And some sparkle and some dimension for your card, having this floral pop up. And I could add one more thing. Let's add a little bit of bling right in the center. I wonder if I should do silver. Let's do silver instead of gold. Let's do silver. Let's do a silver bead, and let's do a little bead on our bow down here. So the bow has, that one fell off. This has a little round spot where you could add like a sequence or a bead like this or an enamel dot, or pops the color. But look at that. Put that right in the middle of that bow. Then you can see that bow just pops a little bit with the bling. You can show close up. Look at how cute. And that glue will dry clear. How fun, huh? So there we have our first completed card with some dimension using a focal point of our bouquet right in the center. And this whole die set, again, comes with so many things in it. You could even do a bouquet like this with just the bow. It comes with a bigger bow, which is nice. We're going to use in a minute. And then it has a little tag that spells out for you as well. Just so many different little bouquets you could create. Just one of many. Okay, all right, let's move on to our next card. For card 2, we're going to be creating this back fold card, Grow with the Flow. It's so pretty. It opens up like this and folds back so that your sentiment is inside with a back fold there and a frame on the front. Really nice, like this. Okay, so first things first, you're going to need an A2 card base that is scored. So we're going to grab this one right here. It's already scored for me, so it's just a regular A2 white card base. And we're going to take our paper trimmer, and what we're going to do is we're going to score and we're going to cut. So if this is your card and it's going to open this way, you're going to want to take this right side, and we're going to score 1 1/4 inches from the right side over in. So like this. Let me get my thing out. So we're going to take 1 1/4. Hold on, I'm doing it backwards for my own self. Let me get this right. 1 1/4 from this side.
Do you want to just move it over a little bit because we have the graphic?
Oh yes, thank you, Cody. Oop, I just pulled that off. Up. There we go. That popped right off there. Okay, so we're going to take 1 1/4 from this side, and we are going to not cut. So make sure you get rid of your blade. We're going to score. So just score that at 1 1/4. Okay. Then we're going to do the opposite for the other side. We're going to cut off 1 1/4. So measure 1 1/4 from the open front side, and you're going to cut that off with the blade. So I've got 1 1/4, and we're just going to trim that off. Okay. So it will look like this. And this part will fold backwards. So exactly like that graphic. Yep. It'll look like that. You want to show the graphic one more time? So it is scored right here on this side and then cut out there. So if it's original card, it will look like this with the front, a little bit off the front, and then the back part scored. Okay, that's going to be our base. What's fun about this card, like I said earlier, is you can use lots of different pattern papers together. You could use this dark purple with the back solid purple. You could use the stripes. You could use any of these floors. This orange one is really cute with the solid orange, very bright and vibrant. The blues, the pinks, the dark pinks, lots of different options in this set. But we're going to take the purple, that light purple up here in the front. We're going to take that paper, and then we're going to also take the light pink polka dot. Where's that one? Right there. So we're going to take these two papers, and these are the ones we're going to use, and then we're going to take a solid light blue. Doesn't that all look pretty together? Really nice. Okay, so let's grab our paper trimmer again. We're going to cut our panels. So for this purple panel, we're going to do, let's pull out our measuring thing here. We're going to do 2 3/4 by 5 1/4. So 2 3/4 by 5 1/4. Okay, that's going to be one panel. Then for the pink, we're going to do 1 inch, just 1 inch there. Make sure we're not shifting like we did earlier, by 5 3/4 as well. So, 5 1/4. 5 1/4, and trim that off. So those are our two front panels. Then for the blue, we're going to do 2 3/4 again, and 5 1/4.
So that was 2 3/4 by 5 1/4?
Yes.
Sweet.
For the blue inside panel. All right. Now let's adhere our panels down. And because our base is white, it's going to be nice because we're going to have a nice white frame around the whole thing. I'm going to use my roller adhesive again because I do not want to make a mistake and have to recut this. So I'm going to do that, but you can do it how you do it. I'm going to stand up because I'm going to eyeball it, and we're going to put this right in the center here. Make sure it has a little white mat around the whole thing. There we go. There's that first one. So when it's folded, it has a nice white mat. And then this back one, we're going to do the pink, and we're going to match it up to our floral purple. So I'm going to fold that and make sure the tops are matching and that it still has a mat around the whole thing as well. Go. And there's our pink panel. So these are our 2 panels, and then the blue is going to go right inside here. Before I put the blue though, I want to stamp my sentiment. So as you can see on my card here, I stamped Happy Wedding Day right in the center. Very simple, very pretty. Let's get out our Misty. And I'm going to put it right here. And in the center of this, we can stamp a really fun sentiment. There are so many. So maybe we do Sending You Strength. I like that. I'm going to do Sending You Strength. It's a good one. And put it just right in the middle here. Sending you strength. See wherever you feel comfortable with it. That feels good. There we go. My paper wasn't straight in there. You probably couldn't tell, but I could tell. Right here. Okay, we're going to do it like that. Okay, I'm going to season that one because I have not used that one yet. I'm just using my fingertips to season that stamp to get the little stickies off. And then we're going to just use some black VersaFine. I'll probably do it twice just to make sure we get it good. Stamp chamois.
Squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean. Look at that. Love that chamois. That's that cotton candy chamois. All right, we're going to take that off and we're going to add our panel inside. You could even add more panels inside with matting, different colors in there behind it if you wanted to. I'm just doing 1 layer, but you could do a few layers if you wanted to add more dimension and contrast. That would be pretty, but I'm going to do that and we're going to put this right in the center there. So I'm going to use my dotted adhesive roller. Make sure I got one on there. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to make sure it matches up with my other panels. It has a frame around it. There you go. So there's the inside of our card. Now we're going to create that fabulous frame. Homework for this one. What was homework for card 2?
Yes, I was just going to say we should go over that.
Okay, let's grab the homework here. So homework for card 2, we cut out some florals out of white cardstock. And, oh, that's that one. Okay. There we go. So we cut out some white cardstock, we cut out some green, some blue, some orange, some pink, and some purple florals there on the screen. And then page 2 of homework is cutting out those frames. I cut them out twice because we're going to layer them right on top of each other to give dimension and sturdiness. And then Grow with the Flow. Cutting out Grow with the Flow, white background, pink, and then ink blend that stem that you cut out that's white. So that's this one. Okay, so let's do that right now. I've got all my pieces cut here, and I've got my bows. Were the bows on there? The bows were on there.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I've got all my homework done here, so we're going to do that. I took a piece of mint tape to put my little tiny flowers on so I didn't lose them, so they're just stuck here so I don't lose them, and mint tape's nice because it doesn't stick. It's not too sticky, so I can pull those off easily. Okay, let's start with our frames, okay? We're going to pop out the center of those frames, and if it didn't cut all the way, I'm going to use some scissors just to finish that die cut. Just trim it with some scissors, straight line. There you go. I used the mixed media paper, so it's really thick. And then one more time. That one did not cut out either. To do this one as well. Hold down. Make sure your die cut it all the way through. There we go. Trim that off. Okay, so then we're going to layer these two on top of each other with some adhesive, liquid adhesive, just to get a nice thick frame, because it's going to be the front of our card that's going to open and shut that door. So we're going to want this nice and thick and sturdy because the user will be interactive with it, the recipient of the card, and so we'll want to make sure that this is sturdy. lay it right on top. Use that liquid glue to give you time to maneuver it and match it up. Those cute scallops, that stitch design is so cute. Okay, there we go. And I will take my acrylic block to hold that down. Now let's do our sentiment, grow with the flow. This one, I cut 2 out. Now the homework did not say that, but I'm gonna do that because I want it extra thick as well. You do not have to do this, but I'm gonna do it because I want extra thickness on that. So I'm gonna just use liquid adhesive as well and go across my whole grow with the flow background using this Artiste glue that flows so nicely with this liquid glue. Nice and fast. And let's put that right on top. Match it up. We're gonna need, is that your belly growling?
Yeah.
I heard a tiger.
I was hoping that the mic wouldn't pick it up.
I heard a tiger in the corner.
It's breakfast time.
Cody, we ate too.
Yeah.
We have bagels.
Yes.
Cody needs some food. He needs some more food. Okay, I'm gonna grab another acrylic block. Hold on, let me grab this big acrylic block. What you all cannot see, should I? Did you ever see that movie where she was walking out of the bathroom and she had toilet paper stuck to the bottom of her foot and the cute girl got up and took it off for her but didn't even tell her? That's true friendship and camaraderie, women to woman. But I literally just walked to go grab. Look what's happening back here, Cody.
Oh my gosh. It's like a CVS receipt.
Cody.
Oh, don't waste those.
I know, but there's a roll of toilet. There's a roll.
Is there a cat under there?
No, it's my feet. There's a roll of paper towels back here, and I've unrolled and raveled with my feet. So we're gonna have to re-roll this. I'm gonna have to re-roll this after class. But that is hilarious. It was stuck to my foot when I got up.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, got my acrylic block, and I'm gonna put that over my grow with the flow. Okay, let's put some of our flowers together. Oh, you know what's missing over here is that green one. How are these missing? I was so meticulous about cutting all my little die pieces. Has this happened to you? So meticulous about cutting them and making sure they were here. And every piece was accounted for, and now I'm missing. Is it hidden under here? Is it hidden? Did I knock it out with that toilet
I was going to say, it's in with the paper towels.
With the paper towels. Where is it? You guys, I'm missing my green thing, so I think I'm gonna just have to make my own. Yeah, I've got a green one here. I'm just gonna ink it with some of that ink. So that's what we'll do. Okay, so we're gonna put our flowers together. Let's start with our orange one. Remember, this is fun. We just have to put glue on the back of the top of the circle of this stem. And then I'm just gonna put it right on top of my orange. That. Take that off the mint tape and let that dry over there. And then let's do these ones. Same thing. Oops, this is supposed to be drying under here. Okay, let's take these little stems and add them to our floral tops. We've got purple here. I think I need to take it off the mint tape first. That's what I should have done with my stem. I only did it with the little flowers. Okay, let's add some more glue on here. All right, purple one first. Can you see me? Am I in camera, Cody?
Yeah.
I can't tell, I'm just working. Okay, purple and pink. We're gonna let those two dry. This is the one that's supposed to be green. So I'm gonna take a mat really quick. And I am going to ink this just to get that darker green. You can ooh, look at how pretty that is, Cody.
Oh, there you go.
You guys, what a happy accident. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay, stamp chamois, I need ya. Where's my stamp chamois? Oh.
If only there were some paper towels.
Cody, you're the best. Oh my gosh, that's funny. But look what just happened. I love that.
That is really cool.
The green from the paper.
Oh, show that close up.
Okay, let's show it. Where are we close up at? Hold on, I want to try and clean up this green before I get it all over myself. Okay, look what happened. because it's embossed and that edge of the leaf is sticking up off of that green paper, I rubbed that green across. That is pretty. We're going to keep that. We're going to go with that. That was a fabulous happy accident. Don't you love that?
Yeah, another one for today.
A clumsy accident. I love it. Okay, let's go with that one. All right, now, and then I'm going to take this white bow and the blue bow, and we're just going to stack them on top of each other with the white showing just a little bit in the background. So what I do is I just put a little bit of liquid glue right in the center. Take that blue, put it right on top, and then just make sure that white is poking through a little bit. Turn it, shift it just a little bit, like that. Does that make sense? So it's just shifted a little bit. Okay. All right, and then now we need to add our Grow with the Flow on top in dark pink that we cut. So let's do our Grow. I'm gonna need my tweezers. Let's add some liquid adhesive. Okay, liquid adhesive on Grow. Dot, 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 dot. And let's go here. Cody, did you get some snacks? Fill up that tummy?
No, because then I don't want
you.
people to hear me crunching on, you know.
Food?
Yeah.
I don't think we mind. Grab a little snack for yourself. No one goes hungry in my presence.
Seriously.
Never. We are all about eating and snacking. Today's a fun day too. We've got so many choices.
Yeah, it's like a big old holiday.
Let's hear what everybody's snacking on at home.
Yeah.
Is it too early?
No, again, it's a holiday. It's never
It's a
too
holiday.
early.
It's a holiday. We're going to do flow next down here. Make sure you add your, yeah, let us know what you're snacking on, unless you're crafting along. These are some fun cards, and I love that there's so many choices of pattern paper, so you can remake these with different colors, you know, in the paper set. That's nice. There we go. And then the is left. Grow with the flow. That's so pretty. If you wanted to, you could cut out the pink again and layer it again on top so that you have a thicker sentiment. Not necessary, but does add a nice touch to make it a little bit thicker and popping out a little more. But look at how nice and thick this is. This is nice because I did it twice. You could do the letters twice as well. Okay, let's put all this together. All right, so first things first, we're going to take our front panel. We're going to take our frames that are glued together and move this stuff. And we are going to add our frame centered. And in order to do that, we have to have it overlapping onto the pink because that's where we're going to adhere it, is over on the pink here. So you can use liquid glue, you can use permanent runner, tape runner. I think I want to use liquid glue, but it's going to take a minute to dry, so we are going to do that. Just because I feel safer if it's liquid, it's going to glue nice and stay down. We're just doing one side. I just glued one side of that frame. Keep this front cover down, and we're going to center it. Straight. Is that straight? Let me stand up and look. Gotta eyeball it. And then I'm going to use this big old nice acrylic block to put that down. So hold that down. Okay, we've got our flowers. We could put our little bouquet in the order that we were going to want. We're going to want that. Oh, I love this leaf, how that turned out. That looks so pretty. It gives it so much more dimension. Then this will go in front. So these three down a little bit more. how cute that is. And then we're going to do it with the bow. So, while that's drying, I'm going to do this. I'm probably going to want to put some liquid glue on here to put the florals. So let's do, actually, let's do that first. Let's put a little bit of glue here where we want these 3 florals to be, and the bow's going to go around top of it, so this will hold them together. Like that. Cute. So I'm just holding it with my finger, and they're all attached on the back of that liquid glue. So you can put that. I want these to come out a little bit more. Put that down. Create our little bouquet. And we can clip some of those stems down at the bottom as soon as it's dry. This is drying pretty fast though. Look at that. That's nice. And then grab your beautiful sentiment, Grow with the Flow. This is a really cool sentiment. Here's a card, the simple card that I did with just changing up some of the colors of it. But it comes with these florals as well that you can wrap around it, which is really cute. I think it's on the back of the packaging. Yeah, look at that. You can wrap some florals around the sentiment as well, which is nice. I'll show you some other cards that I made at the end here. All right, so Grow with the Flow. Let's put that down. We're going to glue that. It's going to kind of touch the 2 corners because our bouquet is going to go right in this empty spot here. So I'm going to just, I see I need to put some liquid adhesive on the H up here and then down here on the F. So Flow will go here. H will go there. That down. And I think we're going to use gold. Let's use gold little beads for the center of our floral. How are we doing on time, Cody?
We are rocking and rolling.
Good. Okay. Sentiment. Floral bouquet. I'm going to clip some of these stems, just like I'm clipping real florals. Clip one. There we go. And then this is going to go right here in this open spot. It fits perfectly. So I'm going to add some liquid adhesive here on the back of that. We're just going to put this down on the frame right there. Try for a minute. All right, how's everybody doing? Really cute dies. These dies are the stars of the show. Really, really cute florals, really cute sentiments. Stamps as well. Love these stamps. Just some cute, fun stuff. Cute stuff in this kit. Tis the season too, right? It's floral time. It's floral time.
Yeah, it is.
Laughing.
I just was not expecting tis the season for...
Tis the season for this time of year?
Yeah.
Listen.
All of a sudden I was in the Christmas spirit.
Christmas all year round with us.
Yes.
Tis the season for florals. Give me all the florals. I love it. Okay, let's put a little bead right in the center of our bouquet. I love these bows. They're really, really cute. Oh, look at how cute. You guys, we made a fun, interactive back fold card. Show that close up. Look at the dimension in this card. How did yours turn out? Is it beautiful? I love it. And I'm so excited that you can use any of these papers to create a different look. Like this orange is so bright, but it's really pretty. I mean, you could put orange in there with a different color, with the orange on this side. The blue is really cute. Just use the pattern blue. We're going to use that for our next card, but look at that. Just so many beautiful choices in this collection here, even this dark purple. So pretty. So pretty. Imagine just using all the different color patterns in this paper pad. You get so many patterns in this paper pad. Okay, that's card number 2. So far we have made this card and this card, and we're going to move on to card number 3. All right, so that's this card. And I'm going to get cleaned up like Cody shows you. the card on the front, we're going to do this next one with the beautiful stamp sentiment. So let's grab everything I need for that. Clean up just a little bit. Eat a little snack.
That's what I need.
Cody's getting a snack. Good. Okay. All right, first things first, we're going to need our last, is this our last piece? Oh, Laura has used this whole pad. Time for a new pad. We're going to use our last piece of mixed media white cardstock. That's going to be our base. Okay, and then let's look at the homework. Let's look at the homework. This is card 3 homework. So for this homework, we should have a lot of white cardstock pieces cut out, right? Yes. So we have the leaf, the floral, a few florals, and another stem in white cardstock. And then you have 2 of the leaves in the green color, and then some other little florals in the blue, dark pink, and light pink papers from the paper pad. And then you also, it shows you how to put all the florals together in that last page, as well as stamping your sentiment, which I do not think I stamped my sentiment again. I'm going to have to do that together with you all, so that's okay. We'll do it together. All right, so let's look at our homework, and I need to put all of my florals together, so let's do that really quick. Let's do, just grab this with my Pick Pro tool. So I've got this white rose and this light pink rose, and we're going to just add a little dollop of glue right in the center, or closer to the top to make it look realistic floral. There, and then we're going to take our dark pink. It looks like a butterfly, but it is not a butterfly. It's the center of the floral right here. So we're going to hang that butterfly upside down right in the center there. And then one more on the pink, so they're matching. Then we're going to take that white floral and the pink floral, do the same thing, put glue right in the center. If you did your homework, fabulous, this is done already. And then we're going to add these really quick in the center. Little blue centers of these cute florals. The detail on the florals is really pretty. There's some embossing in there, which is nice. Okay, and then I already ink blended this little stem, dark green. Okay, let's do our stamp. I just want to get that part done. So I'm going to put these in here to dry in my stack and sort tray. And I'm going to stamp this sentiment. So I'm going to need some white cardstock. So I'm just have to use a 6x8 piece that I have up here. And we are going to put that in here. Grab our beautiful Bloom Bravely, Grow Graciously, and Flourish Fiercely, and add that into our Misty by putting it on our white cardstock and closing that lid. And it does feel a little sticky, but I've used this one already. I'm just going to use black. You can emboss if you want. If you want to use embossing powder, you can do that. That would be beautiful, but I'm just going to do black today. And the black really pops on this blue floral. Look at that, it's really nice. My Stampendable. Do you stand or sit when you're crafting? We've asked this question before.
Yeah.
I'm noticing I'm doing both. So I wonder if everyone does the same. I can't remember. I think everybody said they do both too before. So tell me in the comments. All right, good deal. There is our beautiful sentiment. Okay. Take that out, and we are going to die cut this. Get my die cutting machine. And let's get the die. Oops, well, there goes that.
Good thing we have storage envelopes.
Good thing. Okay, we're gonna get our, uh-oh, where's all my things? Over here. It's a mess up here. Part of crafting, right? We love to make crafty messes. Okay, I'm gonna cut this. I've got my magnetic mat that's gonna hold this down for me. We're gonna put this lid on, run him through. Okay, there's our sentiment. Done and done. Save this white cardstock for something else. Okay, let's put this together. Now, I did pre-cut these pieces. So if you have a white frame, sorry, a white base, it's A2 size, that's what we're gonna start with. And then for the blue floral, I just cut off a 1/2 centimeter on two sides so that it will mat like we did earlier on the other cards. This is just a great technique to use when you just want to mat a really pretty pattern paper or a stenciled or a background that you made onto a solid white or black cardstock. And then we're gonna need to cut a white rectangle. So remember that white paper? I'm gonna need this actually. And we're gonna cut a rectangle that is 3 1/4 by 4 inches. So I'm going to do that over here because I have a flat area over here and I do not want my paper to shift again. So I'm going to do 3 1/4 by 4. 2, 4. By 3 1/4. Okay. All right, regardless of not wanting it to shift, my Pick Pro tool snuck under there and tried to shift my paper. Okay, so I've got a rectangle cut of 3 1/4 by 4 inches, and that's gonna go right behind my already cut scalloped frame. But if you do not have a scalloped frame, you can always cut this in the solid blue, a rectangle to mat right just on top of that as well. So I'm going to adhere this down with some permanent adhesive. Oops. We're going to put that right in the center of our frame. Turn it that way. Go. And then I'm going to adhere this one down. I am going to use my roller adhesive so that I don't make any mistakes getting it matted on that white cardstock. Stand up for that. And just a small mat of white around the whole edge. Just looks so pretty. Makes your card look finished. Look at how nice that looks. And then this, we're going to pop up on 2 millimeter foam adhesive just to give some dimension. So I'm going to do one right in the center. And where's my fabulous scissors? Right here. And this will go just right in the center here to create the focal point for this beautiful stamped image. I'm going to center that. Okay, then we just have our sentiment that needs to go up here, which I think I'm going to do 1 millimeter. Let's do 1 millimeter foam adhesive on this. We'll do a piece here. And a couple pieces here. Bottom here. So this beautiful sentiment is going to be the center of our pretty blue scalloped frame. Get off all your backer paper. And let's put this right in the center here. Line it up, make sure you have even spacing on the top and the bottom, right in the sides, and the flourish kind of goes over, which is nice. And now we're going to create our fun floral collages on each side. So let's see what we've got here. See if I did my homework correctly. Did I? I am missing, here it is. There it is, it went in the other pile. Okay. So first things first, let's start down at the bottom. So I'm going to want to do one of the green leaves here. And I'm not going to cut my stem yet until I know that I want this where I want it. So I'm going to use some of this roller adhesive, just gently. Ooh, that's sticky. And we're going to put this guy right here, down there. I can shape him a little bit because he has adhesive on the back. Okay, that looks good. So now I can clip this little tail of a stem. Then I'm going to kind of line up my white, or no, this is the pink down here, the pink rose and then the white one. And I'm going to kind of want them to go right here. Down there, and then this white one's going to come out right here. So I think I'll adhere these, but just do it in the center and leave the sides open so that I can add stuff underneath it. If you want to use liquid adhesive, you can. You'll have room and time to play around. Just layer it on top just a little bit. Then let's take this white, and this is where I will use some liquid adhesive. Tuck him under. So I tore this white one so that there's only 1, 2, 3, and then the top leaf. So 4 layers of the leaves. And I'm just going to tuck him up under here coming out. Then I'm going to want to tuck this guy. Let's get a little bit of glue on here. Coming out right here. Our little white floral that we cut. So I'm going to go around top of that underneath them. Cute. There's our little cluster of florals right there, but now we have to do the same thing at the top here. So I'm going to take my roller adhesive, do a little bit. I have him coming off the edge here. Leave a little bit of the stem here. Then I'm going to take my white floral, big one, and then my little one, pink, and kind of do the same thing, layer them on top of each other there. And kind of in the corner. This one right on top of him, layered on top. Look how cute. Now, just to add a little bit of finishing touch, I think we need to add some of those beads from Concord and Ninth. I'm going to see, let's do silver because I have a new pack of, well, I actually like gold for this one. Let's do gold. So I'm going to take the smallest beads with my tweezer here and just put them in the center of this bigger white and pink floral. And then take another one, do it in the center of this one. I'm doing just 3 for design. I always do things in odd numbers. So 3, 5, 7. Oops, that guy flew a little bit back. So now I've got 1, 2, 3. So it draws your eye. Let me show you that. pretty that looks with the little beads in it. So pretty. Beautiful products from Scrapbook.com to create these darling floral cards. We made 3 cards today, friends. 3 together. And it's a mess up here, so I'm just going to try and clean up a little bit. We're going to have Cody come back up here and join us. I want to show you some other cards that I made, but we made this blue one, we made this back fold card, and then we made this bouquet floral as the focal point on our wavy frame. Now I've got 6 cards made, friends. I could donate some or give some to Cards for Kindness to go to those in need, but I am so excited that we made these cards together. Fun, beautiful collection. Let me show you some other ones. This one is a bouquet just in the center of that green pretty polka dot that comes in this collection. And then I've got this one I use, I can show this one close up, Cody. This one has a fun pattern background. It's an embossing folder with polka dots from Spellbinders. It's beautiful, and it says sending you birthday blooms, and I use that little hello pick right in the top of that bouquet. So that's fun. And then that one I showed you earlier with Grow with the Flow, so you can see the sentiment. You can layer it. Now, I wanted to show you another way you could do the sentiment. We do close up, Cody. You can do it by using the outline as well. So if you've cut this Grow with the Flow, you saw you had an outline, you could put that on pattern paper or a darker color underneath, but look at how cute. So very different look with the same die. Okay, and then just another back fold card with the pinks. Look at this. I did gold embossing of the sentiment, Grow with the Flow. Nope, not Grow with the Flow. Bloom bravely, grow graciously, and flourish fiercely. And look at how beautiful, and then a sentiment inside. You make life lovely. But you could use the different pattern papers to create these back fold cards and do something fun and creative.
Yeah, that last one that you just showed almost combines the two of your cards into
Together.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. So it really turned out nicely using the pattern papers on this back fold card. So really fun. We made some fun cards today with this gorgeous collection, gorgeous dies. I cannot wait to see what you all create. I really hope you share it with us because this collection is so beautiful and there's so many things you can do with it. So share with us what you're going to make. It's a fun one. Whoops, there goes the die. All right, Cody, you want to come join my mess?
Yes.
It's a mess up here. All right, so who are we off to next?
We are off to Tiffany Solorio's house first, and then following Tiffany's house, we're going to Justin Adkins' house. So
Okay.
Be ready to get inky.
It's going to be fun. All right, are we ready?
Well, let's go.
Let's do it.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Tiffany Solorio, and I want to welcome you to SBC Fest 2025. I'm so excited to be one of your instructors today. For those who may not know me, I would like to share a little bit about my journey before we get started. I live in rural Nevada, but my crafty journey did not start here. It started back in San Diego when my son was about 2 years old. I got connected with some pretty crafty people in a Mommy and Me group that I was a part of, and I fell in love with crafting the moment the stamp hit the paper. I was totally obsessed. I started my blog and YouTube channel shortly after, and that was over 15 years ago. Now, back when my kids were little, I was focused on being a stay-at-home mom, so crafting was just a hobby. As I grew older, I found more and more time to make videos for YouTube, create my own classes, and turn this passion into my job. Now, my passion is inspiring people to use their stash, stretch their creativity, create with confidence, and of course, get your hands a little bit inky. Is any of the Splatter Squad in here? I never imagined that I would be doing this as a career or job. I'm always amazed and grateful for everyone that has joined me for this journey over the years, whether it's over on YouTube, connecting over on Instagram, or taking one of my classes, or even if you just find me on events like this. Now, speaking about this event, what I love most about SBC Fest is that it's absolutely free, giving everyone a chance to learn so many amazing techniques from new crafters or even maybe some of your favorites. Now, during my class, I will be in the chat ready to answer any of your questions you may have, so don't hesitate to ask. And if you're crafting along with me, don't forget to tag me on social media. I'd love to see what you create. All right, that's enough chatting. Let's dive in and get our hands inky. As I'm gathering my supplies, I would love to know in the chat if you like mixed media, if you're intimidated by it, have any questions. I'm here to chat with you. along the process of creating this card. So be sure to ask any questions that you may have. The supplies you're going to need for the class today is going to be cardstock. I am using Distress watercolor cardstock from Ranger. However, you can use different cardstock you may have in your stash. But if you're curious to know what cardstock will work, I do have a homework video over on my YouTube channel that you could check out. It explains what to look for and also what happens when your cardstock isn't the right cardstock for sprays. Just a little spiel here, because cardstock is the most important thing when working with sprays, is just that, is you have to make sure that your cardstock is a good heavyweight cardstock. I like watercolor paper. I also use some mixed media paper. So it just depends on what I pull out, but I always make sure of a few different things, and I really want to encourage you to go check out that video if you're not 100% sure if your cardstock is the right cardstock. I do also have a free PDF download that you can grab explaining the different cardstocks, what to look for, and again, what happens when your cardstock isn't the right cardstock. It's the most important thing. I will stress this till I'm blue in the face because it's so important that you use the right cardstock when working with sprays. If you don't, you will get frustrated, you won't get the same results, and I want everybody to walk away from the class with a beautiful card that they absolutely love. So again, you're going to need some cardstock. We're going to be using the Scrapbook.com Wildflowers stamp set. We're going to be using this big floral here. You're also going to need some distress sprays. I have chosen Salvaged Patina and Rusty Hinge. These colors are beautiful together. We're also going to be using some Scrapbook.com rub-on transfers. These are the Vintage Script in white. And let me see if I can get you a closer look here. I'm also going to be using this stamp set here. This is from Scrapbook.com. It's Happy Little Sentiments. To add some white splatters, I'm going to be using the Dina Wakley Gloss Spray. You can use whatever you have in your stash that you like to add white splatters with. You're also going to need a water bottle. I like the Distress sprayer because you can get a big spritz of water, or you can tap it and get little droplets of water. This is a really great water bottle to have in your stash. You're also going to need some Versamark ink and some white embossing powder. You're also going to need a Misty or your favorite stamp positioner that you use. You're also going to need some adhesive. I'm going to be using some double-sided foam adhesive strips and a tape runner from Scrapbook.com. I'm also going to be using some scissors, the Scrapbook.com 4-in-1 tool, a heat tool, the Stamp Bendable tool so that I can get a good impression with my stamp, an anti-static powder tool. So this is pretty random, but I actually use a cookie cooling rack when I'm using my sprays. I'm able to put the paper down right on top, and when I'm drying my layers in between, this helps it dry faster because it's elevated from my glass mat or my surface, and the air and the heat goes all the way through the paper, allowing it to dry faster. All right, so I cut a sheet of the Distress watercolor paper down to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. This allows me to work on a smaller surface. This is great, especially for those of you that may be a little newer to using sprays, then you're not overwhelmed with creating a bigger background. There are many different ways that you can add spray to paper, but I'm going to be sharing a more beginner-friendly technique. We are going to be doing some smushing today. So if you're new to sprays, this is such a great way to kind of stretch your creativity and get using those sprays that probably have been in your stash for a while. Or maybe you bought them for this class and are a little intimidated. Whatever the case may be, I'm here to help you get a little more comfortable using your sprays. So you can either spray directly on a non-porous surface that you have, or you can use a non-stick mat like I'm going to be doing, but this is not necessary. Now the first thing you need to do is decide how you want your colors to look on your card panel. Now you can see on mine, I have the Salvaged Patina, which is a lighter color, on top, and then the Rusty Hinge, the darker color, on bottom. So that's what I'm going to do on my mat, is I'm going to actually add the Salvaged Patina on top and then the Rusty Hinge on the bottom. Now instead of spraying directly to your paper, which can be intimidating, you are going to spray on your mat quite a bit because you want it to be very saturated in color, right? So you're going to keep that up on top, and then you're going to create a little bit of a gap in between the colors because we don't want them mixing too much because then it'll make brown, which is nice, but we don't want too much brown, right? So you could see there it is separated, and we're going to add just a tad bit of water on there, and you could see all of that pooling up and the droplets. That's exactly what you want. We're going to add a little bit of water to the cardstock, not a lot, or else it's going to water down the color too much. What we're going to do is we're going to swipe it one way, just like that. And then we're going to take it the opposite way and swipe it the opposite way. And then you'll notice you may get some white areas, which is fine. You can just add some water with your water bottle here. I'm just going to spray that and then mix that around. If you need to, you can use your fingers to kind of mix that, get that going. Perfectly fine, okay? And then we're going to tilt this up, back and forth, side to side. Not too much because we don't want, again, to make too much brown, but just enough, okay? Now it is also good to have a paper towel or some sort of cloth to get up any excess that you may have. Now we are going to dry this. This is going to be a few different layers, but we're going to dry this and then we're going to add more color on top. As I'm drying, I do use my fingers to kind of spread the color around where I feel it needs to, and I continue to heat the paper. I should be using my cooling rack, but I set it aside when I was doing the supplies in the beginning of the video, and then I just forgot to bring it back in. And here you could see that I'm bringing it back in because it helps tremendously. I know it's so simple and just kind of one of those really random things in your craft room, but I highly suggest using it if you use a lot of sprays. Now I am going to dry this about 80 to 90% of the way. I don't want it 100% dry. We're not trying to get it crisp, bone dry here, just enough to where I can add another layer of color. All right, you probably noticed that in the beginning, my paper was very warped, and that there's no way of getting around that. So just dry your paper, and if it doesn't seem like it's going back, pretty flat, then you could heat it from the back side. However, if it's really warped and it's really bugging you, then I suggest using strips of double-sided adhesive to adhere it to your card base. This is going to help flatten it out. All right, so now this is probably about 80% dry. We are going to go back in, and because we swiped it, instead of smushing it around like this, we're still going to have those separation of the colors. So we can go back in, and I'm actually going to just kind of do this. And then I like to do a happy finger dance on top. We're going, whoop, I moved it, but that's okay. See what we get, perfect. And we're gonna go back in on this side, perfect. And then you can see some of those little areas that may need some more color on those. So we're gonna just smush that right in. Okay, and then working on top of my cookie cooling rack, I'm just going to spritz a little bit of water on here just to get that color moving around a little bit. And if you need to, you can take your spray, your distress spray, and splatter this on just to get a little more color on there, which I'm going to do because it's a little light on top for my liking. And this takes away that daunting feeling of spraying on the paper. I know some people may think that they sound silly, but it's not. It is a real thing because, sometimes just that thought of spraying on the paper is a little intimidating. So we can smush, we can splatter, we can paint it on. There's lots of different ways to add color that is not actually spraying directly to paper. And then when you are a little more comfortable with the sprays, you can definitely move on because you will get a more vibrant look a little quicker, a little easier when you spray on the distress sprays. All right, so, oh, my hands are getting inky. All right, now I'm going to take my sprayer and just lightly tap it, and I'm going to just help those little droplets of color move around, okay? And then we're going to dry this. So just like before, I'm going to dry it about 80 to 90% of the way. I want most of that water to be dry, but I do want some of the areas to stay a little bit damp. This is good for when you want to get a lot of depth in your background, because when you go and add more water or more splatters of the color on top of a wet layer, you're going to get a lot more depth in that background. So keeping some of it a little bit wet still and then drying most of it is going to be key to getting all of those layers and that depth in that background. All right, and you can see that our background is starting to come together. Now, if you feel it needs a little more depth and interest, you can add more splatters. Adding the splatters and then adding the water to kind of blend it out and let it wick and do its thing really helps bring a lot of depth to the background, especially when you're only using a couple different colors. And the lighter colors, it's a little bit harder to get that depth. So adding layers and layers really help bring a lot of depth and interest to your background. So we're going to do the same thing with the rusty hinge, and I'm just dipping it in. You can use a paintbrush if that's more your thing, but just be careful and don't spill a whole bottle of distress spray all over your desk. We're just gonna splatter this on, and I'm keeping in the same color. So if you're scared to get some color that you don't want, like the rusty hinge, into the salvaged patina, you can cover that up with a paper towel or something. I don't mind if it gets a little color on top. It doesn't bother me. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take some water in our hand this time, and then we're going to just kind of let it plop onto our paper. And this is going to allow some of those splotches or the splatters of color to kind of blend out and do its thing. And then some of them are going to stay as is. Again, this is just going to add to the depth of that background. And then now we are going to dry. All right, so again, I am going to dry this about 80 to 90% of the way. And again, using this cooling rack has been a game changer. It just speeds up the process. And then I have one hand free, because a lot of times I would hold my background so that I can get the air flowing through. But now that I have that one hand free, I can add water splatters if I want to. I can get a paper towel or a rag and pick up some of that pooling color or water on the sides, just different things. And it's just been really helpful. But you could see I am drying it from the back just to kind of help it a little bit along the way. And I know making this type of background can be a little tedious for some, but it is so worth it in the end, adding all of the layers and taking the time to dry in between, adding more color and water. I love this process so much. And I'm really loving how this is looking so far. All right, our background is looking beautiful. So I'm going to just add a few more water splotches. And then this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a paper towel, or I happen to have this Scrapbook.com microfiber cloth, and I'm just going to lay it, barely tap it, and it happens so fast. So you're just going to lay it and tap it, or you can just lay it and you don't even necessarily have to tap it, but I just like to add just a little pressure just to get some of the splotches up. And then what that does is it picks up some of that color, and then just leaving behind a water splotch, kind of like a bleach spot, I guess, if you will. That's kind of what water does to distress sprays. Water and distress sprays are just perfect for each other. So, all right, so our background is looking beautiful. I absolutely love it. There are a little areas that I don't love. However, we are going to be cutting this panel down a little bit more so I can cut that off. So I get asked a lot, when do you know when to stop with a background or project? Now, my take is that you won't love your projects or backgrounds 100% of the time, and that's totally okay. There will always be little tweaks or fixes you might want to make. With time, you start to get a sense of what you want your projects to look like, and if you're confident that adding something like water splotches will enhance your background, go for it. But if you're unsure, like wondering if adding the darker color in your background might overpower the whole look, it's better to leave it as is. Now, my personal rule is this, and I do tell all of my students this as well: if you like your background at least 80%, call it done. It is very rare to feel completely satisfied, so do not stress about perfection. Embrace that 80%. When you're creating, especially with sprays, it's going to be completely different every single time. So like I did the same process, two different, they look completely different, right? I got a little more runnage with the rusty hinge, hello words, than I did on this one. So I'm not going to get the same exact look on this one as I did on this one. So it's going to be different every single time. So you just kind of have to decide, can I fix this? Do I know 100% for sure if I will ruin it or not? Hopefully that helps a little bit for those of you wondering, when do I stop? All right, so I am going to let this dry completely. I'll probably heat it a little bit more. I'm going to clean up a little bit here, and then we can move on to the next step. Now for the next step, you have to have your background completely dry because we are going to be doing some embossing. And if you have any water splotches or any areas that are even a little damp, that embossing powder is going to want to stick to it, and we don't want that. So you have to make sure that your background is 100% dry this time. And I love turning over my paper so that I can heat it from the back as well. Now, it's very important to make sure that your background is completely dry before moving on to the next steps. I used a heat tool to speed up the process because I'm very impatient. But if you are creating your background and want to come back and finish your card at a later date, you can just leave it somewhere where it's not going to get messed with and let it air dry. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is cut our background down to 4 by 5 1/4. And I am actually going to cut just one side because what I want to do is use that little scrap piece to stamp out my sentiment. So I'm going to do 4. And then I want to cut off more of the top on this one. And then we're going to do 5 1/4. Okay, and then I can decide later on, like on my example here, I have a little bit of the salvage patina and rusty hinge on this one. I haven't decided what I want to do. I think it just depends what I'm feeling at the moment when I'm going to be stamping out my sentiment. But we are going to be doing some stamping, and we're going to be first stamping out the flower onto our background, and we are going to be doing some heat embossing. So make sure you have a anti-static tool, your heat tool, your embossing powder, and your Versamark ink, and a scrap piece of paper. And of course your MISTI. I keep missing things. There's so many things that go into one card, right? All right, so I'm going to be using this Wildflower Scrapbook.com stamp set. I absolutely love this stamp set. It has so many beautiful flowers on here, and like the leaves and everything. You can mix and match them, but we're actually going to be using this big floral stamp right here. All right, I'm going to set my background in my MISTI and try my best to get a magnet on there. I can't remember if I was able to. I think, yeah, it's going to be perfect. So I'm going to just set that there and try to line it up best I can. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm an ish person, so you know, it has to be lined up ish, straight ish. So we're gonna do there. I think that's pretty good. All right. Now we're going to close the door on the MISTI and carefully pick that up. So you are going to need to use a anti-static powder tool. This is going to help, you know, not get any of that embossing powder where you don't want it. So it's going to help the embossing powder just stick to that really sticky ink that we're going to add to our stamp. So I want to make sure that I get a lot because it's a very detailed stamp, and if I get any excess, it's a little harder to get it off if it gets in any of those florals or anything like that. It can be done, and if I get some where I don't want it, I'll show you how I do get it off, but hopefully we don't. I don't know if I've ever not had any excess embossing powder, no matter how much anti-static powder I use. It always ends up getting somewhere on my card panel. All right, so we're going to make sure we get a good impression. I'm not pressing too hard because if you smush it too much, you're going to lose a lot of those really fine lines, which I really love about this stamp. So I'm just doing a little firm pressure, again, not too firm, to where I'm going to smush that stamp down too much and then kind of smudge the image there. All right, I think that's good, and I could take a look once I lift it up and see, like if you tilt it back and forth, I think it's pretty good. If you feel the need, you can always do a second stamp. That's why we use the MISTI. I don't think that I need to, so I'm hoping that everything is good because it looks good. So I'm going to take a piece of copy paper, put it under my background, and then just sprinkle on this super fine white embossing powder. And then kind of just like to shake it a little bit and then just kind of tap off the excess, just like that. Ooh, I did not get in the center there, but I don't mind that much. Let me make sure. Sometimes, yeah, it's perfectly okay for me. It looked all stamped out, but as you could see, I did get some embossing powder in areas that I didn't want. So I'm just taking my paintbrush, a clean one, and just kind of wiping it away. And I think we're good everywhere else. Just kind of clean up that area there. All right, so now I'm going to heat the embossing powder, and that's going to melt it. Now, if you're new to heat embossing, it's probably one of the best crafty inventions ever. Now, let me know in the live chat or in the comment section down below if you're watching the replay if you agree with me. I just can never get over how cool it is to see that embossing powder melt. Isn't that so beautiful? And again, I don't mind that some of that floral didn't get stamped on there. And that's why I really love the mixed media look, because even if something goes wrong, it's not that big of a deal, because in reality, once I put a sentiment right there, my splatters, and then I can even fill it in with my rub-ons, no one's gonna notice, right? So I feel like people get really stressed about the mixed media process when in reality, if you really think about it, it should be less stress, because it doesn't have to be perfect. Like, we can make mistakes and we can find a way to fix it, right? So I'm going to put my embossing powder back in my jar so I don't get it everywhere. And just put that right back there. And while I have my MISTI out, I'm going to stamp my sentiment. And I think I'm going to use the same one. Wish you were here. So let me see for this. So if I'm going to put my sentiment down a little lower, like around here, I'll probably use more of the Salvage Patina color. So I think I'll use this one. And then that way I can save that other one for something else. And we're going to use the white embossing powder. So you're not going to be able to see it too much, but it's there. It'll be fine. If you want to stamp in black, you can. I just wanted to stick with the white theme of the floral, so everything kind of ties together. So I'm going to see where I want my sentiment there. Line it up-ish. We are going to be roughing up the edges, so it doesn't have to be perfect. All right. And close that. Pick that stamp up and ink it up with the Versamark ink. Now, a sentiment, you definitely have to make sure that it's pretty perfect, because you want to be able to read it, right? So if I see that there is any areas that don't have ink, which a lot of it, what's going on here? Let's see. Oh, I think it's getting caught right there. A little piece of that stamp. So I'm going to press pretty hard, and we'll see what we get. If I have to use that other strip of paper, that will be fine. I think that should be, no, well, I think it's just showing up more on that one part. Let's see. Yeah, it's all there. See, sometimes you never know until you actually add the embossing powder. All right, so now I'm going to melt the embossing powder. And I'm going to set that aside, but I'm going to put it somewhere where I remember where it is. So just kind of off to the side here on my glass mat, and then put the embossing powder back in here. And we're done with the stamping, so we can set our MISTI aside, or your stamp positioner if you're using one. Close up my ink, and we are going to take out the rub-ons. Now, I think rub-ons are probably one of the most underused and underappreciated supplies in a craft room. We probably all have some or have had some at some point. I have an embarrassing amount of them. I absolutely love them. So when I saw these, I had to pick some up. So I really like these dots. It's hard to see. Let me see if I can get something. So those dots on there, and then the script, we're going to use several different types. So probably this and then that down there. So I'm going to cut them out, and I'm going to use my little scissors from Scrapbook.com. And I don't use these just because I really love them. If you know me, then you know I don't use things I don't like. Keep it real. All right, so I'm going to cut these out. And I think I need a little bit more here. So let's go with some of this longer stuff here. Now the rub-ons are really going to add an extra layer of visual texture and just interest to the card in the background. If you don't have rub-ons, you can definitely use stamps and some white ink, or if you can always use Versamark ink too. It kind of creates like a watermark look. And I think I want a little more of those little dots. I really love the dots. I don't know what it is. It just, something about them. So these are perfect. This set of rub-ons is perfect for me because it just adds that extra little something something that my mixed media backgrounds need. All right, so I'm gonna show you, and hopefully you could see it, that I'm not putting the rub-on completely onto the background and then like this. I'm not rubbing it all in one spot. I'm kind of picking and choosing where I want little bits here and there. So these rub-ons for this technique is going to go a long way. Now I just need to find my tool. All right, so I actually have this Scrapbook.com 4-in-1 tool, and one of these sides, still getting the hang of this thing, but you could probably see that, well, probably not, but it is very dirty. I absolutely love this thing. So I'm going to turn this around, and this can be your little varnishing tool. And then this side is like a picker-upper tool. And then we have a really pokey tool. And then kind of like, this is what I use when I'm doing like inlay die cutting, just to kind of help press those die cuts in there. But we're gonna use this tool here. This tool is very handy. I zoomed in a little bit so you can see a little better. I'm going to take my rub-ons, and I'm going to take notice of all of the empty areas of where I didn't get that embossing powder, and kind of add a little bit here and there. And I'm going over the flower, okay, and kind of randomly. So it's not going to be perfect. I do not want it to be perfect. The more imperfect it is, the better. Okay, just like that. Just little bits here and there. And I'm going over the leaves, getting some of those dots in the florals, in the petals and the leaves. Perfect. I think I want just a little bit. There we go. Maybe up here. And I'm pressing fairly hard. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I can actually turn this around and use that to pick it up. It's cold, and I have arthritis, and so my joints are a little stiff today. I should have turned the heater on, but this tool is actually really great because now I can just use it to lift everything up. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to move on to some of these scripty rub-ons here, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to kind of overlap some areas here, just like that, and go up here. As I continue to add the rub-ons to my background, I would love to know, what are your thoughts about rub-ons? Do you love them, hate them, never use them, or have an embarrassing amount of them like I do? Perfect. And then we'll go up here. Actually, take this one. It's a little bit smaller script. So there we go. And if you want more, like a little bit more perfect rub-on image transfer, you can spend a little bit more time rubbing that on, but I like it really imperfect. So I'm just kind of randomly varnishing that, and then I think we're almost good to go. I think I want a little bit in the floral here. Just kind of tie everything together. Perfect. And then a little bit on the top here. Perfect. Maybe, no, I think we're good. We're good. We're good, right? I can go a little overboard, but I think we're good. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take our scissors and we are going to rough up the edges, and you really need to be careful with this. But what I do is I just slide my scissors just like this. And careful you don't rip your paper. If you're using a really heavy duty paper, then it's less likely that you'll rip it, but these scissors are pretty sharp, so it's going to take your time and just scrape the edge of your paper. Just like that. If you happen to have a edge distresser tool, this obviously would go a little bit easier, but a lot of times my scissors are already on my desk, so I just use my scissors. Works perfectly fine. Just like that, and then one more edge here. All right, I am going to fold my card base here. And then varnish that. I don't know what I got on here, but we can just cover it right up. Perfect. All right, now I'm going to work on my sentiment here. So I'm just going to cut this, again, imperfect. So this, you need to be a little more careful if you're using scissors, but to be honest, I actually just like to use my fingernail just to kind of rough up the little edges there. It's way easier. You have less chance of getting cut. All right. And then we are going to pop this up, so you are going to need some foam adhesive. Oh, I really love that. I actually think I'm going to put it up a little higher like I did the other one. Okay. And then we are, of course, going to use some Dina Wakley Gloss Spray for the white splatters. Now, you can use a little heavy gesso and water it down a little bit. If you don't have this spray, you can use all sorts of different things. Pasta pen, acrylic paint, all sorts of different things. We're not going to seal this. Now, usually I would seal my backgrounds. However, I really want some of the white to pick up that color behind there. So everything kind of blends together. So I'm not going to seal this. I would usually seal it with the Distress Micro Glaze. We're just going to splatter this on, and I take the nozzle out and then just tap, tap, tap. If splatters are not your thing, you could definitely skip this step. As you can see, I really love splatters. Over on my YouTube channel, we have the Splatter Squad. So it's really fun because they all know when I'm going to splatter. No, I don't think I do any projects without some sort of splatter, even if it's just water splatters. All right, I'm going to set that aside, and then I'm going to put the foam adhesive on the back of my sentiment here. Add that right there. All right, to speed up the process, I am going to use a heat tool to kind of dry those splatters. Now, Dina Wakley Gloss Spray is acrylic paint based, so it does dry pretty fast. However, I did want it to be completely dry before I turned it over and added the adhesive to it to adhere it to my card base. So that's why I'm just kind of speeding up the process a little bit. Probably not necessary, but if you are crafting along with me and you want to have a finished card, then you can always heat set those splatters if you want. To add my background to my card base, I'm going to use a tape runner. If your background is really warped, I would suggest using some of Scrapbook.com's double-sided adhesive in the big sheets, because that's going to help lay it a little bit more flat. Mine is fine, and I don't mind a little warping. It's a handmade card, but I know some people it drives them crazy. So I'm going to try to line this up best I can. I don't use a ruler. I'm an ish person, like I said. So I'm just going to press that down there, and then I'm going to take my sentiment that I already took the back off and place this right there. And there is our mixed media card. I hope showing you a different way to use your sprays that may be a little less intimidating for a mixed media card helps you gain confidence so that you can try it for yourself. As always, I would love to see what you're working on, so be sure to tag me on social media, and I will be in the chat for a little bit longer so you can ask any questions that you may have. All right, that completes the class. I hope you enjoyed creating along with me. I always say inky hands are happy hands. So if you have inky fingers, be sure to find me on social media so that I can see them. I had so much fun creating with you, and I hope you had an amazing time as well. If you're watching the replay and you have any questions, be sure to comment them or reach out to me privately. I would love to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much for taking your time and being here with me today. And as always, don't forget to stay creative, my friends.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Adkins, and I'm so excited to be here with you for another SBC Fest. I live in the Chicago suburban area with my husband and my 2 dogs, and my crafting journey began, probably about 6 years ago or so now. I had gone into a local crafting store with the idea that I would make a birthday card for my grandma. I bought 2 stamps and 1 ink pad, and I thought that that was all I was going to need for the rest of my life, and I could just make birthday cards in the same design forever. That didn't happen so well, and my bank account hasn't quite forgiven me yet for what came afterwards, but what I found was a community of crafters that just really made me feel at home. So ever since then, I just kind of hit the ground running. I have loved getting involved with stamping and coloring and ink blending. Ink blending is going to be like the main thing we're going to talk about during today's class, so I'm so excited to get into it. I've got some fun ink techniques. We are going to be making a card that is just starting with white paper, and by the end there's going to be hardly any white to see, and I'm going to show you how you can use your ink pads to transform an entirely white piece of paper into a beautiful card. So come on, let's get into the crafting. Okay, let's start with the card for today's class. So what I'm going to do is show you first how to create a gatefold card base. I've got my Score Buddy out that we're going to use, which is going to be very helpful in making our card base. I have also taken a piece of regular letter size paper and cut it in half. This is a nice weight cardstock that I like to use for my card bases. Whatever you like to use for your card bases, this is what I recommend using. So this paper right now is 5.5 by 8.5 inches. And I want this folded so that it will fit nicely into an A2 size envelope, coming up with a base that when not folded is when everything is folded over rather, is going to be like 4.25 by 5.5. To make a gatefold base though, we need to score 2 different lines. The first line that we're going to score is I'm going to press it so the long side is up against the top edge of my score buddy, and we are going to go ahead and score it at the 2 1/8 mark. So I'm just gonna kind of go like this, make sure I get a nice score like this, just like that. And then I am going to flip this and I am going to score along the same 2 1/8 line. Perfect. I'm gonna put my score buddy away. And then, well actually I say put my score buddy away, but we need our little bone folding tool. I am going to take my card base like this, fold it over so that it gatefolds towards the center, and use my bone folder to go ahead and make this edge nice and crisp so that it makes my card nice and sealed. I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to do the same with this side. Just like this. All right, so we have our gatefold base, and what that means is it nice in the center, it opens up, so you've got an opening there as opposed to a standard card base which would open up like this. So that's how easy it is to do a gatefold card base, and we're gonna jazz this up to make this birthday card extra special. So next what I would like to do is work on my background of my card, and we're gonna do a little bit of ink blending. What I'm going to do is I need to cut a piece of mixed media paper. So I'm gonna take one piece out, and I need to trim this so that it is 5 1/4 by 4 3/4. So let's do, I apologize, by 3 3/4. So to rephrase, you're going to want 5 1/4 by 3 3/4. So we're going to step it down just a little bit. 1, 2, 3 3/4. Trim that side, and then on this side we're going to do 5 1/4, just like that. And now I've got my panel that is 5 1/4 by 3 3/4. What I would like to do next is I'm going to begin the process of using my cupcake layering stencil to go ahead and create our card. So using the cupcake layering stencil, I want to first kind of get an idea of where I want these cupcakes to fall. So I'm just gonna kind of get a rough idea, just like that. And what I've gone ahead and done is I've selected a corner on my grid mat that I'm gonna create a little bit of a well. So I'm gonna go in and use some mint tape and just kind of reinforce this corner. And we're gonna come back to this later, but I wanted to get this nicely in spot. So we are gonna reinforce this corner, and what this is going to do for us is it is going to create a corner for us to essentially push our stencil into, just to kind of hold it nicely in place. And it's gonna act as a guide for all of our layers. So let's do a little bit of ink blending for our background. I've got my panel out, and what I would like to start with is we're going to do a little bit of Distress Oxide blending. And I am gonna start with some salvage patina and peacock feathers. Now for the salvage patina, I am going to just cover the entire panel. I'm just gonna go ahead and bring this Distress Oxide over the entire panel that we just cut. using the mixed media paper pad in white. So I'm just gonna go in, get complete coverage. I'm using a mini foam blending tool. I think that these give me really nice coverage when wanting to work across large spaces. So I'm just going in, and I've got a little bit of a tip here. Distress oxides do remain a little bit wet on your papers, and I know that when I turn this, I'm gonna have to put my finger somewhere to rest to hold it in place. I like to take an acrylic block and use it just as a section that I can apply some pressure. And this is going to protect both my fingers from getting extra inky, which really isn't a major concern of mine, but also it's going to protect my project from getting any smudges from my fingertips. Just kind of going in, getting as much coverage as I can. I'm gonna keep this tool out. We're gonna come back to it in a second. So, all right. Next, I've got my peacock feathers and another foam blending tool. I'm gonna tap off a little bit of excess and just kind of work from the edge of the paper towards the center of the card. And I just wanna darken these edges. So I'm going in, darkening the edges, just like this. And then let's go ahead and turn it, get a little bit more ink, and add a little bit more to the paper. All right, just like this. Darken those edges. This is gonna create a nice sort of ombre effect, a transition from the salvage patina to the peacock feathers color. Now what I would like to do, well, first I've got a little bit of fuzz I just wanna make sure is off my panel. I'm gonna go back to my salvage patina blending tool, and I'm gonna use that to blend between the peacock feathers and the salvage patina. I'm not adding any extra ink. I'm just using what I like to call the residual ink that's already on the pad. Since it's foam, it does hold a little bit on there. And this is gonna help blend those seams so that we get what I like to refer to as that seamless ink blend transition. I'm just going in and making sure that we're gonna have a very nice transition of color that is seamless. All right. Just like that. Okay, so this is pretty good. I like how you can tell that it's clearly the light salvage patina in the center of the card, and then it transitions out to the peacock feathers on the outside. So I'm going to now take that layered cupcakes, they're called the Love Cupcake stencils, and I am going to get my project space ready. I have some of the pink craft towels. Let's grab a new one from Scrapbook.com, and I'm just going to use this to lightly clean off my workspace. Did you know that these craft towels are also machine washable? It's true. I've tried it. You will get many uses out of each of these towels. One roll will last you a very long time. Okay, perfect. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to take a couple pieces of mint tape. I'm going to flip my card panel over, and I'm going to add a couple loops of mint tape to the back of my project panel. And this is just going to help secure it to my glass mat so that it doesn't move around too much as we're ink blending. So I'm going to, let's see, we'll do like this. Perfect. And then I've got my stencil just like that. And I'm also going to tack my stencil down. Now, I'm working on top of a magnetic mat. If you have a magnetic mat, you could use magnets to secure your stencil into place. If your mat is not magnetic, you can do what I'm doing right now and just secure this down with a couple pieces of mint tape. Mint tape is one of those pieces in my craft arsenal that I just always need. I use it every time I sit down and craft, any time I die cut, anytime I stencil. This is here for me to use. All right, so this is the 1-inch mint tape. And we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of ink blending. So I'm gonna go back to that peacock feathers. Now you're probably thinking, Justin, why are you blending peacock feathers on top of this panel? It's just gonna blend in. You're partially right, but what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna start in the center. And we're gonna go out because that center color is that salvage patina. So peacock feathers is really gonna stand out in the center. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and blend this out just like that for these cupcakes. I love this Love Cupcake stencil. I think it is so cute. I think because it's a layered stencil, the second layer that we are going to use would be so perfect to use a paste on top of to really have some fun cupcake designs with some texture. Now I'm gonna go in with some Uncharted Mariner Distress Oxide ink. And I am going to blend the outside edges. Now the outside edges of the panel when we blended it were peacock feathers. So Uncharted Mariner is darker than the peacock feathers and it's going to stand out very nicely. So I'm going in, adding that Uncharted Mariner, kind of repeating the process of what we did in the first step. However, we're doing it over a stencil and we're doing it one step darker. Just going in, just like that. And then, of course, knocked over my tool. I'm gonna go back in with that peacock feathers and just sort of blend it over where the two colors meet to get a nice seamless transition of color. All right. Now I'm going to actually take off my pieces of tape and I'm going to reuse them because this is a layering stencil set and I'm going to need to put a second stencil on, but here you can see the base of all of our cupcakes. So these are super cute. All right, we got a little fuzz that's gotta go. Sorry, friend, you gotta get going. All right, so next what I'm going to do is I'm gonna take the second layer of my Love Stencils set, and using this well, I am going to make sure that the stencil is nicely in place. Now, because of my guide, and because when I store my stencils, I layer them so that they match up, I know that putting my stencil in this corner that we made using the mint tape is going to help line up all of the designs with the stencil. I know I'm fidgeting around a little bit. I think I'm just excited and talking at the same time. So let's go in, let's make sure everything is all matched up. All right. Perfect. And this kind of takes the guessing game of where you exactly have to put your stencil to get it to match up. So we're gonna go in. All right. So I'm putting away my Uncharted Mariner because we're actually not going to use the oxide. We're going to use the regular distress ink. So I do want to talk about the difference between oxides and the regular distress ink for a moment. I am using a new blending tool for this. This is my Uncharted Mariner blending tool for my distress ink. This is my Uncharted Mariner tool for my oxides. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to pull in our tool. And I am going to go in, tap off some excess, and then just apply it over the stencil. Now, distress inks are more vibrant than your oxide inks because they have different properties. Your distress ink is kind of like your standard dye ink of sorts. This is water reactive. It doesn't bleed. It sinks into your paper. And it just, because it sinks in, it makes it very vibrant. Now with an oxide, it has properties of both a dye ink, but also a pigment ink at the same time. And because of those combination of properties, the color is a little more muted than I would say it is for a distress ink. So by adding the Uncharted Mariner Distress on top of what we blended, even when I put it on top of the Uncharted Mariner oxide that we put onto the paper, it is going to be darker. Let's see, I'm forgetting about my little acrylic block hack. That makes things so much easier. All right, and we're just gonna do a solid layer. All right. Perfect. So I'm gonna put my tools away for a second. And then, let's see. All right, we are going to take our tape off. Now, the reason that I had a different blending tool for my Distress ink and my oxide ink of the different Uncharted Mariner color is because I don't like to cross-contaminate, because you can contaminate your ink pads, and that's why I use the two separate tools. So we're gonna pull up our stencil, and we are gonna see our adorable teal cupcakes. I think that this is just so cute. It's gonna act as such a perfect background for our project. And I think that our little tip that we used, creating a corner out of mint tape onto our panel to easily line up our stencil, really allowed this to work perfectly. Now let's do a couple more things just to kind of jazz up this panel. I'm gonna remove the tape because I actually can come back and use this later. I don't want to get it too splattery with what we're about to do. Now first, I kind of saved some of the ink that we have smushed onto our panel, and this is the Uncharted Mariner Distress Oxide. And I'm going to use this. If you've already cleaned up your workspace, no problem. Just you can smush a little bit of ink onto your glass mat or onto an acrylic block and use that. I'm gonna go in, I put a little bit of water from my Distress spray bottle, and I am going to use a clean watercolor brush and just sort of splatter onto the panel. This is gonna add some fun detail. And also too, if maybe when you were stenciling, it didn't turn out as perfectly as you would have liked, you can splatter to save yourself a little bit of a time bit. So, all right, let's go ahead and save yourself a time bit to cover up those blemishes as well, of course. All right, so I am going to clean off my brush because I'm gonna use it again. And I want to add something a little bit more vibrant to this and kind of start to pull in some of the different colors that we're going to use for our project. And I'm going to pull in some Kiwi Lime paper splatter from Picket Fence Studios. And this is going to give me, I'm doing it onto my acrylic block, a nice little pop of color to splatter on my project. So I'm going to just water it down. Now I put this onto an acrylic block because it can be a little trickier to clean up quickly. The properties of the paper splatter kind of spread very much across glass that you kind of really have to do some cleaning. So for time purposes, I didn't go ahead and put it on my glass mat. So we're gonna just splatter a little bit. And if you don't have this, by all means, you can skip this step. You can also use any sort of other color that you may have. Something that would also work really nicely is if you have like an acrylic paint that you can splatter. Those also stay very vibrant as well. All right. Perfect. So now I am going to take our panel. It of course has to dry. But if I wanted to bring it a little closer to camera, just so you could see everything that we've worked on so far. I'm gonna set this off to the side so that it can dry, and then we're gonna revisit this towards the end of the class so that we can go ahead and put our final card together. Okay, now I gotta do just a little bit of cleanup. So now what we're gonna work on next is putting together some of the other elements for our project. And I wanted to work on next our sentiment. It's gonna take just a couple seconds to put together because we're going to have to put everything with the sentiment because we're gonna use some fun sentiment die cuts that are just perfect for birthdays. So I am going to do this birthday wishes word dies, and we're gonna use the sentiment let's eat cake. Now I am going to set aside the 4 little dies that we're going to use and set the rest for later. And I am gonna use some mixed media paper to die cut this from. Now there's 2 things I'm going to do. Now, well, The first is I am going to cut this just to kind of save on space. Let's see, that'll work. Awesome. So I've got that ready to go. I can use that bit for my sentiment, and then I have a scrap to use for later. I want my sentiment to really pop. So what I'm gonna do is take some Distress Oxide in Carved Pumpkin, and I am going to drag it across the paper. What I love about this project is we are essentially starting from solely white paper. And I'm just kind of dragging this, and we're gonna get a nice orange carved pumpkin oxide piece of paper. I might hit it with a heat gun just to dry it a little extra, but we are going. So, all right, so I am going to go ahead and I'm gonna clean off the excess ink. If you wanted, you could also wet it down and like do a paper smush technique onto some paper as well to save for later. For time purposes, of course, I'm not gonna do that today. All right, next I'm gonna pull in my heated tool just to kind of set this nicely into place because the mixed media paper's got some weight to it that you've got to make sure that all the ink and all the media on it is nice and dry before you begin the process of die cutting, which is what we'll be doing in a second. So I'm just making sure to have everything nice and ready to go for us. And what I love about using this heated tool during class demonstrations is that it's not too loud, so it really allows me to talk over it nicely and it doesn't disrupt sound too much. It also applies a very nice even layer of heat. It's not directed like a heat gun for embossing powders, so I like that this has got a wider opening to use. I think that's about it. So I am going to put our sentiment shadow on there, and then I'm going to secure it with some mint tape. Now, my sentiment may not fully stick to the oxide part of this paper, which is okay. I folded the tape over a little bit to secure it. I'm also going to take our Let's Eat Cake. One thing I want to point out that the apostrophe in Let's is going to be a smaller die cut. So just as you're putting this through your die cutting machine, make sure that you are just keeping track of that little bit so that you don't lose it. I mean, worst case scenario, you do and you've got to die cut it again. That's not the end of the world. All right, let's go in. I'm going to use my Spellbinders exclusive Platinum 6 in black die cutting machine. Remember, the black color is exclusive only to Scrapbook.com. Oop. Well, there goes my rag roll. That's okay. I will pick it up after class. All right, we're going to go ahead and we are going to die cut this panel. I'm just kind of cranking it through my machine, getting a nice even pressure with it. And there we go. All right. So now, let's see. Now that popped out, that's okay. I'm going to take my sandwich and put it off to the side. And see, my ink was still a little wet, and I can see some of that orange carved pumpkin on my cutting plate. So I'm just doing a quick wipe of it so that I don't get cross-contamination for later. All right, so we are going to go in now and take our die cuts out. If your die cuts are stuck and you don't have a pick tool handy, you can just, well, I was going to say you could take some tape, but if it's really in there, maybe not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my craft pick tool from Scrapbook.com and just poke it out. Just like that. All right, and this should pop out nicely. Perfect, so I've got my shadow. And then I'm also going to pull in one of my organizing trays. We'll put our little shadow back there. And then I'm gonna pop out our sentiments. And set those aside. Just kind of use our little tool to pop them out. We're going to have to go in, and any bits that are inside of loops, just easily pop them out as well. Remember, don't forget your little apostrophe. We'll put that over in the corner. And then let's pop out the words cake. Cake sounds lovely right about now. A cupcake. Ooh, drop your favorite cake in the comments. I'm a sucker for a chocolate cake, but with white vanilla frosting. That I think is my favorite. All right, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is pop out the little bits inside of each of the letters. There's a couple of them because it's cursive. Cursive letters always promote a little bit of loop. All right. Perfect. And then out the A from the word eat. And we've got it. Okay, so let's begin the process of assembling our sentiment. I do believe that the use of tweezers is going to be incredibly helpful. And I also think that it's going to be helpful to have a nice glue precision tip to use for liquid adhesive as well. So I am using my Misty Precision Glue Press, and I am just going to start adhering the different letters and words. So let's go in. Oop, got a little bit extra, but that's okay. I'm gonna tap it off in a second and we will be fine. All right, let me just take a little bit of this excess glue off. Clean it up real nicely. And put that right onto our die cut. All right, let's take our acrylic block and fix that just like that. And then let's work on eat. So we're going to work with the precision glue press here. Now see, one of my detriments for doing demonstrations is that when I work on parts that are like very small details, I get very quiet because I'm like, I need to focus. And then I'm like, no, you need to talk to people. So I apologize if I get quiet during the small detail portions of our projects. I promise it is me just focusing on said details. Okay, so I'm gonna put that down. You know what I'm actually gonna do? Is I'm actually gonna take a different acrylic block that's got more of a straighter edge. And I've always got acrylic blocks handy. I actually rarely use acrylic blocks for stamping purposes. I mostly use acrylic blocks for when it comes to applying pressure to my project. All right, so now let's start to adhere the letters of cake. Now, I did not forget my little apostrophe. I just think I'm gonna do that last. All right, so, oh, and of course I have it on the wrong side. That's okay. So we're gonna put the C into place. Put the A into place. Now I really should be working in the reverse order because of how I'm covering up everything with the acrylic block and the fact that I want to make sure that everything lines up nicely. So let's go in. So we're gonna just put the A. Let's see. Trying to minimize the use of fingers the best as possible. Okay. All right. Ooh, see, my C moved. And that's why we apply the pressure. Just make sure it's nice and put into place. If you find that maybe you need to put a little extra adhesive. It's not the end of the world. I like to kind of fidget a little with them just to make sure that everything is adhering nicely, that they're in the spot that I want. All right. Let's do the K. That right into place. That probably could go over just a smidge. So make sure everything lines up even. If you've got a T-ruler, those will work nicely for you as well. All right. And then let's finish with the E and of course the apostrophe. Don't forget the apostrophe. See, I'm going to say it and watch, I'm still going to forget it. But it's like, I didn't want to put it first, you know, because then it's, I don't know, just Justin problems. That's okay. We all have our little quirks when crafting. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Now, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put a little bit of glue right here for the apostrophe. And then I am gonna go ahead and put it on the table, pick it up with the wax end of our tool, and put it nicely into place. Just like that, and I'm trying to very carefully move it, and we've got our little sentiment all ready to go. So I am going to put our sentiment in my organizing tray off to the side, and we will come back to that soon. All right. So let's go ahead next and put together some of the elements for our project. So I have some of the party animal stamps and coordinating dies, and we're gonna use a couple elements of this to really jazz up our card. So I have my Misty that we're going to be using to stamp everything out, and that is going to allow us to get everything nicely into place for our card. So I have my Rose Quartz Misty, and I need to grab another piece from the mixed media paper pad, and we are going to stamp out a couple elements. So let's see. Let's start with, I would like to do the cake and the platter. So we're gonna do cake and platter, just like that. And I would like my cake to be blue. So let me pick this up with my window, and then what we're going to use are some distress inks for our project. So I'm actually going to move this down a little bit. Now, let's rotate our panel. I am going to use some Salvage Patina Distress Ink, and we're going to do that as the base of the cake. And you can use your distress inks to stamp. So that's what I'm doing. You just might have to do a couple impressions of it. Oop. Hopefully that's the same spot. If not, it's okay. We will work with it. I probably should secure this a little better. Wonderful. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm also going to use some Twisted Citron, and we're going to use this for the cake itself. We're going to have a green cake. Maybe we'll say it's like a key lime cake or something. I don't know. I think that would be like the most appetizing sounding green cake, but oh, no, 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 no. What if it's pistachio? I would love a pistachio cake. That's my jam. All right, So we've got our cake bits. And I also want to add more embellishments. We're gonna cut a bunch of stuff out for this card. So I thought it would be fun to also add some of these little balloon animals. I am just gonna use the elements that are in this stamp set to really jazz up the card. So let's put these stamps away so I don't lose them. And then let's go ahead for these outline animals. I like to stamp out the background first, and I'm looking right now. Let's do all three of them. We're just gonna do the shadows. So we've got the unicorn, the giraffe, and the dog. And let's do like 1, 2, 3. Just like that. And we'll put that right there. And then let's see, what colors do we want to do? Let's do peacock feathers for the dog. And then let's do some more twisted citron for the giraffe. And then let's do a quick little clean. Take those off. Put them back on my stamp pad, a little off camera. Gotta keep track of your stamps, especially the little ones. You don't want them disappearing on you. And then let's go ahead and use some carved pumpkin for our unicorn. All right, we're getting there, y'all. So, all right, so then we'll go ahead, we'll clean off our unicorn. After the unicorn, I did want to get a couple candles as well. So let's take some candles. I think I want to do 3. We're going to have a little bit of die cutting to do together, and that's okay. So let's see. So I think with the candles, I definitely want to do an orange candle. So I'm using that carved pumpkin once again. And then after the carved pumpkin, let's go in with some mustard seed for our other candle. This is mustard seed. This is all Distress Inks. And let's do, maybe we'll do one more carved pumpkin candle, but I just need to clean off my stamps once again. We're going to do the solid one. We'll do it over here. And stamp this out. All right, we're getting there, we're getting there. I also want to add a couple bits of stars. I'm huge. Stars are like my favorite thing to craft with when it comes to a shape. I consider stars a shape. If you don't, I totally get it. But they're like my favorite, and there are 2 sizes that I think would be just perfect to add a couple of them to our card for some embellishment. So let's go ahead. Actually, what I would like to do, I'm gonna do that. I have an idea. So we're gonna pick those up. We'll do these in mustard seed. Stamp them out. I'm gonna move this off to the side. My workspace is getting quite messy, but that just means that we're having fun, right? All right, so I've got those. Let's move it just a little bit. That way I don't have to move the stars off the block or off my Misty door. Stamp them down. I might not use all of them, but that's okay. And then Yeah, that should work. Perfect. All right, we've got all of our shapes stamped out. And now because we have the coordinating dies, we can use those to cut out our card pieces. So I am gonna clean off my stars. Just like that. And then I'm going to put my stamps away. Sorry, I just shook the camera a little bit. All right, I'll put my Misty away as well. And let's take the coordinating dies and start to cut out our bits. So this is also where all of those pieces of mint tape from earlier are going to come in very handy. I'm going to do our cake. It's also nice, there's a nice white border that's going to be around our images as well, so it makes it easy to put your die cuts into appropriate position. Just kind of get them nicely into place. Perfect. Let's get our little platter. Let's do our unicorn. It's also bonus points if you can like secure 2 dies with 1 piece of tape. Like I'm adding extra enforcement onto the platter using the tape for the unicorn. Things to think about if you can swing it. Let's do our little dog. Oops, sorry about that. Our giraffe. Perfection. Let's do some of the candles. We'll just start with one of them. And we'll do this one. And then we'll do the stars. Big star, little star. Doesn't really matter the order you're going to do them. We're going to have to do 3 passes through a die cutting machine. That is A-okay. All right. We're going to put this in our sandwich. Let me get my machine ready. Let's pop all of our little bits and put them into the tray with our sentiment. All right. Now I can actually, I'm going to keep out the stars and the candles, but the rest of the dies can get put away. I'm not going to repackage them. I will just do them when we are done with class and I am off camera. We don't need to put all of these away. All right, so I'm just going to kind of set these off to the side for later. And then let's see what's next. Let's do the second candle. And then another set of stars. Kind of pull that up and push it into place. Should be okay. die cutting machine is coming back out. Oop. Sorry if my die cutting machine is not positioned nicely in frame. I am working around all of the fun stuff we have created with. All right, we are getting there, y'all. I really like these little detailed design stamp images that we can use to really jazz up the card. I think that it's kind of the secret when it comes to making your card more detailed is really utilizing small detail background images. And it's like these little stars, the candles, you know, they really add something extra and something special to the project that I think we don't really get without them. So I like to use them. And I know that there are a lot of stamp companies out there who include little detail images as part of their stamp sets. And I say run with them, have fun with them, let them jazz up your project. Now I'm getting too much tape on my fingers. All right, so we have our last pass through our die cutting machine. And then we can start most of the assembly. We've got one last bit to do together. And then we're good to go. All right. Perfect. Let's get these popped out. One candle and 2 stars. And let's set everything aside for me to clean up later. Look, we utilize so much of our paper too. That makes me so happy. Okay, friends, what we're gonna do is one last step. We've got the mixed media paper. I'm gonna take one last piece out and I am going to cut it in half. On the short side, I'm going to cut it at about 2 1/8 of an inch, and we are going to color up our last piece of paper. So I've got that. I am pulling in some Distress Oxide and mustard seed, and I am just going to drag this along the sides. I don't need to cover the whole panel, but just a nice ink smear feature. Set that to the side. I think the oxides work really nicely for this. They're so smooth. All right. And like I said, if you wanted to smush this up and save it for later, you absolutely could. For time purposes, for me, I'm just gonna wipe it up. Maybe another class. How to use all your excess inks, right? Okay, friends, we are now going to use our Love Cupcakes portion, and we are going to cut this in half on the short end as well. This is about 1.875, so 1 7/8 is where we're going to cut this. And oh, just so sweet, so sweet. I'm so excited to start getting everything put together. So what we'll do is we're going to adhere each of the panels onto the mustard seed frames that we just created. So I'm going to use my precision glue press, and we're going to get it nicely into place on each one, just like that. All right. And then we're going to do the second side. Keep track of which is the left and which is the right, because it's gonna matter when we do our next step, which is taking our gatefold card, and we are going to adhere these to each of the panels that opens up. So I'm gonna go in and just adhere this very nicely. Do it with our second one. Just make make everything nice and lined up. Try to minimize any sort of white space. Perfect. And now the center gap is going to be looking a little wider, but that is okay, and that is how I intended it to be. Made our measurements just a little easier to do for this demo. So we've got our card base that we're building. Now let's work on our sentiment bit. So we have let's eat cake, and we are going to also build a cake to put on top of it as well. So let's see. Yes, we're gonna layer it like this. So we're gonna take our little base, and I'm gonna put a little bit of ink on the back of the cake, of the word cake, not the actual cake. And then we're gonna adhere it right here. And we're gonna apply some pressure, just like that, make it nice and even. And then next, we're going to put some glue on the back of our letters. And let's see. I just want to cover everything nicely. So let's kind of nudge this into place. We're giving the illusion that the cake is taller than it actually is because we layered it behind our sentiment. So like there's that little bit of gap, it raises the cake up that much. It's just like that. Awesome. Let's also put some of the candles on. So we have a yellow candle and 2 orange candles. So we're going to utilize all 3 of them. Just get them from my little organizing tray. And let's see, we're gonna put, is the yellow gonna go, yeah, it's gonna go right on top. So we're gonna do yellow candle. You can utilize a grid mat to help kind of make sure everything is nice and lined up. Right. Two. Oh, that's a little too much, and that's okay. I can just swipe it off. What's a sticky, gluey finger from crafting, right? Perfect. All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, and this is gonna fit really nicely onto the center of our project, just like this. So I am going to show you how we can adhere this into place. So what we're gonna do is we are going to adhere this so that it's just gonna be adhered to the right side of the panel. So I am going to just put some glue on that right side. And honestly, if you flip it and you did the wrong side, you could do it on the left side. I chose the right side. I think it works nicely. And I am also going to just grab a piece of scrap paper just to make sure that I'm protecting my paper. All right, just kind of get it nice and in the center as best as I possibly can. And push it down. Perfection. All right, so we've got our cake sentiment right in the center of the card. And then let's add some of our little details. So we've got our little critters. So we can do like our little dog. And we've got our unicorn. We can put that up there. We can also add our giraffe down on the bottom as well. Putting some adhesive on the back. Let's see, do we want it? Where do I want that? Yeah, I think it would look layered next to the dog. I think is nice and cute. All right, let's put some of our stars. So let's do a star there. Let's do a little one. Like I said, I might not use them all, and that's okay. And we'll do a big one. Just like that. Let's do a small one down here. And then big one. Just like that. And then, oh, how about one more? Where do we want to put this? Put it next to the cake. All right, y'all, we are so close to the end of our card together, but we're not quite there. The last thing I wanted to do with y'all is I wanted to add some glitter snowflakes, pops of color, just to give some fun embellishment. So let's go in, just do a couple dots. And this gives that card some of that extra sparkle. So we're gonna just put some dots down, be mindful of where they're going, because you don't want to smear them. But then again, if you smear them, it's not the end of the world. All right, let's see. So I've got some of those glitter pops of color. And the trick with the pops of color is that if you tap the back of your panel, it'll flatten them out into actual smooth dots and give you like a homemade enamel dot sort of effect. So just kind of flick the back of your card nicely like that and let your panel set aside to dry. And y'all, that's our card for my SBC Fest class. I hope that you had so much fun with this. I think that there are so many fun ways that you can utilize this sort of a technique to really sort of amp up your project. And it's always fun to break away from those typical bifold cards and make something a little more fun. So thank you all so much. I'm going to switch back to my face and I will see you in a second. And there you guys have it. We have one project from start to finish, starting with just white paper and making it into a hugely different, colorful creation. I hope you all picked up some tips and tricks along the way that you're going to be able to incorporate to your next project. Always remember, if you don't have a colored piece of paper that fits your needs, grab your favorite ink color or ink colors in my case, and go ahead with some white paper and dye it for your project. I hope you guys had lots of fun. I'm gonna send you on back, and thanks again for crafting along with me today. Goodbye.
All right, friends, welcome back. Before we jump into the classes we just saw, let's do giveaway.
Oh yeah.
Tell us all about it, Cody.
All right, so let us know in the live chat right now. Do you like to get inky like Justin and Tiffany, whether that's with inks or sprays? Let us know in the comments right now.
All right, and we'll be right back. All right, congrats to that fabulous giveaway winner. Now we are back after those fabulous classes, so let's jump right into it, Cody.
Yeah, let's start with Tiffany's class.
Oh my goodness sake.
I love the sprays, like, because sprays can be a little intimidating sometimes, but
Yeah.
man, Tiffany made it look like it's a breeze. It's fun. It's easy to just spray, create, have fun.
She has always made it look so easy. And I love that she did it on the mat and separated it and then used water and then like swiped the card. Doop, 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 swipe so good. She makes it look so easy.
I know.
Yeah.
I loved it. One thing that I really loved too is how she did the rub-ons. They were just kind of all over the place, and she used the Pick Pro tool.
Yeah.
Which she used my favorite end of it. I use it for adhesives, but now I'm going to start doing it for rub-ons, just rubbing them all over like crazy with that tool.
And I loved hearing her say that you've got to know when it's done. When it's done, it's done, like 80% rule. She feels like if it's 80%, it's done, it's good. Like most of us are like perfectionists and like, wait, I got to add more, I got to do more. And she really talked us off the ledge there. And
Yes,
said,
seriously.
Said you don't need to do that, 80% rule. I love her rule.
I got to start learning when is my 80%, you know?
What is it to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Where's your bar? So
Yes.
I love that she talked to us about that. That was really good. And then, and that she always, you know, makes mistakes too and has to use different tools, like when she was embossing and using the paintbrush to get off the embossing powder, because we all struggle with that when you're embossing. And she did a great job.
Oh, absolutely.
A fabulous
crushed
job.
it, yeah.
Love mixed media, love her style. So thank you so much, Tiffany.
Yes, that was awesome.
Yes.
And then next up, Justin.
Justin, yes. Ink blending to transform that white cardstock. Oh my goodness.
That was incredible. All of that paper started white.
Yeah.
And then he colored it all with his inks.
It looked so transformed and so different, and he did such a great job. And he's like the pro, because he really talked to us about the different inks and what they're good for. And so if you really want to know more about inks, that was a great tutorial on that as well.
Oh yeah, and Justin even did do a video on our YouTube channel, Ink Blending 101. So if you haven't watched that, definitely go check that out, because that's also a great video.
Yeah, he does such a great job. And then he splattered over the stencil design. That cupcake stencil was so cute, and then splattering over it was good.
Yes, I was gonna say, I love that he used the ink, smushed it, you know, add some water, flicked it on.
Splattered it over that stencil. Such a great idea. We forget to do those little things. That's why these classes are so important.
I know, because I was like, yeah, I didn't really think to do that, because I always think like, oh, I have to have like actual splatter, but no, you can just do your ink pads.
Well, that's why I love SBC Fest. I feel like there's a little bit of something for everyone, and even things like old things that you may have done in the past that you forgot about. It's good to get a refresher. It's good to be inspired. It's good to be educated and to learn and to grow your crafting style. So, so good to do that at SBC Fest. And Justin is, all the educators are teaching us so much. So really grateful for that. One of the things that I love that he did too, Cody, was the cake.
Oh,
remember?
yeah,
We
he
talked about
stretched
that.
it, yeah.
Yeah, he made it look bigger than it really was. So you can like smoke and mirrors your crafty products and make it look bigger. And I love that he reminded us of that. So good.
I know, and just showed us a different like style of card.
Yeah,
you know,
the
and
gatefold.
Yeah, it's so
really,
fun.
really good. Excellent job, Justin.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We learned so much from Tiffany and Justin. Yes, so good, so good. All right.
All right, are we ready for the next two classes?
Yes, who's next?
We're going to Meghann Andrew, and then following Meghann, we're gonna go to Miss Carrie.
Oh, I'm so excited. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello, SBC Fest friends. I am Meghann Andrew, and I am so excited to be here with you for this celebration that brings card makers, scrapbookers, and paper crafters of all kinds together to create and inspire one another. I am so excited to be creating a birthday explosion box with you today. Now, we had a bit of homework to be able to get to this point so that we could assemble our box together. And I will be going through what our bundle has. I will show you a bit of what I did beforehand. But if you missed my homework video and instructions, just sit back and watch this class. Then you can go back, watch the homework, and then catch up today. Okay, let's take a look and see what we're going to create. I'm so excited to share it with you. All right, we have a Celebrate You birthday explosion box. Look how fun this box is. Now, this is my practice round, so I'm going to be looking at this while I create today. But we have a really fun top that has the Celebrate You title, some sparkly sides, On the inside, look at this, so much color, so much fun. There's patterns, there's colors, there's rub-ons, there's sparkly holographic foil paper. It is just a party in a box. I love everything about it. Every layer is a different surprise, and that's what's the great thing about this box. It's not only a card, it's a gift too. It's a scrapbook mini album. You can make it whatever you want it to be. It's just so fun. So we're going to be going through every step of this box to assemble it together with what we've already prepared. Now, I will tell you that I'm going to be referencing the layers. So when I talk about the layers, layer 1 is going to be our first, layer of pages here. And we're going to have layer 1 inside and outside, right? So it's kind of like an onion, like a bloomin' onion. You have your inside and outside of your layers. Then one of the things that I recommended you to have on hand were some small rubber bands, some skinny rubber bands, because every time we're done with a layer, we're going to put it aside like this so that we can work on our next layer without having to move those pages. It's going to be so much fun. Now, I included 3x3 inch photos in my album, and I think that this is just a really special way to gift this to someone and show maybe their years. If you're doing this for a grandchild, maybe you show pictures from their past birthdays or just photos from their past year or to a loved one. It's perfect for everyone, no matter if you're a kid or an adult alike. Okay, so I am going to be showing you each step as we go along. So I'm going to put my template over here and talk to you about the kit, the bundle. So what you have in your bundle is the Scrapbook.com exclusive explosion box. This is what I'm going to be creating with today. I haven't even opened mine. So just really carefully, if you haven't already done so, just take off the plastic and the packaging from your box. And I will take off my packaging now. So I just want you to see how it comes. You have a ribbon that closes it all up. We're not going to be using this today, but I want you to put that aside so that when you go to gift it to someone, then you have that to wrap it all up and keep it all together. And so this is what your empty box will look like when you get it out. Now, there are so many additional inserts in this box, and these are things that you can slide into the pockets. So each page has a pocket like that, and you can slide these little bits and pieces into here, and I'll show you a few ideas of what you can do with these after class, but I want you to put these aside for right now. You also have this little box. I'm going to take my ribbon off of my small box and put that aside so that I can hold on to that for later. So this is what we will be using here, the empty bones of this amazing explosion box. And we're going to add so much color and sparkly bits and rub-ons. It's going to be so much fun. Then we have the birthday pattern collection. I love this paper pad. We already have cut it up for homework, but take a look at the patterns. And let me just cut this open so that you can see it. It has so many amazing patterns and colors in it. And what I also love about this pad is that not only does it have patterns, but it has solid colors as well that coordinate with the patterns. It's just an amazing paper pad for card making, for projects like this, for scrapbooking. I think everyone could use this paper pad in their life. Then we have the birthday banner shape dies. Now I love these because they come in two layers. You have the bottom layer, it's kind of the shadow layer, and it has celebrate and happy birthday. And then you have the top layer so that you can double up on your colors. So you can cut out these individual letters and layer them on top of the shadow layer. So those are the birthday banners. Then you have the rub-on transfers, the sprinkles rub-on transfers. And these come in both dotted and then the sprinkle shape. And they're metallic too. Can you see that shine? So fun. We also have the birthday party rub-ons. Now, this is 2 sheets of birthday icons and sentiments. How fun is this? And we're going to be using these a lot today to add some additional fun to our pages. Okay, so that's what we're going to be using. I have everything kind of organized here in my 4-compartment stadium organizer so that I don't lose anything. I also have some essentials from Scrapbook.com. I have my artiste glue, my dot runner, my reverse grip tweezers, which I love. These have the comfort handle, and this amazing like pokey tool, which is great. And it also has a pickup tool on one side too, just in case there's a stubborn die cut that needs to be picked up. Okay, so the additional supplies that I am going to be showing you guys today are here, and I just had a die fall, but that's the beauty of doing this, filming this live, of course. Just had a banner fall off. Here we go. Okay, so I also created with the sprinkles smooth cardstock pad and the holographic mirror paper pad. That's where the shine comes in for our box. I have the nested hearts metal dies, celebration banners metal dies, stitched balloons, which I love those, heart doilies, and the bold basic alpha. Now, if you didn't pick up these additional supplies, just watch today's video, take a look and see where I use them, and maybe you might have something in your stash that you can add in where I used those supplies. Okay, so let's get going with creating this amazing box because we have quite a few things to put together. Okay, we are going to get started with the sprinkle paper from our birthday pattern collection. So that comes from this paper pad. Now, in my homework video and a homework PDF, I've given you all of the dimensions. So I'll just touch on the dimensions quickly during class, but you can find everything listed in the homework video and on a printable PDF that you can have at your fingertips. Okay, so this piece is 4 1/4 square, and that is going to go on the top of our box. So I'm going to kind of create this page just like a little mini scrapbook layout. I'm going to grab my glue, and I'm going to get some of the die cuts that I've already put together. So the banners, these banners here, and the word you. So I'm grabbing all of those pieces, and we are just going to build this together. Now I'm going to put these pieces for the side of my box aside while I build this one. And I'm going to start out with some banners. Now this is where the reverse tweezers come in handy because these guys make it really easy for you to pick up these smaller die cuts and glue them. Hold them while you're gluing, you know, touching up with your artiste glue and then putting them in place. Now the reason why I'm doing this off of the box is because I am going to be trimming some of these die cuts off of the sides. So I'm just going to place that down and then I can trim it later. Next, I'm going to grab a yellow banner. Again, you can find all of the instructions for the die cuts in the homework video too, but we cut a total of 7 of these banners. I just find this banner set to be really fantastic. And to keep things easy for you guys, I only used 1 banner type so that we didn't get confused as to which banner I was using. Okay, just put a little bit of pressure on each of these as you put them down. So I have 2 of those banners. Then I'm going to grab Celebrate, and this is where we're going to be kind of creating a little mini title for this album. It's Celebrate You. If you want, you can use the name of your recipient instead. That would be really cute. But I just decided to make it so I could gift this box to anyone. In reality, I'll probably give it to my daughter, who I think will just love it. Okay, so I'm going to overlap the Celebrate on the pink like that. It's so cute. I just love those banners, how they like are two different colors. Isn't that so cute? And then we're going to put the U underneath celebrate. Now for the U, I doubled up on those die cuts, and this is something that I love to do to create a little shadow. And I did my shadow in white so that it would stand out against that colored background. So see how there's two layers on each of my letters? And I just did my shadow in white, and you can see that there. So for the homework, we die cut, we cut our paper, and we just layered up on some of these die cuts just to get ready for class today. So no worries at all if you didn't do your homework and you just want to watch and enjoy all of these amazing SBC Fest classes today. You can always come back to these videos at any time and create at your own pace. That's what's great about SBC Fest. Okay, and then I'm going to adhere the U. How cute is this? Celebrate you. Okay, and then I'm going to grab this green die cut here. Okay, and that one's going to go along that bottom edge. Now with these, I just put like a little tiny dot of Artiste glue on each of the dots and then a little dot at either end to make sure that those get adhered down nicely. How cute is that? Okay, so then I can just take my scissors and trim off the pieces hanging off of the edges. Just like that. I think there's one tiny one right there. Clean off my desk. And then I can turn this over, give it a little bit of a pressure to make sure everything's glued down. Then use my dot runner here. Give it a lot of adhesive because this is going on the top of your box and you do not want that to go anywhere. So I like to make sure this is centered on the top of my box, just like so. Perfect. And there is our beautiful box top complete. We also cut 4 pieces of holographic foil paper that were 4 1/4 by 1 1/2. And so I'm going to place these on the sides, again, using my dot runner, and I can put aside some of my die cuts here. Just like to make sure that I get the edges really well adhered. And again, we're going to place these in the center of each panel. Now, when you create a box like this, it's always easier to leave some space on the edges. If you're trying to cover the whole thing, that's a really difficult task. So I really find it better to do it this way and just make sure you have everything centered. I also like the way it looks with those clean white edges. This is the star holographic foil paper, and I love this one. The little mini stars are just so cute and perfect for a birthday box. Then I'm going to go back to that sparkle pattern. Just like that. And then back to the star pattern. So we're just alternating patterns around the sides of the box. And make sure that that is centered. Fantastic. There we go. And so there is our fun box top. And so as soon as you take off this top, the box will explode. So it's really nice to have something really nice to look at on top. It's almost like an album cover, and I love that. Okay, let's put this aside and get ready to create the center of our box. When your box explodes, one of the first things you'll see inside is this cute little gift box, and you can put candy, a small gift, anything you want in here. But I want this to look special on top because you're going to see that first. So I have a piece of the Sprinkles Smooth cardstock that's light pink at 2.5 by 2.5, and we're going to put a little Make-A-Wish sentiment and some candle rub-ons on here. So I want you to grab your birthday party rub-ons, and we are going to cut out the candles here. We're just going to cut them all out together. Make sure you keep that backing paper on just so that it doesn't stick to anything you don't want it to. And then we're going to grab a Make-A-Wish sentiment. So this scripty one right here. Cut that out. Okay, so we're going to start with the candles, and I am going to hold them onto the cardstock, but not place them all the way up. I'm going to kind of cut them off about 2/3 of the way, just so that there's that much hanging off. And I'm going to press that down and trim this from the bottom. Then I'm going to take my Make-A-Wish sentiment and cut it so that make is separate from a wish. This is the great thing about rub-ons, is that you can kind of manipulate them any way you want. And I'm going to put make on top and a wish below, like that. So just press those down with your fingers to try to get them to stick on. Then I'm going to grab my die cutting machine because I find that this is the best way to get rub-ons to go onto your paper. Now, what I like to do here is have a clean magic mat for this purpose. So I haven't used my die cutting machine on this mat. It is totally smooth. This way you're not going to get any cutting marks in your paper. And I also have a pretty clean cutting plate as well to go on top. So I just find that you get better results with, clean magic mats and plates. So once I have those in place on my paper, I'm going to run that through. And then I'm going to use my reverse tweezers here to pull off that plastic. And look how perfect. So unlike using a straight edge or your wooden tool that comes in the rub-ons, you don't have to continually, scratch it to try to get those off. They come off in one go when you use a die cutting machine, and I love that. Okay, so then we can just use our dotted adhesive runner here. This is my favorite adhesive from Scrapbook.com. And I'm going to grab my little box and place this little square right on top so that when the box explodes and opens, you see that little Make-A-Wish. Isn't that sweet? Okay, let's go to the inside of our box. So what we're going to be working on first is layer 1. And we have the solid piece with some rub-ons, we have the dotted piece with some balloons, and then 2 3 by 3 inch photos. So let's get going with this one. So I'm grabbing the papers that I have prepped in homework. Okay, and these are sized at 3.5 by 4 inches. And you have your teal paper from the birthday pattern paper, you have your polka dot from the birthday pattern paper, you have your presents from the birthday pattern paper, and your bright pink from the birthday pattern paper. So 2 of the solids, 2 of the patterns, all from the same paper pad. Okay, so the first couple are going to be easy. So our birthday pattern paper, we're going to add a 3x3 inch photo, or a photo template in this case too. And I have given you guys some photo templates. It's like a PDF that I included with my homework. So this way, if you didn't have time to choose photos, you could still create this project with me, but use a photo template instead. And that's what I like to do because I find that sometimes it's less pressure. Okay, then I'm going to put another 3x3 inch photo on my pink pattern here. So those two have photos, really simple. Okay, for our teal, we are going to grab our birthday party rub-ons again. And I am going to cut out this banner that says Happy B-Day. So I'm going to cut it out together first, and then we're going to cut it apart. Just make sure you keep that backing on there. The worst thing is when your rub-ons stick to something and you have to pull them off, and you know you've ruined your sheet of rub-ons. Okay, so cut these apart. And what we're going to do here is place these so that happy is at the top, just like so. And birthday is below, kind of at a different angle. And I want to get that a little bit more centered there, just like that. Okay, so kind of rub those on with your fingers to get those in place, and then you could run them through your die cutting machine to get that adhered to the teal paper. Okay, and then this is easy to just pull these from the sides like that. And then if you have any rub-ons kind of hanging off the edges, just use your scissors to trim those off. So then you have happy birthday. Then for our polka dot, what we're going to do is something fun with this one too. We're going to take one of our holographic balloons cut in homework. So this is one of the larger ones. And I'm going to adhere this around the top here, just like that. And then with one of our teal balloons, we have 2 teal balloons, I'm going to grab the sprinkles rub-on transfers, and we're going to make this a confetti balloon. So I'm just going to cut a small piece of the circular confetti and then place it towards the bottom of the balloon. Kind of like that. Press it down and then run it through my machine. I just love these rub-ons because of that gold. Look at that shiny gold. Okay, so then trim off anything that's hanging off the edge. Put some adhesive on that, and then we can put it right there next to our holographic balloon. Now let me move this out of the way so that we can get these adhered. Okay, I'm going to take the happy birthday teal piece. We're just going to adhere this one at the top, and make sure that your cardstock panel is centered on the page. I like to have that little bit of white around the edge. Next, we're going to do our balloons right here on this side. Then we're going to do our 3x3 inch dark pink photo. And that is going to go down here. It's going to be facing you. And then our other 3x3 inch photo with the present pattern is going to go on this side. I hope everybody refilled their adhesive for SBC Fest because I know I did. I didn't want to run out of adhesive. So there are your 4 panels. And then we can kind of place these up and out of the way while we work on the outside. So we have the inside of layer 1 done. I'm accidentally grabbing layer 2 there. The inside of layer 1 done, and now we're going to work on the outside. So let me put this aside. And then here is my template here. So for the outside, we have a couple of pieces that don't have anything on them. So this is your opportunity to decide if you want to place anything there, or you can leave them just as these beautiful patterns. So all of the outside pieces are 3.5 by 3.5. And I have the polka dotted pattern from the birthday pattern paper, the light pink from the sprinkles paper pad, the stripe from the birthday pattern paper, and the bright yellow from the sprinkles paper pad. So the polka dot and the stripe, those are easy because those we are just adhering the patterns down. With our light pink, we're going to be adding a 3 by 3 inch photo template. So I'm just going to put a little bit of adhesive right there in the center so that I can swap out that template with a photo later. So that one's done. Then with our yellow one, we're going to have some more rub-on fun. So grab your birthday rub-ons, and we're going to be using these balloons right here. These are on the top left corner. I'm going to cut around my little flower here. Just like that. Now I want my teal balloon to be separate. I'm going to keep my stars with my pink balloon. Put that back over here. So for my teal balloon, I'm going to kind of place that towards the bottom like that. And my pink balloon will be a little bit higher, just like that. And then I can grab my die cutting machine and get that adhered to the paper. Okay. And then grab that with my reverse tweezers. Look at how cute that is. I love that on the bright yellow background. Isn't that so sweet? Okay, so those are our 4 pieces for layer 1 outside. Now let's get that adhered. Okay. So I'm going to grab the striped pattern and put that on the back side of our teal banner. Now you can obviously put these in any order that you wish for them to go. Then on the back side of the balloon piece, I'm going to place our yellow balloon panel, the one that we just used those cute rub-ons on. Place that there. On the back side of the pink 3 by 3 inch photo, I'm going to adhere the polka dotted pattern. Just like that. And then on the back side of the presents pattern, I'm going to add the light pink 3 by 3 inch photo. Okay, so that is layer 1 and the inside box done. So then you can close these up just like so and put your rubber band around to keep those like that so you can work on layer 2. Now, layer 2, we're going to bring in some of that fun holographic paper. So layer 2 inside. That's these pieces here. We are going to have, we're going to do the balloons and the cake, both from the birthday pattern collection. Then we're going to have that sparkly holographic silver foil. Look at how that shines, you guys. Isn't that so fun? Okay, so for one of these holographic pieces, we are just going to adhere a 3 by 3 inch photo. Super easy, so just place that in the center. Okay, and put that aside. For the balloons, we're also going to have a 3 by 3 inch photo. So put your photo template or your photos that you have ready on that one. Easy peasy. Then the cake, we're also going to have a 3 by 3 inch photo. So this is going to be a photo heavy layer. Now I think that any recipient would love to see photos from their past year, from a birthday celebration. Maybe you had a milestone birthday and this is a gift that you can give after the fact. I love that idea. Okay, so for this final piece of holographic foil paper, we are going to grab one of our doily hearts. And for this one, I used the small one. I cut this from the sprinkles paper. And that is going to go there, but we're going to add some fun rub-ons to them. Okay, so I'm going to grab this little heart right here to the left of the colorful happy birthday. I love it. It looks like a little cookie, like a sugar cookie, and it's adorable. Okay, so that is going to go right in the center of that heart. I'm just going to make sure that is centered before I press it down. There we go. And if you have any worry that your piece is going to move before you get it onto your die cutting machine, you can always put a small piece of mint tape over that too. Okay, the other thing I'm going to cut out here is the You're Amazing banner. This is the teal You're Amazing, and we're going to put that right on that holographic mirror paper. And I bet you didn't know that you could use rub-ons on the holographic mirror paper too, but you can. Okay, so this is going to go in the center of this panel, kind of towards the bottom. I would say in the bottom third. So just make sure that is centered before you press it down, or as centered as you can get it. Remember, it is handmade, not Hallmark. And then this is centered as well. So then we can grab our die cutting machine. And I'm going to put my heart there and my holographic foil paper there and run those through. Look how awesome that looks. Isn't that cool? I just love that. And then my heart, I'm just going to try to use my tweezers here. Isn't that sweet? And then you can place your heart just above the You're Amazing sentiment, right in the center. So there is that panel. And then we can get these adhered to our explosion box. So our 3 by 3 inch photo with the balloon pattern is going here on the top. If you want to do it just like mine, that is behind the birthday gift pattern there. Then the 3 by 3 inch photo on the silver holographic paper is going next to the right. And then the cake with the photos right down here. And I'm placing this so that it is facing me. Oh, this one's facing inside, sorry. This one's facing inside because it's the side. There we go. And then your amazing is facing you at the bottom. Just like that. So you can see here on layer 1 and layer 2, both of those papers are going to be facing you with the Make-A-Wish the right way up. Okay, so there is layer 2, the inside. Now we can work on layer 2, the outside. And let me show you layer 2 outside. So you can use your same rubber band. Just gather up your layers here. So for this one, again, I use some patterns just on their own. That one, then we're gonna have some more fun with some rub-ons. We did a 3x3 inch photo and more rub-on fun there. Okay, so layer 2 outside is sized at 3 3/4 by 3 1/2. This piece here from the Sprinkles paper collection is plain. We've left that one plain, so you can put that one aside. This one is going to have a 3x3 inch photo. So we can go ahead and get this one. And this is the hat pattern from the Sprinkles paper. Let's put that one, I'm sorry, not Sprinkles, birthday paper. Getting Sprinkles and birthday mixed up. Okay, for these two, we're gonna have some fun. So for your green one, this is the green piece from the Sprinkles cardstock. I want you to cut out Enjoy Your Day from the birthday party rub-ons, okay? That is going to go right toward the top. Now, let me just see here. So this is going to be sitting kind of so that it is longer sideways than it is tall, okay? So the 3 3/4 is the width and the 3 1/2 inches is the height. So you wanna make sure that when you put on your rub-ons, you have them the right way around. So I'm gonna make sure that Enjoy Your Day is right at the top in the center, like so. Then I'm gonna cut out this uber cute fringe banner here. I love that one, it's so fun. Okay, that one is going to go across like so. And I wanted it kind of at a different angle. Then I grabbed a birthday present and I grabbed this big one here. This big white one with the teal top. Okay, and I kind of place that towards the bottom. Now make sure that the rub-on, so the part that has the image on it, does not overlap any plastic or else it will not adhere to your paper. So that's what that panel looks like. Enjoy Your Day, the banner, and the present down there. Okay, so for the blue one, we're gonna do some party hats. We are going to cut the happy birthday sentiment here. And this is the colorful one because it's really going to look awesome and stand out on that blue background. Now this is where you can start to cut your die cuts apart. Makes them a little bit easier to store when they're in pieces like that. This one we can put just along that bottom, just like so, and make sure that is centered. Just like that. And then I'm going to do some party hats. I'm going to do 3 party hats. So these 3 here. And I'm going to cut them all apart. Just like so. The yellow one I'm going to put here, the blue one in the center, and the pink one here, kind of cascading across the panel. And then I want 2 of the noisemakers. Gotta have a noisemaker at a party, right? Okay, so I'm gonna do this one here. Kind of like that. You can have them going any which way you want them to go. And then this pink and yellow noisemaker is going to go up here. Okay, so both of our panels are ready to go. I'm going to place my rub-ons really carefully back on here and just kind of set these neatly aside so that I don't lose any of my rub-ons, and grab my die cutting machine so that we can get these adhered. So if you have a Platinum 6, you should be able to do both at the same time. It's just such a time-saving method to do it this way, instead of rubbing each one on individually. Okay, look how cute. And it's just amazing how easily they adhere this way too. Just gonna trim off those fringes on the side. Okay, and here is a look at our blue piece here with our colorful happy birthday and our hats. So all 4 of our panels are done, and we can get these put on our box. So for this one, we're gonna grab the green panel and put that behind the heart with the holographic. So adhere that to the back side here, and just lift up your box. Make sure that that is nice and straight. Then behind our cake with our 3x3" photo, we're going to use this piece of pattern paper. This is plain, so decide if you want to add anything to it. But I think seeing some of these patterns is actually really nice. Okay, there's that one. Next, we have the blue party hats. That is going to be on the back side of this holographic 3x3" photo. Just like this. And last, we have the blue party hats 3x3" photo on the back side of the balloons. Just like that. So that is layer 2 complete. Now we can take our rubber band, get all of the pieces of layer 2 and layer 1 put together, and get that put together. And now we can move on to layer 3. So I'm going to grab my layer 3 pieces. I have layer 3 inside and outside here, cut during homework. So for our inside pieces, they are 4 inches by 4¼ inches. And I have the sprinkles pattern from the birthday paper pad, the sunburst colorful pattern from the birthday paper pad, and then I have 2 of the foil papers. These are the tiny silver stars. Aren't those so fun? Okay, so for these 2, they are just going to have 3x3" photos. So pretty easy. We're just gonna put one of our photo templates on this sprinkles pattern and the sunburst pattern. And if you're using the photo templates, make sure you don't use too much adhesive because you want to be able to get those off. So this dotted tape runner is perfect for this type of thing. Okay, next we're going to grab some of our die cuts that we prepped beforehand. So from our banners, we're going to grab Happy and place that there. You know what? I actually want the yellow and the teal Happy. So do the yellow and teal Happy right there. And then we're going to pair that with a few more of the banners. So I want these banners, and I want a pink, and I want a yellow, just like that. Okay. So for this one, all we have to do is just adhere these together to that background. And it's kind of hard to see. Let me just zoom in for you guys because I know the holographic paper on the camera, it's kind of hard. Okay, so I'm going to use my reverse tweezers here to hold this together just like we did on our box top. And I'm going to use my Artiste glue here. Now, if your glue gets a little bit gunked up, use your pen. And I love that, you know, the fine tip applicator and the pen all come with the Artiste glue. So you don't have to source those yourself, but just add a little dot. Now, with the holographic foil paper, it has a slick surface. So whatever you put on there, you want to just hold down for a second, just like that, while you let that glue adhere. Okay, and then I'm going to grab the Happy. And get this adhered down, just like that. And I'm going to have this overlap that pink layer, but you can put it on however you would like. And then I'm going to do this yellow one just below it. Okay, just a little dot, just little dots, because if you get too much glue on this foil paper and you kind of smear it on the foil paper, you're definitely going to notice. Okay, so I'm just going to let that set aside to dry before I trim off the edges. The other thing we're going to do on this one is the same banners. This time I'm going to grab the pink and the teal, just like that, and get those adhered down first. So this is a really fun layer with these banners and the foil. Super fun. I think this entire kit of products is just amazing for any kind of birthday project you want to create. Okay, so let's get that pink one down. And then we'll do the teal. Now this is the teal cut from the birthday pattern paper pad. So the solid teal from that one. And if you haven't done the homework yet for this class, I will tell you that once you cut all of the pattern pieces, like these rectangles, keep every single offcut of those, because that's going to give you all the pieces that you need to cut these kind of banners and the die cut words and the balloons. So you're not wasting any paper here. You're going to use all of your pieces. There you go. See, we have those two. Then I'm going to grab some balloons. So for this one, I'm going to grab my dark blue, and this is from the birthday paper pad, and the light pink from the Sprinkles cardstock. And we are going to do exactly what we did before and make these confetti balloons. So all of the solid balloons that I have in this box are confetti balloons. I'm going to go back out wide here so you're not too close to the die cutting machine. And again, I am going to use this circular one. If you prefer to use the sprinkles one, then go ahead and do that, whatever you prefer. So I'm just going to put some on this blue one, like that. Place it on my die cutting machine, and then cut out this one for the pink. Pink one's going to have a few more confetti pieces there. Tidy up my mess as I go. That's what we all need to do today, friends, especially when we're taking all these SBC Fest classes. Got to clean up as we go. Okay, ready? How fun is that? Isn't that the cutest? I just love these confetti balloons. I love them. And this balloon die set, this nested die set, gives you so many different balloon die cuts. I just love them. Okay, so then we can trim off our edges on our banner here. And I can adhere my balloons right around our banners, our celebration banners, just like so. Isn't that fun? Okay, so those are our pieces for layer 3 inside. And here is how I'm going to adhere these. So our confetti balloons. Okay, if you look here, if you can see my layer 1, the presents, they're going to go behind that, facing toward the center. Then we're going to have our sunburst 3x3 photo. Such a fun pattern too. So place that just like that. Then we have our other holographic piece. I'm going to trim off the edges on this one. And that's going to be opposite to the other holographic piece on this layer, facing towards the center. And then we're going to have our sprinkles with our 3x3 inch photo facing you right down here. Okay, so that's layer 3 inside. Super fun. Okay, I'm going to set that aside and show you layer 3 outside. So this one, I'm going to use my rubber band here to get it all in place. Okay, so on this one, we have our little cute heart doily, some candles, pink pattern with balloon rub-ons, and this really fun cake. Okay, so let's put this one together. So layer 3 outside is sized at 4 inches by 3 3/4 of an inch. Okay. And this piece is plain. We've left that one just like that. And then the rest will have die cuts and other, rub-ons on them. Okay, so grab your birthday rub-ons. We're going to start with this yellow piece here, and we're going to use the Love You So Much banner. The red Love You So Much. And I'm going to cut that off. And place that right toward the bottom in the center. Kind of like the bottom third, I would say. The bottom third. And again, try to get that centered as best as you can. Okay, and then we can run that through our machine when we're ready. Let's get all the other pieces put on that we need. So next, we are going to grab our rub-ons again, and we're going to cut out Let's Eat Cake. I love this one, so fun. And I love this font, it's so celebratory. Okay, so Let's Eat Cake is going to go towards the top on our yellow star pattern. Then we're going to grab one of these multicolored banners. Let's just cut the bottom one out. Okay, that's going to go right below Let's Eat Cake. Just make sure that that is not on any of the plastic, and it can go at any angle. Then we're going to cut out the purple cake. How cute is that? And we're going to put that there just below it. It's kind of sticking off of the bottom edge. And I'm going to make sure that that is centered. There we go. And then lastly, I am going to cut some of these little party popper streamer things. I think 3 or 4 is plenty. And you can place 2 and 2 so that you don't have to place them individually. So I can do 2 here, 2 here, but really do as many as you want. Okay, so there's that panel. Okay, next I'm going to take my pink panel here, and we're going to add some balloons to this one. So here I have the confetti white balloon, and make sure you don't forget the tail of the balloon too, because it can be a little tricky to see. So that big white confetti balloon will go there. The yellow floral balloon can go right here, and you can keep the stars on that one too. And then the last balloon is right next to Let's Eat Cake. And I can cut that out with one of the stars too. Now, if you prefer different rub-ons to what I'm using, then by all means, use what you want. This is going to be your gift to someone, and you want it to fit your style and be special. Okay, so those are all of our rub-ons in place. Yes. And so now we can do that all together and grab our die cutting machine. I'm going to put 2 on at a time onto my magic mat. So just like that, and run those through. I find it really important to have a separate magic mat for just this reason, that I don't die cut on, just to keep it just for rub-ons. So cute. For this one, I'm going to use my reverse tweezers just to make sure I get that off clean. Let's Eat Cake. How sweet is that? I just love that. That one's finished. And our balloons with our cute stars. There we go. And then let's go ahead and do Love You So Much on our yellow paper. Okay. All right, so our yellow Let's Eat cake is going to go on the back side of the sunburst pattern. Okay, hold up your box and get that in place, just like that. Okay, next we have our yellow piece, but before we adhere this on, we're going to grab our final heart doily. I just love that heart doily. And we're going to place that right above Love You So Much. Make sure that's centered. Adds a lot of texture to that page. And then we can put this behind the happy banner holographic piece and get that adhered. Behind our sprinkles photo, we're going to add the plain candles. Just like that. And then behind our balloon holographic, we're going to add our pink balloons. All right. We are on our last layer. So let's get this layer put up just like so. There we go. This is our final layer, you guys. I'm so excited. Okay, so this is what I call layer 4. And all of your pieces are going to be sized 4 1/4 by 4 1/4. And I used the sprinkles pattern, the holographic stars. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? The confetti pattern, and another holographic stars. Okay, on both of our holographic stars, we have a 3 by 3 inch photo. So I'm going to go ahead and put my placeholders on those. Be sure to download this PDF so that you can have these placeholders so that when you go to create, you can just create for the sake of creating the box and then go back and choose your photos. Okay, for the sprinkles pattern, I'm going to move this box aside. I'm going to grab my final 2 balloons, and you know what we're going to have to do to this one, right? We are definitely going to have to add more confetti to that balloon. So I'm going to cut another little piece of confetti here. Put it onto my teal balloon just like that. And I'm going to put that right to the side. I don't think I have anything else actually to rub on for this layer. So we might as well go ahead and do this. And run this through my die cutting machine. How cute is that? I just can't get over making confetti balloons out of die cuts and rub-ons. Just the cutest. Okay, so for this one, we're going to place our foil balloon on the right and our teal confetti balloon to the left. I like to overlap them just like that. And then for this one, we're going to use the last of our die cuts. And look, all of my stack and sort trays are empty. That's when you know you are nearing the finish line. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to add happy, and I have a little bit of a glue mess here. Let me just make sure that this is coming out okay. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to grab my reverse tweezers and my pink on pink happy banner. And just add some glue here, not too much, just a bit. And make sure you get those little thin edges too. I just love the way this looks on this pattern paper. It is so cute. So there we have happy. And then I'm going to grab my yellow and blue birthday and glue this one up too. And I'm going to put that at a different angle, make it go all the way across, just like so. How cute is that? I love it. This not only works great for this explosion box, but these banners would be great on a card front too for a sentiment. Okay, so just trim those off, just like that. I'm going to go ahead and get my glue closed up. Tidy up my surface a little bit here and pull out my box again. We also have the hearts to add, which I'm excited about too. Okay, so behind your yellow panel here with the heart, you're going to add the happy birthday panel. Okay, so put that right there. Then we're going to add our holographic paper with a 3x3 inch photo. This one's facing you, just like that. Then our pink balloons. Over here facing the center of the box, just like that. And our holographic 3x3 inch photo up here, right on the top. Awesome. So let's grab our hearts that we cut for homework. Now these were cut using the nested hearts die. And I found the easiest thing to do with these is to grab your scoring board. So I have a large scoring board here, and I'm going to grab my scoring board and place my heart so that the center point of the heart at the bottom and right here at the top is on the same line, and I'm going to score right down the center of that heart and fold it. Okay? This will make it so much easier when you go to put it on the box. Okay, so center line, scoring this here, and fold it like that. So we're doing this 4 times. For these hearts, we cut them out of both of our paper pads that we're using in class today, and you can find the details about these in the homework, just like you can everything else. So everything that we did to prep before class is located in a homework video and a handy dandy PDF as well. Okay, so there are our hearts, and we can put our scoring board aside. Now we have scored lines here, and we have scored lines here. So it makes it really easy to put these hearts on and know that they are going to fold the correct way. Okay, so just get these placed on. Doesn't matter what color goes where. Make sure you use plenty of adhesive. You don't want your hearts coming off. And I find that it's easiest to fold it up a little bit and adhere it, so that you know you're hitting the scored lines together. I think I'm going to do light pink next. Okay, and I'm going to fold that up, place the scored lines together, and get that adhered down. Next, I'm going to do yellow. So I'm going to make my pinks opposite each other. Okay. Yellow and then dark pink. There we go. And that is the inside of our amazing explosion box. How fun is that? So all we have to do, now when you go to fold this up, just be careful when you do so. Some of your adhesive might not be stuck down yet, like you could just see there. So you want to just be a little bit gentle when you go to fold it, because that paper needs to kind of get stuck on there. Okay. Okay, especially your hearts. That's the one that you really want to, focus on holding the most. I'm going to grab my rubber band and close this up while we work on the sides and finish those off. Okay, so there's our box all closed up. And for the box outside, I have cut 4 different pattern pieces, 2 of the polka dot and 2 of the stripes, all from the birthday pattern pad. And these are all 4 1/4 by 4 1/4. Okay, super simple to put these on. You can use any pattern that you wish, but I'm going to do my patterns across from each other. So just like that. And then do the stripe. And I like my stripes being vertical. Just like that. And then more dots. Just like this. And stripes. Okay. All right. So that is our box. Now we can put our lid back on and I can show you the explosion in all of its glory. And how fun this will be for some lucky recipient of your amazing handmade gift. Okay, ready? Ta-da! I just love it. Isn't it just the most fun? It is like a card, a mini album, all put together, and a gift, all put together. Just lovely and beautiful and fun. Now, really quickly, remember all of those inserts that you had that came with your box? Well, I want you to use your creativity and your scraps of paper and just make those really special too. So for this one, for instance, I added some pattern paper, some rub-ons, and then you can put a gift card inside and you can stick that down in here, and then your recipient will be really excited to pull out all the little bits and pieces. This one is really fun. It's almost like a little mini album that's interactive, and I used some rub-ons and some pattern paper here and some paper on each layer, and that can be like a little cute mini album. Isn't that adorable? There are so many amazing little add-ons on this box that I think are just fantastic, and you can really make this box your own with those. All right, my friends, I hope you love this box as much as I do. I hope you love creating it. I hope you love making it your own and using this bundle and the amazing Scrapbook.com products that we use to create it. And more than that, I hope whoever you gift it to loves it and cherishes it so much. It's just such a wonderful gift. I want to thank my friends at Scrapbook.com for inviting me to be a part of SBC Fest again. I had such a great time. Thanks to all of you for joining us today. And don't forget, you can come back and watch this video on replay and create this box with me at any time. I'm Meghann Andrew, and thank you so much for being here with me. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, welcome to SBC Fest. I'm Miss Carrie and I can't wait to show you this Easter scrapbook page that I have planned for you. I'm going to be sharing some tips and tricks for using Scrapbook.com's dies and rub-on transfers. I can't wait to show you how this project comes together. Let's take a look at the supplies we're going to be using today.
For this Easter scrapbook layout, I've chosen the Nested Peeps and Hip Hop Hooray word dies with shadow layers. I wanted to give this a bright spring feel, so I'll be using the Berry Sweet pattern paper collection and cardstock from the Sprinkles pack. You can use papers you already own, or choose from one of the many pattern papers and cardstock colors on Scrapbook.com that match your photos. We're going to focus on ways to use rub-on transfers on scrapbook pages. The one I selected is the black and white flower garden collection. It's perfect for spring. In this package, you receive a set of black line flowers and white flowers. These 2 sheets of images are easy to use and can be applied to just about any surface. Paper, wood, glass, ribbon, and Bible journal pages are just a few examples. They are safe for your memory keeping projects and come with a handy popsicle stick for easy application. In today's class, I'll share a few ways that you can transfer these images. The images sit on an acetate carrier sheet with a backing sheet that prevents them from being transferred while in storage. You can use the entire sheet of images or cut this apart and use just the pieces you need for your project. As I create the project, I'll bring in a few additional tools and supplies. As always, I encourage you to use what you already have, but if you would like a list of the items I'm using, one's been provided for you on the SBC Scrapfest site. We're going to start with our adorable little bunnies. I'm going to shade the bunnies with a wet medium, so I'm using white mixed media cardstock for the background. I've cut the paper to match the size of the rub-on sheet. I'm going to remove the backer and place this right over the top of the cardstock. To prevent it from shifting, I'm going to secure it with some 1-inch mint tape. I'm going to run this through my P6 die cutting machine. When I create, I try to find shortcuts to save myself some time. And this is a great hack for getting all the images in place at once. I have the basic metal dice sandwich with the shim, and I replace the bottom plate with a magic mat. As I run this through, the pressure of the machine will transfer the rub-on images all at once. This is a huge time saver. Let me move this out of the way. Now we need to slowly peel the carrier sheet up. Go slow, because sometimes a few of the images don't transfer, and you want to be able to catch the errors before you remove the entire carrier sheet. If an image doesn't transfer, just place the carrier sheet back over the top and use the popsicle stick or bone folder to transfer the image. After applying the rub-ons, we're going to use the Spellbinders die cutting machine with the magic mat to cut out bunny shapes. To maximize the sheet, we're going to lay out the dies just like this. This is going to save you from having to purchase more than one package of black and white flower transfers. If you choose to use any of the other sizes of the Peeps bunny dies, you might need to make some adjustments or purchase an additional set of transfer images. All right, using this layout, I'm going to cut out all of these images for our project. As I said, I wanted to create a festive spring design, so I chose the flower images. Scrapbook.com has other designs that could be used instead. I have seen rub-on transfers with polka dots, confetti, vintage script, hearts, and other florals and leaf designs. They're also available in some colors and metallics. I would love to know if you have used a rub-on transfer recently on a project, or if you have a favorite rub-on transfer design. Because I'm trying to get the most out of this paper, I'm using mint tape to secure the dies in place. This is a removable adhesive tape that doesn't damage the paper or the transfer image when it's removed. Now, a few of you may not have use for bunny images, but that doesn't mean that you can't create something similar using the techniques I'm going to share with you today. Our family's favorite holiday is St. Patrick's Day. I grabbed myself one of the new sets of nested 4-leaf clover dies and some of the vintage script rub-on transfers. I can't wait to share that scrapbook project with you. I'd love to know if your family has a favorite holiday and how you record those memories. Do you place all of the pictures on 1 or 2 pages, or do you make multiple layouts to record the memories? All right, these are almost cut out. I'm placing the die cuts into the stack and sort trays because my desk is a bit of a mess at the moment and I don't want to lose these. There we go. We are all done. Now we're going to add some color to these. I'm using Distress watercolor pencils for a soft pastel look. I'm just going to spritz some water onto the silicone craft mat and spray a light mist over the top of the die cuts. As I said, I like to keep things simple, so I'm just going to wet the tip of the pencil in the pool of water, then lightly rub it over the top of the die cut. Remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just have fun with it and let those watercolor pigments do their thing. The first layer is going to be muted because I plan to add a second layer here in a moment. Now you can add as much or as little color as you like. I mentioned earlier that I cut these from the white mixed media paper pad. I chose to use a mixed media paper because I'm doing a wet on wet technique. Mixed media paper tends to hold up better with this sort of method. If you're using a lower grade paper or one that weighs much less, you might want to place down some gesso over the top before you add your watercolors. With mixed media paper, you don't need any gesso. You can just place your transfers over the top and add your wet mediums. How simple was that? And super cute, right? Okay, so that one was Kitsch Flamingo. Let's grab a yellow for the next bunny. Now, I'm not a mixed media expert by any means. In fact, I often tell my viewers that mixed media scares me. I really struggle with the unpredictability of it, but I'm learning, and simple projects like this allow me to use some of the mediums that I have in my collection. So with this one, I feel like the yellow is darker than I like. If this happens, you can bring in a clean wet paintbrush and spread the pigment around, or use a paper towel to remove some of the color. As long as you don't saturate it, the transfer images won't be damaged. Watercolors are one of those mediums that I find easy to work with because the pigment can be changed with a little bit of water. In the chat, share your thoughts for working with watercolors or other mediums. A few of you struggle with mixed media as well, or maybe you don't like it at all. Now, I have nothing against these other mediums or using mixed media on scrapbook pages. I love how it looks, and as a creator, I enjoy working with different mediums. Now, this next question is for all of you who love to work with mixed media. If you could go back and give your beginner self one piece of advice, what would it be? Now, at this point, you can leave the bunnies as is, but I like to add layers. I'm going to create another pool of pigment and paint the flowers. Again, this is going to be a simple technique. The base color for this bunny was Kitsch Flamingo, which is a lighter pink hue. So I brought in picked raspberry for the flowers. This is going to make them stand out a little bit more. The original layer is still a bit damp, so if you decide that you don't like this, you can remove the pigment with a paper towel. Once that pigment dries and sets, the top layers are harder to remove. I'm creating a tone-on-tone look, but you're more than welcome to use other colors on your flowers. If you do, you might want to wait until after the first layer dries. You don't want to mix two wet colors together. It might create a muddied look. You can also add your second layer of color to the area around the flowers, or the background layer, which will make the flowers a softer hue. What else could we do with these? Spatters, maybe, or glitter brushes? I think those would be pretty, wouldn't they? On a recent project, I shaded my images with black and white luster brushes. Those have a chalk-like look that would look really great spattered over these bunnies. Scrapbook.com also has a bunch of glitter brush colors. You could create a whole garden of shimmery florals with those. Painting with stamping ink is a good idea, or a stamp pad re-inker. I have tried to spray these with shimmer and distress sprays. Unfortunately, the sprays cover up quite a bit of the transfer image, but you could pour that liquid into a paint well and try to shade the flowers with those. Now, isn't that too cute? And simple too. Let's bring in the larger yellow bunny and add color to those flowers as well. The original color that I used on this large bunny was mustard seed. It was a darker hue, and I removed some of the color using some water and a paper towel. I could bring back that mustard seed to color the flowers, but I want them to really pop. So I'm going to use fossilized amber instead. Now, I know that not all of you are going to want to use the bunnies on your scrapbook pages. As cute as they are, these peeps might not be your thing, but I want you to think of other ways that you could use the technique. It would make a great card background, or a fun way to fill in large letters of a die-cut title. Let's get those creative gears turning and share some of your ideas in the chat. I would love to know how you're going to use this technique. For the embellishment bunnies, I chose to use the black transfer rub-ons because they really pop on pastel colors. I love the look of pastel with the classic black and white. Now, the white rub-on transfers didn't show up as well with the watercolors, but here in a moment, I am going to show you how to use those with ink. All right, while these dry, I'm going to add color to the last three bunnies. I'm going to create a light blue, a small yellow, and a small pink. I'm going to bring in speckled egg blue for this larger bunny. Once again, I'm going to wet the mixed media paper and add a little pool of water over here so that I can activate my pencil. Now I'm noticing there's like this little thread of paper near the ear here. I don't know if my die shifted or if I missed a cut, but I need to pull it off real quick because it's bothering me. Sorry about that. Now I realized that I didn't really explain to you how watercolor pencils work. There are 3 common ways to use watercolor pencils. The first is a dry on dry technique. So a dry pencil on dry paper. This is just like coloring with regular colored pencils. You can start with lighter strokes and build up the color intensity. You can also do what's called a wet on dry or dry on wet technique. So either your paper is dry and your pencil is wet, or your pencil is dry and your paper is wet. Both of those will give you different effects. You can also do what we're doing here, which is called the wet on wet technique. Different amounts of water and pressure are going to give you different effects, and the colors will become more intense or softer or give you a more hazy look depending on the technique that you use. You can also layer the pencils over previous washes, either wet or dry. If you wait until the previous layer is dry, you can create almost a hazing effect. Now you can also bring in your dark colored pencils and add some detail and depth to these flowers if you like. You can also apply the wet pencil over a dry layer and create some really dark shadows and lines. All right, so our small peeps are done. I'm going to fill in the flowers of the larger bunny. Now I'm going to paint the flowers a little different this time. The speckled egg is really light. It's a softer hue, and I want the flowers to be darker. Let me move the silicone mat up a little bit so that this is within the frame of the camera. Instead of mixing the pigment with water, I'm going to pull it right off the tip of the pencil. This color is more intense and it dries a little faster. It's also difficult to spread, which is why I need to add more water to my brush occasionally. This doesn't damage the pencils at all. It's just another way to use them. My only suggestion is that you make sure the pencils are fully dry before you store them back in the tins. Please remember to keep this simple and don't overthink it. We aren't creating a masterpiece that's going to hang in a museum. You're creating a page of memories that your friends and family will love. The most important parts of this page are going to be the photos and the story that goes with them. The painting, the layering, and the coloring is just the fun part that you get to enjoy as you record the memories. For years, I was so worried about how everything looked on my scrapbook pages until I saw my daughter thumb through our albums with her new husband. Not once did I hear her comment on the uneven paper strips or the unbalanced embellishment clusters that I was worried about. She talked to him about the photos and the story. It made me realize that creating scrapbook pages is a fun activity for me, and the end result needs to showcase the memories for others. I would love to hear your thoughts on this, or maybe this topic was a little too in-depth before some of you have had enough coffee for the day. Oh, I just realized that I was going to talk to you about fixatives. That's another question that I often get asked when I use watercolor paints or watercolor pencils. Most watercolor pigments require some sort of fixative spray over the top to prevent them from smudging or fading. Now, I've never had issues with the distress watercolor pencils smudging or fading after they've dried, but I've always used them with mixed media paper. So that might be the reason why I don't have this issue. All right, this blue one took a little bit longer because I used a lighter shade of blue, but once it dries, it's going to be worth it. I'm going to set these aside to dry, clean up my space, and show you how to put the page together. I've cut a piece of cardstock to 11 inches by 11 inches, and I'm going to layer it over a full-size background. The larger piece is a mixed media cardstock because I'll be adding some color to it here in a moment. This white mixed media paper is part of the SBC Fest kit for my class. It's what I use to cut out the bunnies, and there's plenty of the mixed media paper left over to create the 2 layers for your scrapbook layout. My photo is mounted on a tag cut from the Berry Sweet collection. You can cut this tag by hand or use one of your favorite tag dies or cutting machine. I used the nested tags to cut this and used my lengthening trick to make it long enough to hold the photos. I'm going to select a few patterns for my page. This floral has a nice watercolor feel, so I want that one. And the black and white check has a dot pattern on the back that matches the outfit. This paper collection has some great florals and colors that are perfect for spring and summer. I try to pull my colors from the photos, so I think I need to bring in a pink. These are going to be cut at 1 inches and 3/4 inches wide by 8 inches in length. You can cut them at any width that you wish. I'm arranging these strips of pattern paper behind the photo for a fun layered effect. I am cutting all 3 layers at once to save some time, and it seems like my paper trimmer is struggling a bit. I probably should have changed out the blade before I started, but everything's going to work out just fine. The layout design I'm creating is also a great one for paper scraps, or you could use those patterned branding strips you have left over from a scrapbook kit. All right, let's get these down onto the page. My paper strips are going to lay a little wonky and staggered. I'm trimming a few of these to shorter lengths to create that staggered look. Before class, I dry fit these paper strips so that I had an idea of where they would sit. My suggestion is that you do the same. Lay them out first to figure out their patterns and lengths before you commit to adhering them down. That just prevents you from having to tear them up if you want to tuck any of them behind others. Now, I didn't do anything extra with these, but you can experiment with torn edges or distress the edges for added texture, or ink the edges. If you like the look of stitching, you can add some embroidery stitches or use the stitching border dies to add some lovely debossed stitching. I shared a video here a while back showing some fun ways to use the stitching dies on a card project. When I have patterns like this flower design, I try to cut the pattern so that the entire image shows. This one here is cut at 3/4 of an inch. So I cut on either side, making sure that the flower border would show. On the one you see over there in the pile, that one's cut at 1 inch. And I plan to tuck the partial flower underneath a piece of paper so that you see that entire flower image. This is just something to be aware of when you're cutting out different patterns for paper strips like this. Now, this next section here is going to have some layering. So I'm setting out the pieces before I permanently adhere them in place. The floral piece is going to butt right up against the other floral piece. And then I'm going to layer the two pattern pieces above. So I needed to make sure that I had all of the spacing correct before I permanently adhered them down. Now I just realized that I forgot to trim this before I sat it in place. So thank goodness that I didn't add any adhesive yet. I'm going to go ahead and tuck that there. Now I was starting to think of other ways that you could create this design. Like I said, you could add some distressing and some inking. But I was also thinking about using border dies. Scrapbook.com has a lot of different border dies. My favorite is the heart border with a bunch of scallops and fun lacy images, but there's a lot of wonderful detailed borders that you could use. And the ones that are designed for slimline cards would actually be perfect for this type of page. In my original design, I had planned on putting a 3/4 inch floral pattern at the top, but once I took a look at it, I realized that I would prefer it match the width of the pattern at the base of this stack of paper. So I needed to cut another strip. Now, I know that there's quite a few of you that like exact measurements, so I'm going to give you the lengths of each of these paper strips starting from bottom to top. 7 inches, 6.5, 7 inches, 7.5, 7.25 inch, 7 inches, 7.5, 7.25, and 7 3/4. I hope that helps. All right, let's pop our photo down with a little foam tape. This is going to sit flush with the background frame at the top, so I'm going to lay it about 1/2 inch above the page. What I like most about this design is that it can be used with both vertical and horizontal photos. Let's bring in those adorable little bunnies. I like to audition where my items are going to sit before I commit to their placement. The bunnies are going to layer in the right corner of the page. I only selected 3 colors, so I need to lay these out so that the light colors don't touch one another. Now, of course, you can lay these out however you like. You could place them in a row along the base of the page or add them in a line along the side. I want to bring some dimensional layers to my page, so I'm going to place foam adhesive on the back of these bunnies. On the back of the blue and yellow bunny, I'm adding some 2mm thick foam adhesive. Now I just realized that if I place this blue bunny here, I'm not going to be able to fit the rest of the bunnies on my page, so I need to move him over. Now, if I move him over much more, he's going to sit right on top of the photo, and I actually need to tuck him underneath. So I'm going to switch the type of adhesive I'm using. I'm going to use the 1mm thick adhesive instead. Now, Scrapbook.com has 1mm, 2mm, and 3mm thick foam adhesive. And I have to admit, I'm a bit of a foam tape addict. I love creating dimensional layers on my scrapbook pages and cards, and I tend to go through a lot of foam adhesive. Am I the only one who does this, or do I have some fellow foam tape addicts in the chat today? Raise your hand if you are part of my foam adhesive tribe. To raise the pink peep bunny over the top of the other two, I'm using 2mm thick adhesive, and you can see that this creates some nice dimension on the page. Oh my goodness, I just realized that I didn't leave room for the small bunny on the right. I promise you, I had this scrapbook page all planned out beforehand, but I make mistakes just like you. Maybe my dislike for marshmallow peeps is manifesting on the page. Let me fix a few things here. Okay, so I don't dislike peeps. We just have a family who has a continual disagreement on how peeps should be eaten. One person likes those marshmallow shapes to be soft and fresh. Another likes them frozen. I like them when they've sat out for a few days and become crunchy candy. And then we have another member of the family who believes that peeps shouldn't exist at all. How about you? Are you a fan of marshmallow peeps? Or do you have another Easter candy that you love? I'm trying to remember back to when our kids were little and the types of candies they used to get in their Easter baskets. I know that there was always some sort of chocolate bunny. Sometimes there were chocolate coins. And I believe Grandma always stuck a toothbrush and some toothpaste in the Easter basket because she was thinking ahead. Our kids also received outdoor toys with their Easter candy. They would receive shovels and little plastic pails, items that they could use outside in the garden. What kinds of toys or gifts do your children receive in their Easter baskets? All right, I'm going to pop the last two bunnies in place and clean up my mess. These stack and sort trays are not only great for holding your die cuts and embellishments, they're perfect for tossing your bits of trash into when you're working on a project. Now, the next thing I want to do is create the background for my page. Like I mentioned earlier, I have a 12 by 12 piece of white mixed media paper that I'm going to layer behind this. Now, you could leave it white, or you could bring in some pattern paper or cardstock, but I really wanted to show you how to use those white rub-on transfers. If you've watched any of my tutorials, you know that I love showing you how to use the supplies you have. I'm going to transfer the white floral rub-ons to the edges of the 12 by 12 paper. With the backing sheet still attached, I'm going to cut this rub-on transfer sheet into 1/2 inch strips. If you're worried about the backing sheet slipping, you can use a little mint tape to secure it in place. I didn't have any issues cutting these. You will need 7 strips for a 12-inch page. I am using white mixed media paper because I'll be blending ink over the top of the rub-on transfers. Each set of rub-on transfers comes with a popsicle stick for transferring the images, but I seem to do better with a plastic tool like a bone folder. Sometimes I need to secure my rub-on transfers, so I'm going to bring in my mint tape just in case. I'm just applying a little bit of pressure to the design and it comes right off. These rub-on transfers are really easy to use. Years ago, I purchased rub-on transfer designs, and these are nothing like those. I remember having difficulty with rub-on transfers when I first had them. These new designs don't require much work at all. When I was peeling off the carrier sheet, I noticed that the edges stuck a little bit to my paper. At first, I thought it was because I hadn't transferred all of the images. The white set of rub-on transfers has a small amount of adhesive around the sides. I'm guessing that this was designed to hold the backing sheet in place. It didn't cause much damage, but I learned my lesson and I wanted to share it with you. Before placing down the next set of images, I trimmed off the borders to prevent this from happening again. The next set of designs requires me to only use part of the transfer sheet. So I placed that backing sheet at the top to prevent it from transferring onto my workspace. When I was designing this border, I had to accept the fact that this was going to be more of an abstract floral design. I don't know that there would have been any way to match up the flowers on each of these strips. Maybe I could have taken some time to do something to make sure it was a complete pattern, but when I was done with my sample, I really liked how it looked. I also debated applying these to a black cardstock. White and black is such a classic look. Once I'm done here, you'll have to tell me your thoughts about my choice for a background. On camera, it's difficult to see, but I am able to see where the transfers are on this cardstock, which makes it a lot easier to line up the edges. Now, not only can rub-on transfers be applied over plain cardstock, you can also place them on pattern cardstock. Flowers over a plaid or polka dot would be super cute. Or you could add little bits of vintage script on a wood grain background. You can also apply rub-on transfers to smooth glitter paper, wood, glass, and plastic treat bags. Let me know in the chat what else you have applied a rub-on transfer onto. All right, we are down to the last rub-on transfer strip. I'm just going to add this right along the edge here, and then I'm going to gather some supplies to blend ink over the top. Now, this is where the magic happens. I'm going to bring in some pink ink and blend it over the top. Kitsch Flamingo is the same color I chose for my watercolor bunny, and it matches our niece's adorable tulle skirt in the photo. It's also bright and fun for spring. I am using a Distress Oxide ink because it blends much better over the top. Under the cardstock, I have a silicone craft mat. This is preventing my work surface from getting inky, and it holds the cardstock in place. This mat also has a grip that is great for stenciling. I want you to notice the difference between the white rub-on transfers and the black transfers we used on the peeps. When we were applying color to the black rub-on transfers, the centers of the flowers were also filled with color. This is not the case with the white images. These stay white. For background, this is great because you get a nice, bold, solid image. But if you are hoping for a more delicate design, you might want to use another rub-on transfer design. So as I add some color to these, I would love to know if you have any Easter traditions that you want to share. All of our kids are grown now, but we had multiple egg hunts, baked resurrection cookies, shared meals with family, dyed Easter eggs, and of course, we ate way too much candy. One of my favorite memories was when with flashlights. Our kids are a bit competitive, and we ended up with some broken garden statues, a few bumps and bruises, and towards the end, Grandma's screen door ended up getting torn. I don't quite remember the reason behind it. I think it had something to do with the winner had to have all of their Easter eggs inside of the house to win the contest. So when the child decided to make a beeline for the house to win the contest, he ended up going right through the screen door. I'm sure that all of you have multiple Easter memories or fun stories about your holiday traditions. I would love it if you shared some of those with me in the chat below. Oh, I forgot to share one more tip with you. I was too busy sharing that fun story. Now, when I first applied a layer of the Distress Oxide over the top, the ink caused the flowers to turn pink. You can keep it like this if you like, but if you want those flowers to be white and bold and pop, just run a brush over the transfers one more time. Most of the ink is gone from the blending brush, so it's going to pick up the ink on the flowers and spread it over the dry paper. You can also add some texture by splashing water over the top or splattering these with a glitter brush or one of those luster brushes I spoke about. So I'd love to know your thoughts of this background. Do you like the soft, hazy color that's created with the Distress Oxide ink and the delicate florals? Or do you think I should have used a black and white frame? Let's grab that layout and adhere it right over the top. I'm going to add some adhesive with a tape runner, then center the layout over my inked border. Isn't this too cute? I think the pink really brings focus to the photo. How about you? This is such a fun design. Now, if you want to call it quits, you can, but I love to bring foliage and flowers to the page. So I have cut a bit of greenery using some dies and the Berry Sweet pattern paper. I cut a few leaves from the solid green. I'm going to cut a few more from pattern paper. This is the same pattern that I used for the tag behind the photo. I used the Cozy Foliage die set to cut these pieces. That die set is one of my go-tos because it has foliage for just about every season. Now I have a nice little pile of greenery here. I'm just going to glue these in place around the bunnies. This not only creates a nice separation of the images, it also brings some of the green from the photo to this area of the page. Repetition of colors, images, and shapes is a great way to bring balance to a scrapbook page. The adhesive I'm using is from Scrapbook.com. It's called Artiste Craft Glue. This comes with multiple tips. There is an ultra fine tip, the green fine tip, which I'm using, and a white storage tip. It is fast drying and it's acid free. I've also noticed that it doesn't cause any wrinkles when I glue multiple card layers together. When I'm working with leaves and sprigs, I often trim them down to create a variety of layers. I also like to use a mix of green hues and sometimes bring in teal or blue. Most gardens have more than one color of leaf, so I try to replicate that. For those of you who also enjoy adding layers on your scrapbook projects, you could add a few flowers, some little Easter eggs, or add bows on the peeps. Bows would look really cute, wouldn't they? I think Scrapbook.com has a die set that consists of a bunch of bows. I'll have to look for that when I'm done because I think that would look super cute on these little bunnies. So these leaves are creating a nice grounding point on the layout. They're creating separation with the bunnies, and they're helping me to form a frame with the photo. I will be adding a title over the top of these, and it will create a really nice visual triangle with all of the elements that I'm adding to the page. Are you enjoying this layout so far? We're almost done, and it's turning out really cute. I have joined you in the chat today so that I can answer some questions. I've really enjoyed learning about your holiday traditions and your Easter favorites. I hope this page is inspiring you to record a few of those memories. All right, I think I'm done with the leaves. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the items I need for the title. I'm going to cut out the phrase Happy Easter using the Hip Hop Hooray word dies. I'm using the phrase Happy Easter. This includes a shadow layer, the word happy in script, and the word Easter. I'm going to cut out the shadow layer from white cardstock and the word Easter from black. I'm using the Spellbinders Platinum 6 die cutting machine. I have the standard die cutting sandwich, but instead of using 2 plates, I'm using the Magic Mat as my base plate. I prefer to use the Magic Mat because it's a self-healing mat that I can use over and over again. I'm going to bring in the Sprinkles Smooth cardstock for the word happy. As you can see, there's quite a few bright, bold colors in here that are perfect for spring. I'm going to use the bright pink because it matches the photo and some of the other items I'm adding to the page. This sentiment collection also has the phrase Hip Hop Hooray, which I could have also used on my page. That would have matched the bunny theme, so feel free to use it. Oh, whoops, I dropped that. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and move these items out of the way and bring my layout back so we can add the title. Before I got distracted by the flying die, I mentioned to you that you could use the sentiment Hip Hop Hooray on this layout. Now, I'm one who likes to try to find other ways to use my sentiments, because if I'm going to invest in a die, I probably want to use it more than once a year. So let's think of some ways that you could use this die collection. Hip hip hooray would be fun. You wouldn't be able to use the shadow layer, but the phrase hip hip hooray would make a cute birthday card. So I got a little too much glue on the back of the E, and it's oozing out a little bit, so I'm going to use my craft pick to remove some of this. Let's talk about some more ways to use the dies. Hip Hop Hooray could be used for a dance themed layout or a sports layout. How else could you use those phrases? We have hip hop hooray and happy Easter. I love coming up with new ways to use the dies. Whoops, let me try to get that stuck down again. So maybe it's the teacher in me, but I always try to learn one new thing each time I watch a video tutorial. What's one thing that you learned today? Feel free to share that in the chat. As I was chatting, I ended up placing the letter R a little wonky. Artiste glue does dry permanent, but there is a little bit of time to move things around before it completely sets. The Artiste glue does dry glossy, so I'm using my craft pick to remove the excess glue from around the letter R before it dries. All right, I'm going to add the last few letters here. This title is really going to pull everything together. I used the photo for inspiration. The bright pink matches the photos really well, and the black and white matches the rub-on transfers that I added to the design. There are so many whimsical items on this page, and the photos are full of joy. So I'm going to add a few cartoonish details to my title with a white gel pen. These are just simple little highlights that are going to make the title pop. You've probably heard me say this before because I say it in all of my videos. Feel free to skip this part. When I add details like this, it's because I enjoy adding them, but you don't have to. I want your project to reflect your personality. All right, let's pop this title right over the top of those bunnies. I'm going to use some foam adhesive to hold this in place. You can add more to this title if you like, but I'm going to keep it as is. This is just too cute, isn't it? All the little pops of pink with black and white pair perfectly with the pastel peeps. All right, one last thing. No tag is complete without a bow. I want to create a double loop design, so I'm going to tie both pieces of twine into a bow. With this type of bow, you can make all the loops the same size or pull the tails to make a few of the loops smaller. And that's what I'm going to do. If you struggle tying bows, you could use one of the shape dies from Scrapbook.com. There's a set called bow toppers. I looked it up real quick. These are bow shapes that you could cut from pattern paper and place at the top of the tag. All right, now I'll grab a little glue dot and use my craft pick to pop this in place. And we're all done. How much fun is this page? And you learned how to use the floral rub-on transfers to create some printed die cuts and a background page. If you are a fan of stitching, like I am, You can add some to the paper strips. I plan to add a few after my class is over, so when you see the final photos on my social media, there will be stitches added.
I hope you enjoyed following along and learning some new techniques that you can use on your scrapbook pages. And don't forget to check out the description below for a list of the supplies we used today. If you recreate this page, we would love to see it. Go ahead and tag Scrapbook.com SBC Fest and me at Miss Carrie's Creations so that we can see your take on this design. I hope you have a wonderful week, and I can't wait to see what you create.
All right, Cody and Laura popping in for a quick, fun giveaway. Take it away, Cody.
Yes, for a $100 Scrapbook.com gift certificate, let us know if you use rub-ons, because both Carrie and Meghann use them in their class.
Yeah.
So we want to know, are you using rub-ons too?
Yeah, love rub-ons. All right, we'll be right back. All right, wow, two fabulous classes. Let's start with Meghann's
Oh
class.
yeah, exploding with ideas after that explosion box class.
Good pun, Cody. Exploding. That exploding box was amazing. I love what she did with it.
Oh, yeah.
Such a beautiful birthday gift idea.
I know, what a fun gift. Like, and like Meghann said, like that is combining card making and scrapbooking, all of it in one.
Into one. And how fun, like you said, to receive a gift like that, open it up and go through all of the different sentimental pieces and everything. Such a great idea.
Oh, totally.
Loved what she did. I love that she made the rub-ons on there, and the holographic paper was such a perfect touch. And then what I really loved that Meghann did that I thought was creative, she used a rubber band.
Oh yeah.
To hold the box together while she was doing each section and each part. I thought that was such a clever idea.
Yes, and it's so funny because I wrote down holographic paper and the rub-ons too. Like putting the rub-ons on the metallic paper, or the holographic paper, I should say.
So cool.
Such a good idea.
So cool. She did such a great job with that. And I love Meghann, love her style, love everything that she does. So it was so fun to see her take something kind of outside the box, no pun intended, the exploding box, and do something really fun with it. So I am excited. I'm going to jump in and make a birthday box, exploding box, ASAP.
I know. Mom, if you're watching this, turn it off. But my mom's birthday's coming up, so I'm like, that would be such a fun idea.
Yes,
because,
you have to do it.
Yeah, it's so sentimental because like you open it and you see the time that someone spent, and then there's pictures and all that. Like it's a very cool gift idea.
Yes,
and gift cards in it.
And gift cards and treats and
Yes.
and candy in it too. You could do so many things.
Yeah, and then one other tip that I love from Meghann is that she has a magic mat just for rub-ons. So I was like Okay, I need to start doing that. And so I got a magic mat. Now it's just for rub-ons.
Just for rub-ons. Very smart, because sometimes there's indentions and things from die cutting and stuff. So to have a fresh one just for rub-ons, such a brilliant idea.
Yes.
Brilliant. We love you, Meghann.
Yes.
So good, so beautiful. Beautiful box. Okay, next.
Oh, Miss Carrie.
Miss Carrie.
She used rub-ons in so many different ways that like blew my mind. Like
know.
using them as a resist, like for her
I
ink.
know, yes.
Why didn't I think
For
of
the
that?
watercolor stuff too, yes. And then also, did you notice that the mint tape did not come off on the rub-ons when she used the mint tape on the rub-ons too? So good.
Yes, and then I do love that because I love the watercolor pencils.
Yeah.
And so she did that over the peep. I kept wanting
The
to say
peeps. I was
bunny.
going to say team peep, team no peep.
Yeah, team peep.
She used the peeps.
Yes, but like doing that and then coloring the peeps in with the rub-on on
Yeah.
it was so cool.
And then cutting the strips of scrap paper, which is awesome because we all have scrap paper, and to be able to use it for something creative like that is such a great idea. So that was awesome.
Yeah, and she really stretched her supplies with that tag, you know, by making it longer.
Yeah. And I'm reading all my notes because I have so many,
I know.
so many good ones. But she also, I love that she used the white pen on the title for details. It's all about the details. She does a great job with that. Love that. And then just an adorable layout for Easter that you could take these techniques and use for any paper crafting project, really.
Oh, for sure. Because I'm already thinking of like, okay, well, if I used the vintage script rub-ons, the white ones that Tiffany used in her class, you could do another project without, you know, using a resist technique, just like Carrie.
Yeah, and that's fun to do, to use those for resist. You got to try it out if you haven't tried
Yes.
it. Definitely learned something from Miss Carrie's class.
Totally.
Okay, all right, what's next?
All right, so next, our final class of the day is by Gina K from Gina K Designs.
Oh, we're so excited to have Gina here.
We're so excited.
All right, let's get on over to Gina's place.
Let's go to Wisconsin.
Hello everyone, I'm Gina from Gina K Designs and welcome to my class. I want to thank everybody from Scrapbook.com for inviting me to be part of SBC Fest. So my class is called Spring Fling and it is a stencil class, and I'm going to show you how to add some fun textures and to make some really pretty springtime cards. So to begin, why don't we take a look at what's inside the card kit. So inside you should have a little index sheet that tells you everything that's in the kit. If you're like me, you like to keep some of your supplies together, and this is very helpful. In case you misplace something, you'll always be able to tell what was inside. So this is something I want to make sure you guys don't throw away. These are the 1/4 inch Masking Magic strips, and we're going to be using these in our class today to create a nice border around our cardstock panels. Also in this kit, you're going to get this Designer Dots stamp set. This stamp set is great for these big greetings. When you make these beautiful types of backgrounds, big greetings are really, really helpful, and you can make quick and easy cards with greetings like this. So you've got 3 big backgrounds, and then you've got all of these little elements that can add interest to your different stenciled images. Then there's also a coordinating die set to cut out the words. I always love when I can cut out words and pop them up and give those cards a little bit of dimension. Then you have 3 stencil sets inside this kit. So the first one here is the Spring Fling Layering Stencil Set. And this is just a beautiful floral design. It's got lots of layers. I have one out over here. I didn't want to open a second one after I've already worked on these cards, but I do want to show you. This is a 4-piece layering stencil set. Now you don't have to use all 4 pieces if you don't want to. You can stick with 3 pieces just to have the flowers, or you can add the 4th layer, which creates all these cute little dots going around the outside of this floral pattern. Then the second stencil set we're going to work with is this one here called Rosy Garden. And it's got these kind of wonky roses and buds and leaves, and it's got dots as well. I've really been into dots lately, and I think you'll like them too. So again, with this one, you can just use it as a 2-piece stencil, or you can add the dot pattern around the outside. Now it's easy to line up all of our stencils because as you can see here at the bottom, we have the name engraved in each one of these stencils, layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. So that's going to help you determine what orientation you should have these facing, and then it'll also tell you which stencils go with which set. And remember, with any kinds of stencils like this, you can have the stencil facing this way, or you can flip it around if it makes more sense to do it the opposite way. I like that versatility, especially when I'm doing things like larger templates and larger canvases, like a big 12 by 12 scrapbook page. You can have some roses going in this direction on one side of the page and some going in this direction on the other side of the page. So that's the second stencil set we're going to be working with. And then we have this unique stencil called Tiny Textures. These are textures that you can add into your flowers and your leaves. And you can see that they are designed to fit. Let me move this out of the way so you can see. They're designed to fit nicely over the different flowers. So if you wanted to have one flower with this texture and one flower with this texture or this texture, it'll be easy for you to kind of position that exactly where you want it. So this can be used with a lot of other stencils that you have in your collection too. So this is one of those that isn't going to leave my desktop very often because I love this whole look. Plus you can use these to create little spot backgrounds and little textures behind images that you want to stamp and die cut. So kind of like creating a little grounding circle where then you would pop up little animals and things like that. These are so fun for that as well. All right, so that's everything that's in your kit. And we're going to start our cards today by making our greetings. We're going to do that, get those out of the way, and get our die cutting out of the way so we can begin our stenciling. So we're going to start with a piece of white cardstock, and I'm going to be using my Misty stamping tool to stamp the greetings. Now inside my stamping tool here, I do have the Gina K Designs double background grip mat. If you haven't seen this before, it's pretty cool. It's got two different background patterns, and you can use those as stamps to stamp really pretty backgrounds for your cards. But then you can also pop it into your Misty or other stamping platform, and you can use it as a grip mat. And considering a grip mat is just a piece of photopolymer, we figured why not give it double duty, triple duty. Grip mat on one side and then two beautiful background stamps on the other side. So I'm going to be using that in my Misty, but however you like to use your stamping tool, or maybe you're going to use stamping blocks today, that's totally fine. Now I am going to stamp these designs one stamp at a time, just because it makes it a little bit easier for me to control if I want to double stamp, and I just like to do them one at a time. So I'm going to stamp all three of these, and I'm going to use one of these for each one of my cards. So we'll start with Have a Lovely Day. And I'm a person that likes to stamp lightly and then just layer it a couple times rather than trying to squish it down too hard and distort the stamp. So you can stamp this 1, 2, or 3 times, and just like any photopolymer stamp, you may have to just get your stamp conditioned a little bit when it comes right out of the package, just by rubbing your finger over the stamp to remove any of the manufacturing residue. Or of course you can always scrub it at the sink first, or just use a little bit of watermark and embossing ink on it to get it to take the ink a little bit better. Stamps always have a manufacturing residue on them, and it's good to do that before you're stamping kind of a chunky stamp like this. Now I'm using my Tidy Towel. This is the Gina K Designs lint-free cloth. I always use that to clean my stamps. This way I don't get any lint or anything like you would with a baby wipe onto the stamp. All right, so now that I have that one done, I'm going to stamp this one over here. Let's Celebrate You. I think I can get all 3 of these on here. We're gonna see. Okay. Do another stamping here. And again, you can see just by stamping it twice or 3 times, you'll get it nice and solid. These are relatively new stamps. I only used them once to make my sample cards, and then I figured I would try to keep them as clean as possible for class today. But I feel like these are going to get quite a workout in my craft room because I love the size of these greetings, and I also love how versatile they are. I mean, you can use Have a Lovely Day or Let's Celebrate You for so many different things, whether it's a retirement or a birthday or even just a thinking of you kind of card. And then this one is Hello Friend, and that's extremely versatile because you can mix and match these. You could do Hello Friend on the outside and then Let's Celebrate You on the inside, or you can mix and match these with inside sentiment stamp sets. So they're very, very versatile greetings that can be used for so much. Okay. So that looks pretty good. Now, when you use your tidy towel, you do want to make sure that it's nice and damp. I forgot to rinse mine before I came on today, so I just sprayed it with a little bit of water, but that will help keep it nice and moist. You don't want it to be completely saturated and soaking wet though, because this is ready to use on another card. If it was too wet, sometimes the water pools in your stamps. All right, well, we're coming back to these in just a little bit. Let's put this away though for now. And now we are going to cut these stamps out. And we're going to use this mat again when we start stenciling. I'll actually show you a couple of different ways if you don't have a grip mat or a sticky mat, some kind of mat, how to kind of secure things down when you're stenciling. So I'm just going to trim these out here because I'm going to be using my mini intricate die cutting machine, and it is a smaller die cutting machine. I think it's the perfect size. Some of the things that I love about this little die cutting machine is, number one, it's got this cute little handle on the top which allows you to create some stability when you're die cutting. And then one thing I like to do with any small die cutting machine is I like to use a grip mat underneath it. These smaller die cutting machines, they don't always have a lot of weight to them because they're light. I mean, they feel solid, but they don't always have a ton of weight to them. So if you put them on a grip mat, it really secures it to your desktop and makes it very easy to use. Then another thing I like to do is I like to use Masking Magic strips to hold down everything on my plate. So you do have these Masking Magic strips. You're going to need 8 to 12 of these for today's class, but you'll have some extras. So you can use one of these to tack your dies down, and you'll be surprised how nice this is, because even when you run it over, when you run it through with the plate, if this is touching your design, it won't tear your design. And I think that that's just great, because I have used tape before that, claims to be tacky, but it actually tore my paper when I tried to die cut with it. So I'm finding all my dies here. I think I dropped one. I did. Okay, so now I have them all here. So I'm going to start with the Let's Celebrate You. I think Scrapbook.com has a really good tape too that you can use for this. But give the Masking Magic a try since you have it in your pack, and see what you think of it for this purpose as well. So I'm just going to tape that down there. I'm going to tape that right there to hold that into place. And then I'm going to run this through my mini intricate. I'm going to move these out of the way so I can grab onto the handle. Cuts like butter. All right, so let's take a look at this greeting. There we go. Let's Celebrate You. Now these are reusable, so I can use these again on my next one. And I am going to get the Hello Friend on here. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to tack these down using the Masking Magic strips. Like that. And then run it through my mini intracut. All right. And there we go. Hello, friend. I really like how these dies cut too, how they just cut around the words and they leave a lot of empty space so that your design can show through. The little holes in here and stuff. It's kind of nice. And then this last one is Have a Lovely Day. I really like that for a birthday greeting. I like Let's Celebrate You too, but Have a Lovely Day is so nice. And that could be for anything. A wedding card, retirement, or just a thinking of you card. All right, so we've got those in place. And once again, I'm using the 5mm plate on the bottom and the 3mm plate on the top and run it through. All right. And there is that final greeting. So I'm going to just put these greetings aside somewhere where I'm not going to throw them on the floor like I did my dies. And we will be ready to start stenciling. So I'm going to put this aside. And then my grip mat I'm going to be using for stenciling too. So we're using it for die cutting, we're using it for stenciling, and we're using it for securing the mini intracut, which is pretty fun. Okay, so the first card that I want to make here today is just going to be a fun, easy double stencil technique card. Now all of these are going to use the double stencil technique, which I love. I think it's such a fun technique. And we're going to be using that texturizing stencil, and we're going to be using the Spring Fling die set. So the first thing I want to do is locate where all of the Spring Fling words are. That's layer 4. Here's 2. Here is 3. And then this one is 1. So we have them in order here, and we have them in the right orientation. And you can always hold them up to the light. I can't really do that here, but you'll be able to see right through them if you hold them up to the light, and you can see that everything lines up beautifully. Now I'm going to start with a piece of cardstock that measures 3.5 inches by 4 3/4 inches. I'm going to flip that over because it has a little spot on it. Okay. And then I'm going to get some of these Masking Magic strips, and I am going to put these right along the edge to create a little border, just like that. Okay. I'm going to tack that down. I'm going to do that over on this side. You want to kind of go right up to the edge. If you go a tiny bit over the edge, that's fine, but you do want to keep it consistent on all 4 sides because we're going to be creating a white border around the edge by using these little Masking Magic strips. Now I'm going to get my head in the way for a second, but I want to make sure that that's in the right spot. There we go. And then we'll do this one as well. Okay, so I've secured all 4 borders there. And now I can start with my first stencil. So it depends how you want this stencil to look. You can look at it with the entire pack of stencils on top just to see how it's going to play out. You may want these flowers to be more part of your design, or you may want these flowers to be more of the design. And that's what I'm going to do for this one. I want to make sure that these 2 big flowers are included in the design. So once I get them in place, I'm just going to press that down onto my grip mat, and I don't really need anything else. However, I do have some Thermoweb Pixie tape here, And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little guide for myself, okay? So I'm going to put a piece right up against the edge of this stencil here. I'm not going onto the stencil. I'm just going up to the edge of the stencil, okay? Let's just, there we go. And then I'm going to do the same thing over here. Now the reason why I'm doing that is because this is going to help me place my stencil. Let's see here. I might go right up to the edge here. Like that. Maybe I'll do the same thing over here. I'll go right up to the edge and I'll make a corner. All right. Now once I make this corner, now I know that every layer of stencil has to go up to this corner, and then they'll be perfectly aligned on top of each other. So that's just a little trick. You can also stencil inside of your MISTI stamping tool by putting your cardstock or by putting your stencil up here in this corner, and then laying your cardstock on your grip mat so that it lines up with the part of the stencil that you want. And then you just have to make sure that your stencil is always butted up against this corner. But this makes it pretty easy to do, especially for those of you that don't have a MISTI stamping tool. We don't want anybody to not be included. So even if you had just taped this piece of cardstock right to a piece of scrap paper, you could still make that corner using 2 pieces of tape or even 2 pieces of your Masking Magic strips just to create a corner. All right, so we're going to start with some red ink. I'm going to be using one of our new colors of red, and this is called Sun-Kissed Coral. So it's not really a red ink, it is just a really beautiful coral, but it's in the red family. So let's get this ready here. I'm going to place this down here. This is my ink stand. I know there's lots of them out there. I think Scrapbook.com has some. And I am going to be using the Gina K Designs blending brushes. Now, if you are using our blending brushes, I want to show you a very quick little tip here on how to clean your blending brushes in between uses, or if you've got a lot of ink buildup and they're starting to get crusty. This will work with just about any kind of ink, and it also works with just about any kind of blending brush. So I'm going to use just some plain old 70% rubbing alcohol, and I'm going to put some of that onto a paper towel. And then I am going to just take my blending brush. I'll use a different brush here. This is one that we're going to use a little bit later. All you have to do is just rub it over the alcohol and then just dry it off onto the dry part of the paper towel. Now, I had already cleaned this one. Let's see if I can get a dirtier one to show you. Here's a green brush. All right, so I'm going to clean that green off of there. Now, your bristles are always going to stay stained, but can you see how they're lightening up quite a bit? I'm just getting that excess green ink off, and then I'm just drying that on the dry part of the paper towel. And look how clean that brush got, and it's soft again, like it's brand new. The reason why I recommend doing this with alcohol and not washing your blending brushes is because these blending brushes actually have glue. This head is glued into the casing, just like most blending brushes are. And so when you saturate this with running water, hot water, or even saturating it in alcohol, you never want to do that. You loosen the glue, and over time, this brush head is going to just pop out. But by just rubbing the inky part over that paper towel, you preserve the glue and you keep that glue strong while cleaning the bristles. These bristles are made of a plastic, really, so they clean up really nicely, and they'll be ready to use a different green color, or in this case, a different coral color or a different blue color. So I usually have like one brush for each color family. All right, we're going to start with this brand new beautiful color called Sun-Kissed Coral. And we're going to do all of the flowers in Sun-Kissed Coral. So I'm going to start with a little bit of one direction, and then I'm going to go back in the other direction just to catch the edges, but I'm leaving it nice and light and kind of wispy. Do the same thing on this one, and then going in the opposite direction. Down here, I know there's a little bit that's going to catch. Over here is a little that's going to catch. And up here in these corners. Now, I don't know if this is even going to show because it's on that Masking Magic strip, but you know what? Better safe than sorry, right? Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. Now we're going to move to another color. We're going to use a darker red. We're going to actually use Red Hot for this next color. And we are going to use the texturizing stencil. Let me find that here. Here it is. Put it over here. I have everything everywhere already. And then I'm going to use these big circles here. I want to use this one, and I'm going to take a little Post-it note. Let me grab a Post-it note from over here. And I just want to block these off right there because I don't want any of the texture going on those. And then I'm going to use this one here, and I'm going to line it up so that it's centered. See that? How it's centered in there? Now I can just kind of push that down onto the grip mat. And then I am going to use a smaller blending brush. The one I used earlier is our Gina K Designs original blending brushes, our standard size. These are our small size. And then we have our detail brushes. So we've got 3 different types. And I'm going to ink that up with some of this Red Hot. I'm going to hold this down a little bit. And then I'm going to add that darker red all over this. This is so fun. It's such a fun way to add texture to these designs. Okay, so now we're going to pull this off. Isn't that so cute? And we're going to do the same thing down here. So I'm going to just line that up onto this flower. And then we're going to do the same thing. Okay. And it might be like confusing to look at when you're going, like looking through this. It just kind of looks like a hot mess there, right? But just make sure you go all around it and get all of that filled in. And then we can go ahead and take this whole stencil off, and you can see how cute these flowers turned out. Aren't they adorable? Look at all that texture in there. I love that. And then once again, the same way that I cleaned my blending brushes with that rubbing alcohol, I'm going to do that again to clean my stencils. And I'm going to do them right away just so that the ink doesn't just lay on there for a long period of time, because we're going to be using this stencil again, so I do want to have it nice and clean and ready for our next card. But you can also just use water. If you're close by and you have a sink in your room, you can just go ahead and rinse them. You can use your tidy towel too, if that works for you. One of the things I like about using rubbing alcohol is it dries so quickly. It just evaporates. And if you are kind of mass producing cards and you don't want to wait for anything to dry, the alcohol just evaporates. Where water, sometimes you might have a little water droplet on there, and that can certainly ruin your card. So you do want to be careful with that. Okay. So now we're going to do the next stencil in the set, which is layer 2. Now again, I'm going to use this little guide up here, plus I'm going to make sure that this is in the same, let's see if we can catch that, that Spring Fling 2 is in the same location. So if I get it right up into that corner, then I know that my flowers are going to be in the right spot. Okay. So for this one, I'm going to use some yellows, and then I'm going to use a yellow, and then I'm going to come back to the Sun-Kissed Coral. So this one, I'm going to use the color Butterscotch. And let's open that up. And I have a brush here that I've been using for my butterscotch. So I'm going to do the same thing, ink this brush up real well with some butterscotch, and then I'm going to go in one direction and then back in the other direction. That just fills in all those little white lines and edges that you might get. See how you kind of get dark on this one side but not on this side? By going in the opposite direction, you fill all of that in. Now I'm going to go back to the sun-kissed coral, and I am going to add a little bit of that. Now I think this brush had sun-kissed coral on it. Let's just clean this just to make sure. Yeah, I think that might have some sun-kissed coral on it. So I've cleaned the brush. And now I'm going to use a little bit of sun-kissed coral with the detail blending brush. This one is dented a little bit. Normally they're not dented. Normally they're perfect. But because I'm the owner of the company, anytime we get a damaged product in, I always tell the staff, just give that to me and I'll use that, because we don't want to send anything like that to our customers. So every once in a while you'll see a dent or a ding in something that I'm using. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a little bit of color just toward the bottom of this to kind of tie in that color with these other flowers and give this image a little bit of extra texture and dimension. Isn't that pretty? Those colors work so nicely together. Okay. Now we just have 2 layers left to do. So I'm going to pull that off and you can see how pretty that looks together. And again, I need to keep my paper towel close. There we go. Clean that up. Now I'm going to use layer 3, and I'm going to do the same thing, checking that that is at the bottom. Make sure that's at the bottom of your stencil. And then right back up into that corner. And that puts all of our leaves right in the right spot. Let me just, there we go. Now, if you look at it and you're like, you know, it's not exactly where I want it, you can always shift it just a little bit, but that looks pretty good to me. Okay, so I'm going to use 2 different greens for this. I'm going to use some jelly bean green to start. This is the lighter of the 2 greens that I'm going to use, and I did clean a green brush, so it looks like I am ready to go with green. I'm going to start with the jelly bean and do the same thing again, kind of that inking in one direction and then coming around and inking in the other direction. This is such a fun stencil, so springy. I am ready for warm weather. I know some of my friends are down in Arizona saying, no, 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 it's beautiful right now. But I'm in Wisconsin, so we have the longest winters. Winter goes all the way through. We start getting warm in probably early May. We get warmer in April, but not that much. It's been known to snow here. All right, now I'm going to use some fresh asparagus. This is my darker green, and I do want to find a brush that's appropriate. Here's one, a detail brush that has some darker green on it. And I'm going to add some shading into these greens. So just kind of down toward the bottom of these leaves and the bottom of the little stems and stuff like that. So you can see it just creates some depth in there, some shading. Okay. We'll do these over here. And then just up at the top here of those stems, almost like the flower is casting a little bit of a shadow there. I'm not worried about that because I know that's way off of that masking magic. Okay. Now let's take a look at that. This design is coming out so pretty, isn't it? Now we can do a couple of different things. This is what I wanted to show you with this kit. You've got some stamps in here that you can add details. So you could stamp your centers of your flowers in here if you wanted to. You could add some texture onto those flowers if you wanted to. You could use that for up here. You can use these little wisps. Or we can stencil some dots. Now, the way I'm going to stencil the dots is I'm going to just choose a couple dots from this stencil. This stencil is made to create a little bit of fun sprinkle around the outside, but you can also pick one and just lay that into the center of the flower. And that's what I'm going to do here. I'm just going to pick that one and lay it right into the center. And then I'm going to use some black ink here. All right. I am known for always enjoying to have a little pop of black in all of my cards. I don't know what color this is here. Nope, that's a blue. So I'm going to use a new brush here. But I'm known for adding a little pop of black into all of my cards. So I'm going to do it again today with these cards right here. So just a tiny little bit with the detail brush, just like that. I'm going to pull that off. And then I'm going to do the same thing again. Now, if you have trouble seeing, you can take your alcohol and you can clean that off before you reposition it. Just make sure it's completely dry, that the alcohol has evaporated, and then you're able to see it a little bit better. I'm going to do the same thing again. There we go. So those flowers look so pretty to me. Just like that. Now, there is a center missing up here on this flower. These are going to be off the border, so we don't have to worry about that. But you could stamp that with this smaller dot if you want from the stamp set. And the reason why I put stamps in is because I know a lot of people like to emboss. So let's say you wanted this to feel more raised and you wanted to add some gold or silver. You could stamp these with watermark and embossing ink, like a Versamark ink or the Gina K watermark and embossing ink. And then you could use gold embossing powder or silver embossing powder to get that lift and that texture. You can also fill all of these in with gems and rhinestones and other baubles that you have in your collection. But I thought I would do it with the stencil, just so that you can see how easy that is to do. And you can pick any one that you want. If you want a tiny black dot, you can do this tiny one. I am going to put my finger right here just so nothing leaks over. But that's just perfect right there like that. Now, I'm cleaning this stencil to get all that black off because now I'm going to add that little bit of texture in there with the dots. So I thought it would be fun to use one of our newer colors. This color is called Emerald Coast. So I'm going to use Emerald Coast today. And that'll be a fun color to use. I don't think we'll have tons of dots on here just because of how we position the flowers, and this is a smaller canvas, but you want to make sure that you can see that word down there before you lay this down. And then you can see the dots won't overlap anything. Okay, now I'm going to clean this brush a little bit because I don't know what's on here. Another dented brush. Another second. I have all the seconds. And then I'm going to just go ahead and fill in these little dots here and there. And again, I'm using the detail brush just so that I have a lot of control. I love this color. It's such a nice pop of brightness on this card. That looks pretty good. The rest of them would be outside of the area, so. This card is almost done. We almost have our first card complete. Okay. So now that looks really beautiful. I love all of that. I am going to clean this stencil here. I'm going to use my tidy towel this time because we won't be using this one for a little bit. And get these out of the way. Now, before I take this off, we need to add a little bit of something to come between the white space that's left in here and the white border that we want to show. So I'm going to be using, let's see what's on this brush. I'm going to be using a color called Sea Glass. And Sea Glass is a super pale aqua color. And we're just going to use a very light hand. We're just going to do a little dusting of color right along the border, right along that edge. A little bit of sea glass. So I'm going to start off of it like this, and I'm just going to allow my brush, my bristles to just trickle over the edge, just like this. Okay. I'm not going in too far because I don't want to lose the pretty white color in there, and I also don't want to go over these other colors and muddy them up too much. But just by going along the edge here, I'm creating some separation, and you'll be able to see it a lot better once I peel this Masking Magic. All right. You can use a bigger blending brush for this, but my bigger blending brush has so much tranquil teal on it right now that I have to clean it. So this will be perfect. This is our small blending brush. And I think that's going to do it. Just want to really make sure I have enough color there. And I think that'll do it. And this is just such a fun way to create the look of extra layers without the bulk by adding this little border. Okay. So again, that doesn't look like much, but when I peel and reveal, you'll see it all. So first I'm going to remove this since we're done with this. We don't need to worry about this anymore. And now I'm going to pull all this off all at once. Look at that. It's like a postcard. It's so crisp. Isn't that nice? So we'll pick that off the corner. And there is our beautiful canvas, our beautiful floral canvas. And you can see now that crisp border's edge there because we used that little bit of sea glass around the perimeter. Now I'm going to clean this mat just to get some of this ink off of here with my tidy towel. You don't want to do this with alcohol because alcohol isn't good for photopolymer, but you can use stamp cleaner on it. And we do have a stamp cleaner called Gina K Design Stamp Cleaner that will get some of this off. But this is just kind of one of the, one of the perils of inking, especially with reds, where you're just going to have some staining. But the staining won't hurt the stamp and it won't hurt the mat at all. But you do want to just get the excess off so that it doesn't transfer to your next piece of cardstock. Okay, so now we're going to put this card together, and we're going to do that with a piece of black cardstock. Now I've cut this piece of black cardstock down to measure 3 5/8 by 4 7/8. That's 1/8 of an inch bigger than this panel right here to give me that tiny little border around the outside. But if you don't want to hand cut these, or you don't want to cut these with a paper cutter, we do have a die set called Master Layouts 2 that will cut these panels perfectly for you, and they'll add a little stitched edge too to kind of take it up a notch. So that might be an option. Of course, everything I'm talking about is available at Scrapbook.com. So make sure that you check that out because that is a nice way to cut these kinds of panels easily. So we're going to pop that onto this black layer. And then we're going to pick a card base color, and the card base color that I'm choosing for today is Emerald Coast. I feel like it's a great one to choose because it's really going to make these little dots pop. So this is a newer color to Gina K Designs, and I'm going to use this one today. So let me get my scoreboard, and we're going to score this at 5.5 inches. Now this card base is an 8.5 by 11 piece of cardstock, and then I cut it at 4.25 inches, so I would get 2 card bases out of it. And then once I get that in position, I'm just going to use the edge of the tool to press that crease in there. There we go. All right. So now this is going to layer on top, and then we get to pick one of those greetings that we cut out, and I think I'm going to use Have a Lovely Day because I feel like that's a great first card for us. And I've got that right over here. Now you can attach that right onto your card, or you can pop it up, and I love to pop things up. So I'm going to use some of our foam squares. These are the Gina K Designs foam squares. We have them in 1/4 inch and 1/8 of an inch. I'm sorry, 1/2 of an inch, 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch. And I am going to, I've cut these in half to make them a little bit skinnier for these parts down here. Just took a pair of scissors and trimmed those. And then we can use these other ones for up here. There we go. And we could put one more right there. So one thing I want to remind you is anytime you're doing a class like this, you know, you can always go back. If you feel like you're falling behind, you can always go back and use the pause button and kind of take your time, do it, you know, at your pace. And also to keep in mind that these are your practice cards, right? So if it doesn't work out perfectly the first time, you can practice on this card, and then you can make it over and over again because you have all of the supplies in your kit. So there we go. That's the first card. Now you can embellish this with pearls or sequins or, you know, enamel dots, whatever you want. If you want to have a little bit of shimmer in there, you could certainly do that. But also, this card is just perfect the way it is, and it's especially good for mailing because there isn't too much, you know, other than this being just a little bit popped up, there isn't too much puffiness in there, nothing to break through. And look at how fun that texturing is. Isn't that just so cute? So that's card 1. Okay. Well, we'll put this aside and we'll take a look at it again after. So now for card 2, we're going to use the other stencil set. This is called the Rosy Garden. Let me find all of these pieces. They're all stuck to my mat here. Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3. Now this is an easier stencil to use because it's only got 3 parts, and you don't even have to use all 3 parts if you don't want to. Now for this one, I'm going to show you a different way. I'm just using a piece of scrap cardstock here, and I'm going to take another piece of white cardstock, and I'm going to just tape that down. You see I put a little bit of tape runner on the back of that, and I'm going to tape that into place. Now this is for my friends who don't have a grip mat. So we're going to do the same basic concept, but this time we're not using the grip mat. So I wanted to make sure everybody could play today. So I'm going to use these 1/4 inch Masking Magic strips once again and go around the perimeter of the card. This, without the grip mat, it's kind of easy. You can kind of flip it around like this. And it's very easy to see where your edges are. So both work really well. The grip mat is nice because you don't have to tape down your stencil at all. But if you don't have a grip mat, this is a great way to do it. Plus, your Masking Magic strips are going to hold your cardstock into place too. Okay, so we've got this ready to go. Now we're going to start with layer 1 here, and you can decide how you want this to look. So I think I'm going to have mine just a little bit off center like this, so I can get most of this bud. Actually, I think I'd like to get the whole bud in here like this. Okay. And then you'll be able to see how this is going to leave a little space down here for the greeting. Now this is all going to be filled in with leaves too, so don't worry about that. It's not going to look quite as barren, but the first one always looks a little funny. Okay, so we're going to lay this into place, and then I am going to tack this down with a little bit of pixie tape. But before I do that, I'm going to create my corner, and I'm going to create the corner up here. Let me start that corner over again, because I'll tape this down first so it doesn't move. And I'm going to put the corner right up here. This is way off the paper, but it's just a great way to not have to worry about figuring out how to line these up. All right, so I've made my corner up at the top, and then I just tape that down there, and I'm going to tape this right here. So the color I'm going to use for this one is I'm going to go back in again with this butterscotch. So we're going to do another mix of butterscotch and sun-kissed coral for these flowers, but we're going to use a different texturizing flower, or texturizing circle from the Tiny Textures. So I'm starting up here. I'm going to get a nice blend. I love these roses. They're so fun and so wonky. This is a pretty design. Okay, and then we'll do this one. Okay. Now, next we're going to go in with the sun-kissed coral, and we are going to use, I feel like this one is like a confetti. Let me grab it here. I love this one. It's like a confetti look. And we're going to use this one, but I am going to block off each flower with a Post-it note, just to make sure that I don't get any confetti where I don't want it. I want the confetti to look crisp on each flower, and if I start overlapping confetti, it's not going to look so crisp. So we're going to put 2 Post-it notes and kind of like drape this off like we're doing surgery here. And then we're going to place this one right on here. Now, because we don't have the grip mat, you may feel compelled to tape this down, and that's totally fine to do that to keep it nice and secure. And then you can use your finger up here to just hold on to it. All right, so I'm going to use this small detail blending brush because I really want to get into these tight areas. These are tiny little confetti dots. So I'm just adding that in there, and it's going to feel weird. It's going to feel like, wait, is it getting in there? Does it look right? But you have to remember there's another stencil in there blocking some of this, so that's why it looks kind of funny. But you'll see how cool it looks when we pull it off. And once you can't really see the yellow anymore, then you know you've filled everything in. Okay, so we'll pull this off. It's so cute. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing over here. Just block that off. I'm going to lay this on top. And I'm just going to hold it down with my hand. I'm not going to bother taping it because this is a pretty small one. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Once we lose sight of yellow, we know we have everything filled in. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to do the same down here. We're going to block this off, and we're going to block this off, like that. And we're going to pop this over here. And then I'm going to hold that down again, but if you feel more comfortable, you can add your tape to tape it down a little bit so it doesn't shift. And if you don't have detail blending brushes, you can still get into these small areas with a smaller blending brush or even a large one. You just might have to make sure that you go back and forth and kind of really scrub your bristles in there. But what I like about these blending brushes is this flat top really makes it easy to get in there, where the other blending brushes have more of a domed top. So these are kind of made for this detail work. All right. Now you see over here where it might not have gotten everything, like there's a little bit of yellow in there, you can always go back over that if you want. See what I'm doing here? I'm just going to tackle those couple little ones, but the way I would do that is I would actually take a piece of Post-it note and just do a little curve like this. And then I would block off the areas that I already see coming through the stencil. Now you don't have to do this. This is nitpicky, but it's kind of fun to see that you can do it if you want to. And then I would just go into those areas. Like that. And that just adds a little bit in there where it may have been missing. Not necessary, but I thought I'd show it to you because somebody might be thinking, oh, I wish I could get a little more in there. And then we'll do this final one. I like these two colors together. I think they mix really nicely. And even in that first design that we did, how it adds that little bit of shading. So pretty. Great color combination. Okay. There we go. So now we're going to pull this stencil off and we're going to put our leaves in there. You can see how some of the tapes don't peel off as easily as our Masking Magic strips do. Okay, there we go. Isn't that fun? Look how cute they are. They're so cute. I'm going to clean this stencil before I go any further, just to make sure I don't put my hand in it, or, you know, in case we want to use it again for something, or we want to go back over something, we can. And I'm also going to clean this stencil. It was stuck to my grip mat. Just to get this off of here. Now you've got to try all of these, so I would suggest making yourself a little swatch book of all the different looks with all of these stencils, because I mean this one is so cool too. Look at that one on there. That would have been a really cool stencil to use. And this design is so pretty just by itself over, you know, that flower that's kind of a half flower that goes out. So definitely try a bunch of different things before you commit to which one you're going to use. Maybe make yourself a little swatch book of how cute all of these are. So now we're going to go with Rosy Garden 2, and I'm going to line that up into my corner there. Now my leaves are exactly where I want them. And then I'm going to tape this down. Now we've got so many beautiful greens in our collection, and I'm sure you guys have lots of different ink pads from lots of different companies, and you have so many colors. But in an attempt to try to minimize how many colors you needed for this class, I'm sticking with the same greens for all of the leaves today. Okay, so I'm going to use some jelly bean green here. And again, doing that same kind of movement where you go in one direction to fill everything in, and then we're going to go in the opposite direction to catch those white areas on the side. All right, now let's not take this off yet. Let's add our fresh asparagus, and then I want to show you something else that you can do if you want more greenery in there. All right, so we're going to use fresh asparagus, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create some shading down here near the bottom, and I'm going to go up that little vein in the flower, in the leaf, just right up the center there. And that just creates texture where you don't really have a second leaf stencil to create like a dark part and a light part, but you can do it just by adding that shading in there. Doesn't that just pop? And then we can add a little bit coming down like that. Okay, now let's pull this off and we'll take a look at it and see how we like it. Okay, that's very cool. But let's say you wanted another leaf coming in. You can take this leaf like over here and have it coming in this way. You could add another leaf coming down this way. So if you feel like you need more and this is too much white space for you, go ahead and add some more leaves in here, as if they were just kind of coming in from parts of this floral vine that you can't see. Okay, but I think I'm going to leave it because I actually really like the way it looks. And we are going to still add those dots, which is going to add a little bit of fill into those areas. So let me clean up this stencil. Now, one thing I want to tell you about stencils like this, you see that? I recommend when you're cleaning a stencil that has loose edges like these, see these? If you scrub back and forth, you could bend these or you could break them. So just kind of, you know, be aware of the direction that they're going and wipe in the direction of these little veins. Same with the other side. We'll do the same thing. And that will prevent you from bending them and getting them all out of shape. Okay. Now, one thing that I'd like to do here is I'd like to take this brush, not this brush, I need a lighter brush. I'm going to add a little bit of color into the centers here using this sun-kissed coral. So I have a brush here that has a little bit of light pink on it. I'm just going to add a little bit of this, all right? And then I'm going to kind of brush most of it away. I just wanted to get that color onto the brush. And then I'm going to go in here and I'm going to lightly fill this in just a little bit to give me a little bit more color in here. Now, you don't have to do this, but I just feel like it needed a little bit more color. I like the white in between there, but I just wanted a little bit more color. And that just makes it look a little more rosy to me. It's like blushy. Okay. Now we're going to add those dots. So we want to make sure we have the right stencil. We're using Rosy Garden because they both have a dot stencil, but the dots are in different places on each stencil, so they wouldn't work with each other. And we're going to put that up there in our little guide that we made. And we're going to lock that in place. Now we're going to use, once again, our Emerald Coast to add that pretty blue. And I can use a big brush here because I'm going to be filling in every single dot. I love this color. This color was named after the water in Destin, Florida. My husband and I have spent a lot of time in that area, and one thing that I always noticed about that water, unlike any other water I've ever seen, is that it is an emeraldy green. It's not like a turquoise, it's like emerald green. So check that out and see if this color doesn't look like it to you. Okay, so there we go. We've got our pretty little flowers all blushed up. And I'm going to clean this stencil one last time, because we're going to go back to that other stencil set for our last card. Now I think I still have a little bit of sea glass left on this brush, so I'm going to do the same thing that I did with that first card. And I'm going to, this is emerald actually. Let's use this emerald brush, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go around the perimeter. This has the emerald coast on it, which might be a really good mix here. I think I used the smaller brush last time. I'm not going to worry too much down here. I'm just going to come in to that area. I think I'd like to put a little more color on here. Actually, I think that's looking pretty good, but let's add just a tiny bit more. Just so we can really get that nice crisp border. And you can use other colors instead of a blue. Maybe you'd like to use a very soft gray or something like a craft ink around here just to create that crisp edge. But you want to do something that's going to mix well with most of the colors. So for example, if you're using a green blue, you can mix a green blue with a yellow. It's not going to turn into brown. You can mix a green blue with a blue or a green. It'll just enhance the color, change it a little bit, but it's not going to make brown. You might not want to do a yellow border around purple flowers or a purple border around yellow, because those colors together will make brown. So try to stick with colors that are close to each other on the color wheel for this bordering technique. And now we can pull these off. Oop, and there we have our nice crisp border. My camera might be a little bright, but I will tilt the camera or tilt the cardstock so you can see that border better. You see how when it gets a little bit out of the light, you can see how crisp that is. So that's super fun. All right, so now this card, once again, we're going to put this onto a black layer. No shock there, right? And then I want to play up on that beautiful buttery yellow of butterscotch. So we're going to use a butterscotch card base. And I have one cut here. I think that's going to be really pretty together. It really shows off the roses. So I'm going to score this at the 5.5 inch mark. This is cut the same size as our last one. I took the 8.5 by 11 piece of cardstock, folded it in half, cut it in half at 4.25 inches, and then we're folding that in half. And then we'll just crunch that down there with the side of the score tool. And then we'll put that together. So you can see mixing and matching this texturizing stencil, this tiny textures, with any kinds of flowers that you have in your collection is going to really, really kind of create something very different than what the original stencil was going to look like. Now, of course, you can use the stencil just the way it is without adding the texture, and that will give you a whole different look. But we're going to put our Hello Friend down here, and once again, I'm going to pop that up with some foam squares. We won't use a ton of them. Okay. And there we have card number 2. And so for our final card, this is a pretty simple card because we're not going to be using the Masking Magic strips for this one. I'm going to cut a piece of cardstock here first I want to cut it in half. Once again, I'm going to cut this to 3.5 inches by 4 3/4 inches. And then we're going to make a card very similar to our first card. Let's turn this on its side this time. So let me get those stencils together here. But we're not going to use the dots this time, and we're not going to use any Masking Magic. So you can start with any layer you want as long as you map it out by using some tape to, create where you want your edges to go. So I'm going to start with this one because I want to get these flowers in here. And then I'm going to use my pixie tape to create my corner so I know where to line things up. Now this is layer 2, and I'm starting with layer 2 intentionally because I want to make sure that these flowers are in the mix. Okay? Now I'm going to do some butterscotch again on these two. Just a little bit of butterscotch. I saved our easiest card for last. Okay. And then I'm going to add that little bit of sun-kissed coral around the bottom edges, just to create that little bit of shading. Very light though, not going up very far. Just to give it a little texture, a little bit of fade. Okay. So now I'm going to peel this off. Make sure my cardstock's down. Now I'm going to go back to layer 1. And I want to make sure that, always making sure that this is in the right spot. So I'm going to lay this in here. And now I'm going to do 2 separate colors with these flowers, which is going to be easy because these are definitely out of the way of these. So I'm going to make these flowers here the Emerald Coast. So we'll do some Emerald Coast here. Nice, bold, vibrant card. And I'm pretending that I'm doing that whole flower just so that those leaves kind of catch the ink the same way, like it's not too dark over here, if that makes sense. Okay. And then I'm going to do these flowers in a purple color. So I have medium lilac. This is one of our tri-blend colors. We've got these colors where you have a light, medium, and a dark version. I'm going to use this one. I want to make sure that I don't have any too dark of a purple on there. I don't. And just to have a little hint of purple, but you can use any purple that you want. Or if you are sticking with, a smaller color palette today and you don't want to add another color into this mix, you certainly can go with the sun-kissed coral that we used to do this little bit of shading. And that will look beautiful. But I definitely had to have just a little bit of purple in mine. Okay. Now we're going to go to our next layer, which is going to be Let me find it here. Here it is, Spring Fling Layer 3. And again, just popping that into that area, that everything should line up, and it does. And we're going to use those 2 greens again. We're going to start with Jelly Bean Green for our lighter green. And then we're going to add some shading again. And don't forget, you can add shading to any stencil, even if it's just a single floral stencil. You can add shading and it makes it look like there's more layers, just because you've got those lights and darks in there. Stenciling really makes you look like an artist, doesn't it? Okay, so we've got our jelly bean on there. And then we're going to finish up these using the fresh asparagus. And again, I'm using a detail brush for this. And just hitting those edges to darken that up a little bit. You don't want to do the whole thing, you just want a little bit. I like to go down under the flower. With those stems. Okay. Let's just get a little bit on there. Just so it doesn't feel left out, that one. Okay. Boy, that's pretty, just like that. But now we're going to add a little bit of texturizing on these using some of the stamps, okay? So I'm going to use the Sun-Kissed Coral, and I need to grab a stamp block. I've got a small one here that I think will work. And I'm going to use these right here for this. So we've got 2. They go in different directions. So we'll start with 1. All right, and we are going to add some texture using the Sun-Kissed Coral right onto that. So I always like to have just a little piece of cardstock close by just to check to make sure that the stamp is stamping well and that I kind of know what it's going to do. So you can see what that's going to look like. And I'm going to stamp that right there like that. Isn't that pretty? Going to do the same thing down here on this one. Just right in there like that. You can see how fun that is. That adds a whole other layer of fun to these cards. Now I'm going to get the other side. That's the opposite side stamp. And I'm going to check it over here on my little scrap. Looking good. And I'll stamp that one right here. Like that. And I'll stamp it up here. Like that. And that just gives it some interest, right? So now I want to do something in the center of this, and I'm going to keep with this delicate look, so I'm going to use this one right here. And I think I'm going to use Turquoise Sea. It's a little bit of a darker color, has a little bit more blue in it, but I think it'll work nicely and it won't overpower the whole thing. So I'm going to check it to make sure that it looks good. That looks good. I wonder if you'll even see that. That might not even be dark enough. So this is a great way, that little scrap, having it close by, to tell you, you know, maybe not the best color choice because you might not see it. So I'm going to switch to a darker version of teal. I'm going to use the Tranquil Teal. But you can also use black for this. You could use black for all of these and it will be very striking. But I'm going to check this one. I think that's going to look a little bit better. So let's go ahead and add that in here. There we go. That's so sweet. Such a fun little look. And then I might use that same tranquil teal, tying things in together with these dots. And then I will add a little tranquil teal dot in the center of the small ones. Yeah, that's going to be a good color. So I'll add one here. I'll add one down here. I'll add one here. And then I'm going to get the bigger one. Actually, I'm going to stick with this small one for these two. I don't want to lose all that white. Okay. And then I'll use the big one to do the center of this flower. Now, if you're nervous, you can always pop this in your MISTI if you feel better about it. But I'm not too nervous because I'm not real worried if it's perfect. If it's not perfect, it's just, in my opinion, it looks whimsical. But we'll see what I can do. It'll be good enough. There we go. Okay. So there is my teal. Now you may notice, I don't know if you can even see this. I'm going to try to bring this up a little bit to the camera. You may notice that there's a little white speck right there that didn't totally get filled in. Here's a quick tip. Find a blending stump. These are used for colored pencils, and I use these a lot in my colored pencil stuff. Just dip it into your ink color and just dab that color on real lightly into that space, and it'll take care of it. It's really hard to match up ink colors with your pencils and with your Copics and other things like that, but this really just allows you to have that little touch up. Now we could do the dots on here, but if we do the dots, I feel like I want to do them in black, so we have a little pop of black. So let me see what that would look like. Here's Spring Fling 4. Oh, I can't do it because I moved this piece of cardstock, so I'm not going to do it. Well, I could, you know, try to line it up. One way that you can line it up is these actually were meant to go in the center of the two flowers, these two dots. So that would be one way to line it up, and then you would have your dots where they wouldn't really be overlapping. Also these, you can see these fill in the centers of these flowers. But I think I'll do just a couple little black ones just to kind of make it pop a little bit. I might not do them all. I might just do a couple in here. I think I'll do this one. This is almost like little embellishments. Maybe this one here. And this one. And this one. So I'm not doing them all. I've just picked 5. I like odd numbers, 3s and 5s. But that'll just kind of tie in a little bit of the black from the greeting into this design. So you don't have to use everything that's on the stencil all the time. So this one doesn't have that border, which is totally fine. I do have my black piece of cardstock all cut, and we're going to adhere this together. Get that on there. And then for card base color, I have 2 choices here. But I think I'm going to go with Wild Wisteria. I think the purple brings out that beautiful purple in those flowers. And I think that that's going to really kind of make the whole card pop a little bit. Now, if you love a very colorful card and you don't want to take anything away from the color of the card itself, you can always just use a white card base, and that will look beautiful too. And that will simplify it a little bit, make it just feel a hair more clean and simple. But I'm in the mood for color today, so we're going full-blown color. And that's totally fine. Okay, so we're going to pop this onto this card base. And then we are going to pop up our greeting. We've got that one last greeting that we made earlier, the Let's Celebrate You. And we're going to pop that up once again using some foam squares. So let me move these out of the way. Okay. And I'm going to get a pair of scissors here and just cut this in half because I need some smaller pieces. I'm going to put a smaller one there and a smaller one down there. Now you can use a lot more foam if you're not comfortable with like this little bit. Sometimes when you're mailing these, it feels more secure to have more foam squares on there so nothing sinks in when you're mailing these cards. But for the purpose of today, I think that was enough foam squares. Just get that straight. There we go. There is our third card. So let's take a look at these cards once again. There we go. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit using my zoomy device here. Let's zoom in a little bit and you can see them again. And you can see how these different textures add so much interest, and once the colors kind of settle, how they blend so beautifully together. And then just having that little bit of pop lift with the foam squares and those big bold greetings. And then of course using the masking magic to create those fun borders. Boy, there's nothing like that. I really, really enjoyed making these cards today. Well, I hope you enjoyed this class, and I hope you learned a few fun tips and tricks for adding texture to your stenciled designs. And I want to thank everyone once again at Scrapbook.com for inviting me to be an instructor today for SBC Fest. So everybody, I hope you'll check me out on YouTube, and once again, enjoy the rest of these wonderful classes, and I'll see you again real soon. Bye-bye.
What a wonderful class from Gina K.
Oh yeah, what a great way to end SBC Fest.
Perfect way to end it.
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. We love Gina. She was amazing. Where do we even start?
Man, you can do so much with the stencils that Gina shared and put in her kit. Like,
I know.
My mind kept getting blown over and over and over again.
I know. I love that she layered the texture over the stencil after she did it with those texture stencils, and it made it look like it was like textured and dimensional, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
So you get the dimension and the texture without the bulk, which is what she told us, which was fabulous.
And you get to still have that white space, or like she did, she ink blended over it to make it look more like a rose.
Yeah.
So you really have a lot of options.
When she added that color in the middle, that was so cool. Yeah, she is just amazing, and she gave us so many tips. She gave us tips about cleaning our brushes with the alcohol, rubbing on the paper towel, which was a great idea, and preserving your blending brushes, which is nice. And then she did so many great things. I love that she used that stamp for like a grip mat.
That's
for
what
her
I got.
tiny machine, which is awesome. So that was an, woo, okay.
I know. So I got one of these too because I was like, I need that. It's okay. Like she said, it's a 3-in-1. You get 2 stamps, plus it's like a grip mat for either your mini die cutting machine or to put in your Misty.
Yeah, what a great way to make the best of your product and get a bunch of uses out of it. She was amazing telling us about that. So yeah, I especially love that she put it on her desk and used it for her mini cut machine.
Yes.
Her intercut machine because it kept it still and it wasn't going to ruin her table, and it was like the perfect size, the perfect thing to do. So bravo.
Yeah.
Amazing. Love that.
Me too. And if anyone's wondering, this is called Background 1/Grip Mat by Gina K Designs.
Yeah, it's a good one.
So
it's a good one.
if you want to be like us and get one too,
Yep.
grab it.
Sold.
Yes.
Sold.
As soon as I saw all the way she used it, I was like, yeah, I'm getting that.
She is amazing. And then her masking magic in her kit as well, being able to use it on the edges of the cards, plus to create your corner. So many great things.
Hold down your dies. Yeah.
Such a great way to use that. We love that.
Yes, I know. I'm like, did I forget anything
I know.
else?
Gina was amazing.
Yes.
I learned so many things.
Oh, one thing I was going to say too is that to get the ink blending through the stencil, like go different ways.
Oh, yes.
So to really get it on there. And I mean, she added so much dimension by just, doing a little bit of blending, adding a little darker color.
I was going to say the
certain
darker
parts.
in one corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Love that.
Me
So many
too.
great tips for us to learn from.
Yes.
So speaking of Gina, don't we have a massive, huge giveaway
Yes,
to
we
give away?
do.
You guys,
Let's bring it in.
Scrapbook.com is giving away some of these fabulous Gina K items. Speaking of the mini intricate,
Yes.
someone's going to win this
Plus her paper trimmer, plus the scoring board, plus
and her
a corner punch.
and notch punch.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a good one. These are all really good tools. Right now, someone's going to win. What do they got to do to win?
So let us know in the comments right now. What did you pick up from the classes today? Let us know a tip, a trick, something that you learned from today in the live chat right now.
Cody, how are they going to choose just
I know,
one?
but here's the thing. That's what's great. You can put everything you learned. It's different comments, and then you have more entries. So
more
just
entries.
hurry and put all your comments in.
Bing, bing, bing. I love that. That's
Yeah.
a good one. Okay, so put your answers in. Someone's going to win all of this. This is amazing. Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun bundle. I mean,
Yeah.
and Gina used this, and this in her class today.
She did.
So
She did. And then if you want to get that grip mat, you can get that for this little machine as well.
yeah, you
So-
can order this today too.
Yes, love it. Make sure you use the coupon code. If you're
Yes.
ordering today, the coupon code is SBCFest6
Yes.
to get an even bigger discount on your order. But someone's going to win this. Put your answers in. We will choose a winner. When will we choose a winner?
In just a minute, because we
Just
do
a
want to
minute.
talk about things like the coupon code. We
Okay.
have so many deals going on right now to celebrate SBC Fest. So to see all of those deals, go to scrapbook.com/coupons.
Yes.
So
Don't miss out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't miss out. Be sure if you're placing an order, go check out the coupons page. Get all the freebies. Get all
Yes,
the deals
let's
that we
show
have
this
going on
freebie
right now.
again. We've got the freebie. Look at our cute little ticket.
Yes.
And it's got so many great details that you can't even see, but there's details on here with stitching. There's so many little elements.
yeah.
We overloaded you with a freebie. It's got so many dies pieces in
There
here.
are 10 pieces on this die set. There are butterflies, the thank you, all that, the shadow die. Oh, there we go. There you
Even
can
the
see.
butterfly has like little dots around it.
Yeah.
Like there's so many good things in this. So make sure you get yours today. It's free. Add it to your cart. Don't forget, we want to give this to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's that. All the deals are going on right now. I hate wrapping these up.
I know, it's so sad to say goodbye to all of our friends. We've had such an amazing, inspiring day with all of the amazing instructors. Make sure you're giving them love. Make sure you go follow them on their other social sites
Yes.
and give this video a thumbs up. It will help people to find it and give them more people to come and learn and grow with us. And we just are so grateful for this community. You guys are all amazing. We love hearing the suggestions and the tips and tricks that you all share while we're chatting in each of the classes. So thank you very, very much.
Yes.
All right, any last words?
No, we're going to choose a winner right now, and it'll be put in the live chat. So congrats to the winner.
Congrats with all the Gina K
Yes,
goodies.
all the
That's
goodies.
awesome. And then we will see you all the following week. We'll be live, Cody and I.
Yes, Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah, come chat with us, come hang out with us. It's always so much fun.
It is. And thank you to all of the instructors. We know they took time out of their busy schedules to come and play with us and play with all of you. So thank you very much. And we will see you all at the next SBC Fest.
Yes, can't wait.
Bye, friends.